Oh, all right. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me first? Let's just establish that. Thomas, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, but the YouTube space saying they can't hear you.
All right. Can the YouTube space indicate that they can't hear me? Because you are in the studio. Oh, okay, so they can hear me. I think it may well be I'm not quite sure what happened.
Yeah,
That
yeah. But I
not
can hear
coming
you
through.
loud and clear.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Oh, okay. So let's start it off. Let's kick it off. So good day, everyone. Good to be in your company and all that. So, happy to have you here. Always a delight to be in your company. So just to kick it off, I was going to abandon the session, but then, of course, I was encouraged not to do that. Thomas is here, so Thomas will take the lead essentially on this particular session. So Thomas would lead this session. I will only be here for as long as the room populates. And as soon as the room populates, I will take my leave and hand over to Thomas. So that's just how it's going to be structured for today. So let's just kick it off. I was going to abandon it for two reasons. For one, for the reasons of sleep, and then for the other reason, the more important reason that there wasn't enough within the news cycle that I felt that we could wrap a session around. But we will mooch around and we pick bits and pieces. And we sometimes do that. We feel that there's not sufficient enough to talk about, but then the session kicks off, and then 10 hours later, we're still just, you know, talking the usual nonsense it is. So it's going to be one of those sessions. Hopefully, it pulls together. It often does. So let's kick it off with this one. This one comes especially as somewhat good news. We will train, equip forest squad with modern technology to tackle banditry. So this is Ganduje. So you first query what authority he's speaking from or on, because Ganduje, of course, is not a functionary of state. He is a functionary of party. Is not a member of the government. It's just a political party stalwart. But he speaks with some authority, of course, being the chairman of the APC. We will train, equip forest squad with modern technology to tackle banditry. So this is Ganduje, and because it's such they call these sort of things no-brainers. It's such a no-brainer. Of course, this banditry is coming via the forest, and this is the insecurity that we contend with within the Nigerian space. A good, if not the totality of it, a good 70, a high percentile of it comes in via the forest. So now, if you are going to tackle that insecurity, where do you go and meet it? You, of course, go and meet it where it is most potent. So why it took quite a stretch for them to, how many times have we spoken about forest guards on this platform? So why it took them quite a stretch to reach to land at that port, but land at that port they have landed. So yes, technology. We will train, equip forest squad with modern technology to tackle banditry. So let's get it, as our Kaiser would say. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Alhaji Abdullahi Ganduje, has stated that the administration of President Bola Tinubu will soon train and equip Forest Rapid Response Squad with modern technology to tackle banditry and kidnapping. The former governor of Kano State said the Forest Rapid Response. Why don't we just call? Why do we need all these convoluted names just to something that already defines itself? Forest guards. We've had them in the past, especially in the outro from the colonial space. The former governor of Kano State stated the Forest Rapid Response Squad will be trained, equipped, and provided with technology, will be stationed within the forest to retake the forest from bandits, kidnappers, and other criminals using the forest for their nefarious activities. We must train forest rapid response. What is, in fact, if you look at that title, it speaks to a misdirection of how this thing should be structured. So it's not a rapid response squad, it's a stationed guard. So they're not responding to situations, they're there as preventative measures permanently in the forest, recycling, and you're not cycling as in they'll be riding a bike, but you cycle them in shift patterns, and that is the purpose. So it's not a rapid response squad, it's a forest guard stationed in the forest as the first line of response to this banditry. We must train forest rapid response squad that will be that are stationed within the forest with their houses and infrastructural facilities within the forest. So exactly what I said. We must train them, equip them, and provide technology in our forest so that we can take over completely. If we succeed in doing that, then the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and armed robbery will be eventually resolved. So you cannot solve criminality, or you can only really get control of it, tame it, and peter it down. Enough is enough for the large scale insecurity in some parts of the country, including our own geopolitical zone. We must all work together to ensure the security of lives and property of our people. This is the cardinal objective of any government in power. If we work together as a team to ensure the security of lives and property in our geographical region, the democratic dividends and economic viability will be the order of the day. In order to achieve this, I think we understand where he is. We are all aware that our forests in Nigeria and all over the world are meant to balance the ecosystem. But what is happening to our forests now? Our forests are only forests to us, but they are cities to bandits. So we must find out a practical solution to these problems. We must protect our forest. So you must take that battle to them in the forest. This is a long overdue. This is something that should have been done 20 years ago anyway. So I'm not quite sure how they are now just countless billions wasted on that space, but that is it right there. So forest guards, according to Ganduje. So forest guards, according to Ganduje. Let's go on to the next headline. I think we get the general gist of that. CBN withdraws circular on implementation of national cyber levy. So there are two ways to look at the way the Tinubu space is administering the Nigerian space. You can either look at them as a listening government, or you can look at them as Uptown derisively calls them a trial and error sort of a governance. So you can look at it from one of two prisms. But of course, the initiatives that they often reverse for, the initiatives rather that they often reverse from, are initiatives that would have best served the country anyway. So they reverse from this initiative again. CBN withdraws circular on implementation of national cybersecurity levy. So the Central Bank of Nigeria has withdrawn its earlier circular directing financial institutions to implement the national cybersecurity levy. The circular, issued on May the 6th, 2024, with reference number XYZ, mandated commercial banks, mobile money operators, and other financial institutions to collect a 0.5% levy on all electronic transactions. This move comes amidst widespread public criticism and concerns raised by various stakeholders regarding the levy's potential impact on the financial sector and the overall economy. So the levy would not have any impact, especially on the financial sector, because what's the concern of the financial sector? They simply deduct at source, so it doesn't impact on. The only thing that it impacts on are the people, and not really significantly either, because it's such a derisory amount at 0.5%. Critics argued that the levy will be an additional burden on Nigerians already grappling with rising inflation. Additionally, concerns were raised about the clarity and transparency of the implementation process outlined in the initial circular. Last week, President Bola Tinubu ordered the suspension of the National Cybersecurity Levy. The latest CBN circular is in response to the president's order. The CBN's decision to withdraw the circular is contained in a new directive jointly signed by Mr. Chibozu, Director Payment Systems, blah, 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 etc., etc. So the circular title, blah, blah, blah. So it goes on and on. I think we get the general thrust of that. So there are one or two ways to look at it: a dithering government or a responsive government. So a dithering government or responsive government. So those are the real two options to look at that from. So those are the two options to look from. So those are two options to look at that from. Let me take you to this space. There are there are. Oh, hold on. Right. There are two video clips that I would like us to respond to. So I'll bring the video clips up, and I'll bring Mike, not Mike, but Thomas. I'll bring Thomas up as well, and then I'll send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on to help us progress the conversation. So let me send this in. So now this is an interaction that Akin Oshitokun had with Arise TV around that narrative, of course, of this merger now that they are intent on forming to oust the Tinubu administration out of government. So these meetings now between all the big wig opposition spaces has gotten the government in situation jittery, and a political expert now talks us through what's going on there. So let's watch this together, and then we watch it to some point, and then we move on. So let's watch this.
Quickly. Now, I want to ask you if you believe that he is being honest in this assertion, and also if you believe that if the PDP does zone it to the south or southeast, that Peter Obi would return to the party and has a good chance of actually winning the ticket.
Well, I'm surprised that you're asking that question. This was exactly what he said at the last, that if there is a consensus within the PDP,
Nigerian Institute of International Affairs and former Director General, Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council. Good to have you on the morning show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes. So the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, has said that he will step down or support Peter Obi's ambitions if the PDP zones to the south or the southeast, but specifically. Now, I want to ask you if you believe that he is being honest in this assertion, and also if you believe that if the PDP does zone it to the south or southeast, that Peter Obi would return to the party and has a good chance of actually winning the ticket.
Well, I'm surprised that you're asking that question. This was exactly what he said at the last, that if there is a consensus within the PDP to zone the candidacy to the southeast, he will abide by it precisely. So people will say that if you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, that is the meaning of insanity. I mean, well, the only thing I would say is that now that PDP people have been alerted to what he intends to do, which of course is to contest the presidency in 2027 at the age of 81. So he has said it.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting what Akin Oshuntokun is saying. Let me actually remove that like, share, and subscribe banner. The people that are going to subscribe, they will anyway. But it's quite interesting what Akin Oshuntokun is saying here. So he's saying that one, of course, this was exactly the same stance that Atiku Abubakar had in 2023. He came out, I think, post-event, that if the presidency was zoned to the southeast, he would not run. But if it was an open field, he will run. And we also how that played out. So he played a fast one on the southeasterners there, much to the chagrin of that space. And we also saw how Peter Obi left that space in a huff. So we saw that. So rinse and repeat is essentially what we're saying now. So rinse and repeat. So he comes again with that same template to use the same wordings towards the same sort of narrative that if the presidency in the PDP is micro-zoned to the southeast, then he will support it. But what Akin Oshitokun is inviting us to acknowledge or to pick from this, what Akin Oshitokun is encouraging us to pick from this is that Atiku Abubakar is actually signaling that he's going to run in 2027. So that's essentially where he is. So telling us that he will abide by the micro-zoning of the ticket to the southeast tells us then that if the ticket is not micro-zoned to the southeast, then he is going to throw his hat in the ring. So essentially what we have by inverted covert sort of pronouncement is Atiku Abubakar being the first mover to declare his intention to run in 2027. So all of this is what Akin Oshitokun is saying here.
To what he intends to do, which of course is to contest the presidency. This was exactly what he said at the last, that if there is a consensus within the PDP to zone the candidacy to the southeast, he will abide by it precisely. So people say that if you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, that is the meaning of insanity. I mean, well, the only thing I would say is that now that PDP people have been alerted to what he intends to do, which of course is to contest the presidency in 2027 at the age of 81. So he has said it. I mean, he's entitled to his own opinion, but he will be going against, which was what happened, at the last election.
At the last election, there was no consensus, right?
No.
Okay.
It will be going against the principle, the convention of rotation of powers. That after General Buhari has spent 8 years.
And by the way, Akin Oshitokun, he's not a functionary of the PDP, as I'm sure you all know. Is a Peter Obi acolyte. So it is, and it's a real institution within the Nigerian political space. So he often knows the underbelly of what is going on in politics, and this is what is playing too. It's telling us that the same takiya is being played again, and it runs against the grain of Buhari running 8 years, and then you now wanting to seize power after the power transits to the south for 4 years.
It's the turn of the South to also, do it for 8 years. I'm not in APC, but that was what brought President Tinubu to office. So were he to succeed, he will have abbreviated that convention. So these are strong enough reasons why I think he should not do what he wants to do. I mean, I'm telling you, look, if you go back, some years ago, you will see that word for word was what he said the last time around. The meaning is that, of course, whoever controls the PDP and he thinks he has the capacity, to do so, and he has an edge, will dictate or more or less, maneuver himself to become the presidential candidate. So this is what he's going to do. Look, Obi is talking about, if it is by consensus, I doubt even something will happen. Zone to the southeast or south-south. I think Obi will very easily emerge,
Against Nyesom Wike?
Wike, does he want to be president?
All right. The first thing is there is no argument to suggest that the presidential ticket should be zoned to the southeast. You know, because that level of micro zoning is a bit excessive. So there's no argument to suggest that. You know, so because the chasm, the general consensus is a north-south divide within the Nigerian space. So comes to north, goes to south, and that is how it usually plays out. So there is no argument to suggest that it should go to the southeast. But if they do micro zone it, if they concede that power should retain in the south for an additional 4 years after Tinubu's first 4 years, then Peter Obi becomes a factor, but other people become factors too. So he's about to talk about Yemsen Wike there. We can remove Yemsen Wike because Yemsen Wike is not going to run against Tinubu. But other factors come into play as well. But Peter Obi will be the foremost candidate if they concede that power should retain in the southeast. But then under what banner would he present himself? That's the wider question. Under what banner would he present himself? So does he make his way back to the PDP, which will look very untidy for him because he is already laboring under the narrative of being a fair weather politician, because he seems to have traversed virtually every political party within the Nigerian space, from ABGA to PDP to Labour Party back to PDP. That's not a good look. So it hints at a sort of narcissism, you know, that is entirely about self-interest and not the greater good. So Peter Obi, is not a good look for him to make his way back to the PDP. And if he does make his way back to the PDP, he will find equal weight politicians of his status that would look to battle him before that ticket lands on his lap. So it will take some negotiating to persuade Bukola Saraki. Yemsen Wike is there as a spoiler at the Istanbul wall, who we know is notoriously treacherous. So he will have to navigate all of the politics that he navigated that exited him out of that party. But then he's coming from a position of strength now, because he has now, in the course of exiting that party, evolved himself into a very, very powerful political figure. And it comes also with a bag full of potential voters. So it's coming back. If he does go back to that the family of the PDP, or the wider expansive family of collaboration, it comes then with the potency of those votes that he has already garnered. So he's already presented himself as a viable potential presidential candidate. But it cannot go straight into the PDP. So what we're talking about is essentially a merger. So there's so many obstacles to hurdle before you get to that merger, of course, because they have to negotiate Labour Party into the PDP, and then they have to persuade PDP into the Labour Party, and then do they come in some sort of convergence of agreement, or do they evolve into a greater, wider party, which we saw with the evolution of the APC that enabled them to wrestle power from the PDP? So there's so many intricacies within that structure. It's so convoluted. You can't see how it works.
I'm saying he's a member of the PDP. He's from the south, and he ran in the last election. So
Wike is a very divisive figure, you know, in PDP, and of course the Atiku faction, you know, will ensure that it doesn't, you know, get anywhere. I don't see the chances of him becoming the PDP presidential candidate in 2007. So the calculations don't favor him, and so it still remains, the situation remains as it is. You know, I just read what the former vice president said, you know, while I was waiting, and I was scandalized. I mean, I was surprised that, you know, word for word, not even a variation, you know, that, well, if the PDP sits together and zone it to the southeast.
Yeah, but you know, the PDP did not zone it to the southeast.
And that's what I'm saying.
Zone it to the
that's what I'm saying. He knows very well that the likelihood of PDP zoning it to anywhere, you know, is lean. I mean, it's like he has a strategy, you know, of getting the thing. Part of it is what he has said. That will provide.
But with the division in the party now, the PDP, if they decide to zone it to the southeast, like Adeswa asked, do you think that Peter Obi may return to the PDP in order to emerge as a strong candidate against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or do you think he would remain in the Labour Party because of this conversation of merger is one thing that they're saying would be the force or the game changer that would defeat the APC in the next election? Would he consider going back to the PDP if the PDP were to zone it to the southeast?
Yes, that's a great incentive for him to do. But again, it will have to.
All right. So I hope you all heard that. Yes, that would be a great incentive for him to do so. So of course, you have to sensitize your senses to Peter Obi going back to the PDP. So Akin Oshitokun, the guy speaking now, the guy saying those words, he was the one that replaced Donyo Okukwe. Donyo Okukwe, of course, was the lead figure in the Peter Obi campaign. So if he's telling us now that if PDP microzones the presidency to the southeast, that would be a great incentive for Peter Obi to return. Then that tells you then that they are already testing the waters and decisions had already been made, and they're just now looking at how to present it to the raw meat eaters.
Should depend on the circumstances and the assurances of, you know, the godfathers or political godfathers of PDP. Right? The thing is that, you know, it is unrealistic to expect somebody who has run for the presidency to now accept to be running with whatever position that, and he has a unique political situation that, look, is most with the Nigerian youth population. If it is possible to do it as the way they do in America, where you do analyze the percentage of each group, political group, or each section of the population, that 20% voted for this. The other way of getting it, the old people, the women, the thing like that. If that were possible, in the case of Obi, we will have found a situation that he probably carried 90% of the younger generation's vote, you know, at the last election. Now, those people are going to be very disappointed and offended. Were he now to be committing himself, you know, to go to PDP and become running mate? I mean, the only way, and of course, that means I would say he will lose a lot of his followership. The only way that, you know, the supporters, you know, and I think Nigeria should look forward to, is if the PDP if he becomes the presidential candidate of the PDP, if he's not going to be the presidential candidate, he will not only have embarked on a futile exercise, he will lose a lot of his support, you know, for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. You see, especially that, look, he will be abbreviating the 8 years of that is expected in the Southwest. Well, in the southwest, almost every zone in the south will have a grudge against him. You know, that why are you doing this? It will be so easy to demonize him as a sellout, as a greedy politician. So I can't see the circumstance of him going back to the PDP other than being invited, to become the presidential candidate.
All right. So that's a good spot to land it. So I think we land it there. So what you're hearing essentially is negotiations going on publicly. So what Peter Obi is saying to the PDP space is that I'm not averse to coming back to that part to your party, to our party, because it's really all of its trajectory has been a PDP coming out of Abga and all that. So it's telling them that it's not averse to going to the PDP, but he will only go to the PDP on the assurance that as soon as it comes through the door, they will hand him that presidential ticket. So I, for one, I would like that to play out. So what the best way that 2027 should play out is just a straight shootout between Peter Obi and Tinubu, and then let's see how that plays out, because that might well favor more Tinubu than anything else. So he will have the structure. So because one of the Achilles heels, one of the things that stumbled him in that last cycle of election was that he had no structure. He was essentially a one-man band doing a star boy and campaign. But now it will be a star boy, but with a structure. So that will give him the best possible chance possible to ever be president. But would that be sufficient enough to tip him over the finishing point? You have to understand that the political calculations deviate from just stacking of the decks and then building a structure. You see, the one thing that people don't fail to acknowledge within the Nigerian space is that our politics is essentially ethno-religion. It's not ideology-led, it's not best plan-led, it is not the best candidate or the worst candidate. It is none of that. Our politics in Nigeria, it is still now and it will be for the future, is an ethno-religious led space, and that will play out. And if you look at it from the prism of an ethno-religious politics, which is the prism that the Nigerian political space plays out, if you look at it from that prism, there is absolutely nothing that permutates somebody from the south replacing Tinubu. So if Peter Obi was the main rival against Tinubu in 2027, then essentially that gives the APC an open goal. That's just how that plays out. But that's how that plays out. So I think we've gotten sufficient enough from there. So let me take you to another talking point. We go international in this instance. This is the goings on in Congo, where a coup attempt just took place. So let's have a little catch up of it. I'll take you to just a couple more and then we move on. So pardon me. Yes, there was a coup attempt in the Congo, as I said. So I'll leave this muted and just give you the narrative as the. So it says but the twist in it is that the coup attempt in the Congo had a heavy American hand in it. So we're not sure if they're American mercenaries or American agents are embedded within that country because of course there's a covert scramble for Africa taking place now with the Russians already seizing hold of whatever resources there are in the Sahels. So is this now the Americans now moving to seize hold of probably the most mineral resource rich space in Africa? So let me say to you say, so these are the American agents then caught in the course of that coup, and this is even more of them. So I hope this is not in French. Let's see if we. All right. I don't want to show anything that is violent because, of course, YouTube will strike me if I do. But let me just give you the backdrop to it. An American caught in coup attempt in the Congo. The American ambassador to the Congo says his country has nothing to do with it. The military of the Democratic Republic of Congo successfully thwarted a coup attempt aimed at seizing the palace of the nation and the residence of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Economy Vital, whatever his last name is, as reported by the country's national television station. So slide 3. The coup attempt is linked with supporters of the New Zaire movement led by Christian Malanga, who reportedly established a government in exile abroad. According to the analytical project Atom Mundi, who resided in the United States, allegedly participated in the attempt and was subsequently killed. The leader of the operation, Christian Malanga, born, etc., etc. So it gives us the backdrop. According to sources, the majority of Christian Malanga's movement, Christian Malanga's accomplices were either killed or arrested by the Republican Guard. His 22-year-old son Marcel, who was assisting his father in the fight, was also arrested. So that's a coup attempt in the Congo right there. But what's really made it, the twist that makes it interesting, is the American hand in it. So commentaries on that are. So let me give you this as the final one. So let me give you this as the final one. Your friend and mine, whatever his name is, what's the name of this guy again? Yusuf something or the other, but this is what he has to say.
If I am the president or if I'm the governor in any state, we are richer than the South.
In what sense?
Many ways. 3 things. The North, agriculture, if we concentrate on 3 things: agriculture, solid minerals, and solar, we'll be done. All the water, all the hydroelectric power stations are in the North. Mambila. The Northeast is complaining there's no power. When
Mambila isn't, nothing is happening.
Yeah.
There are a lot of lamentation.
Yeah, who was there? Who was there before? If we had developed Mambila, we wouldn't be in this mess. The North is richer than the South. We need
terms of
agriculture.
Untapped deposits.
Absolutely. We have the land for agriculture. We can feed not only Nigeria, but the whole of West Africa. Secure our people, let them go back to the farm. Number 2, and do not abandon agriculture and go and run after this oil that is fluctuating all over the place. Solid minerals, we have it all. Why is the fight in Zamfara and all over this northwestern state? Because of gold.
Largely.
Yeah, a lot of it. And then previously in the last government, the National Security Advisor will come and say, oh, mining has been banned, no fly zone, no follow-up. Thirdly, and people should ask, where has been the gold of Zamfara? Where is the gold? We have the sun. We can power not only the region, but we can power the whole of the country. But all the governors largely, I mean, look, we look at the president more than we look at the governors. To be honest with you, largely 80% of our problems are the governors. Corruption and bad governance, I've said it again and again and again and again. We've had leaders in this country that we have benefited from. And all of these governors, all of these ministers have benefited from the good governance of our leaders past. All of them.
In the First and Second Republic.
Absolutely. They were good custodians of that which they were entrusted with.
What went wrong? Where did we start to get it wrong?
They were good custodians. They trained us. They did not accumulate. But now everybody else, the governor wants to not only accumulate, but leaves the state treasury empty. Not only that, indebted. So the primary thing is corruption and bad governance. Corruption and bad governance. It's everywhere. It's only more pronounced here because of the insecurity. It's going to bite us. And I've been saying it again and again, again and again. How many governors, how many ministers, how many service chiefs can retire and go back home and stay like those leaders of our time used to do? They used to go back home and stay with their people. Shagari went back home and stayed with his people. How many of these governors, these service chiefs, these ministers will go back home, ancestral home? All IDPs in Abuja because of bad governance.
All right. So that was quite a lot said there. So
in the north.
Sorry.
If I'm the president or if I'm the governor.
So that was quite a lot said there. So that was quite a lot said there. So bad governance, corruption. He's insisting that the North is richer than the South. I wouldn't say that. For all of their gold and whatever mineral resources that they have, it still pales in comparison to the mineral resources in the Niger Delta area. The wealth in the Niger Delta area will X 100 the whatever it is that they have in the north. So I'm not quite sure I buy entirely into that narrative. So we'll start with those and then we see where that lands us. Let me send the link to the studio. Anybody that wants to join. Like I said, I keep calling him Mike. I don't quite know why. Thomas is going to take the lead on this particular session. So as soon as the room starts to populate, then I'll just take my leave. But let's play the Kegites. Hopefully that plays, and then we kick it off. Let's see. Because the last one did not play, did it? So let's play the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, brilliant. Ikoko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So joining us assembled, Thomas, of course, Chioma decides to grace us with her presence today. So a real treat. Hassan joins us as well. Always a delight when he's here, and Jan Lekoko there as well. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. I'm not quite sure if we get the chance often enough to say that. But let's kick the conversation on. Like I said, it was a session that was about to let go, but but here we are. But so we say what we make of it. I was only really going to let it go because there wasn't that much in the news cycle today. But let's kick it off with Hassan. See if he's ready. Hassan.
Ladies first.
All right. But do you qualify to be called that? Don't show about all your antics in the comment section.
No, I'm not staying
Hello,
for long.
hello,
Say hi.
hello, man. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm going to let Choma go first.
Yes.
While I get ready.
All right, brilliant.
Yes.
All right. All right, cheers. So that's a gentleman right there. So thank you, sir. So yes, Choma, let's hear from you. A real delight to have you on the screen.
Thank you, but I'm not staying for long. I'm only holding Pansat's spot, in line. So before he gets here, I just want to, say this, as far as I'm concerned, Peter Obi is like by far the best presidential candidate that has the best interests of the country. However, if there's a merger, I'm not quite sure I trust any merger with Atiku and PDP. I just hope that Atiku and PDP, they're not using Peter Obi for clout, only to dump him at the last minute. So, because politicians, they betray each other all the time. So that's my, opinion on that. And that's all. I don't really know much about Nigerian politics. I just know I love Peter Obi. He's my president. He's my leader. He's my uncle. And he's a good man. Period. Thank you.
Choma, I'm not far from you on that. Peter Obi is a lot of those qualities. Peter Obi is actually a likable guy. And if you look at the sort of rot and rottenness that we have within our political dynamic, it is probably one of the better ones. He's no saint, and he will say that himself. And it's not an offensive guy either. It's not one that you will look at and you will recoil immediately from. It's like Buhari for instance. You see him and you just recoil immediately because he offers nothing good. There's this thing that they used to say about Awolowo after his death. They used to say about him that he was the best president Nigeria never had. So I think that baton may well be and they can say that about somebody that has not been tested because, of course, you don't know how he will perform. Like when Buhari came in, for instance, we thought he was coming in to solve the insecurity, weigh down heavily on corruption, but we experienced the worst of those two spaces under his administration. So to say Peter Obi will be the best, but the chances of him getting that presidency though is very remote. But should he continue to pursue it? Yes, he should, because he's young enough and he has a strong enough of a following to believe in possibilities. And there's nothing impossible, but it's certainly improbable that Peter Obi will ever be the president. So it'll be one of those things. After 2027, they will say, oh, he's the best president Nigeria never had.
But Buhari did have a plan. It's just that he ended up being sick most of his term. It's unfortunate because remember the oil probe, he was not playing with those people. So yeah, he had a plan. It's just that he was always sick. But I feel like if there's any politician that is listening to us, especially in the APC, the Northerners, I think you guys should give Peter B a chance. He's a stand-up man. He's a good man. And he has a good heart. I think at this point, that's what we need in Nigeria, a man with a good heart to rule.
All right. Do you think the people there, do you think they're not well-intentioned? Setting aside their competency or lack thereof, do you think somebody like Tinubu, for instance, or Buhari that preceded him do you think they are well intentioned towards the Nigerian people? Let's start from there.
I don't think they have any good intentions for. Well, I don't. Well, Tinubu loves Lagos. He has a reputation. And from what I know from people that know him personally, he's like their uncle. He's a good man. He's like daddy, you know. But I don't know about, politicians always loot money. I don't know why we don't just like fix the country and do the right thing. So, but I feel more. I lean towards Peter Obi because he's so kind. I mean, he has the best interests of the people, and he did a lot for Anambra State. I'm sure Tinubu did as well, but I just feel like Peter Obi has a good heart. He's genuine, and he doesn't spend money anyhow frivolously. Buying cars, bulletproof cars and all the unnecessary things. We don't need all those things. We need a good country. We need to, establish ourselves.
All right. And the Forest Guard initiative that Ganduje is bringing to the fore, would you say that is long overdue? Because what he's saying now is that they will train, equip for a forest squad to go and tackle the bandits right there in the forest. So this is something that has been long done. If they do that, that would a good percentile checkmate a lot of the insecurities that we have in the country, because a lot of those insecurities are vested in those forestries and they spring surprises on our settlements and population. So this initiative now, is this something that you endorse? Is this something you feel should have happened a lot longer? Or do you think these are just the usual empty words that we hear from politicians?
I mean, if they have a initiative, they have a plan. I mean, these are the Northerners. They know themselves. They know what they're doing. You know, some of them are behind all these attacks. So I have no comment on that. But they know what they're doing. So it is what it is.
All right. Let me take you to this spot. In the readout, I was saying this is a matter. This is a case of a glass half full or a glass half empty. However, and it's entirely politics led how you might choose to look at this. CBN withdraws circular on implementation of national cybersecurity levy. So it is that 0.5% thing that they are looking to deduct from people's wages, that a lot of public outcry, and now they are now reversing it. But this is not the first time we've seen the Tinubu administration reverse an important policy position. So how do you choose to look at it? Are you looking at it from a faltering trial and error sort of governance that's somewhat amateurish, or are you looking at it from the prism of a government that listens to the people and responds to how to the sentiments being expressed, and then to the wider levy? What's your take on that space?
Well, I think the Tinubu administration, they have made some mistakes. I mean, this is their first year ruling the country, so I think we should still give them a chance to allow them to complete whatever they have in mind, which they've been failing by far. So but we still have to give them a chance. This is indeed a trial and error, and they are listening to the people. And because of social media, people are voicing out their concerns, they're expressing their views. So, yeah, I think maybe in 10 years to come, Nigeria will be moving in good direction if we elect a politician like Peter Obi,
All right. I'm not far from you know, me personally, I'm not far from a politician like Peter Obi, but maybe not Peter Obi. I'm only really a bit reticent about Peter Obi because I question his capacity, I question his competence, and I also question his intention. You know, there's something in on the streets of Lagos that they call Sakama J. In Yoruba land, we call it Babi Magbabe. In English, you might call it subterfuge. So I just feel there's a sense that this guy is just trying to pull a fast one. Shoyinka, of course, famously or infamously calling him Gbajue. But the narrative of Obi's politics is certainly the direction of travel for the country. But the competence of achievement and being able to deliver, if you can marry the competence and capacity and the antecedents of delivery and the capacity to think of somebody like Tinubu, and you marry that to the fastidiousness and the man of the people touch of Peter Obi, you might well get the politician. But let me take you to this northern guy that is insisting that the North is richer than the South. Did you hear his little clip, and what do you make of it?
I think he has an accent, so I wasn't really listening to him, you know. But I'm sure whatever he's saying in favor of Tinubu. So, you know, I'm very proud of Peter Obi, you know, that he's maintaining his relevance. I'm also very proud of Tinubu that he's still standing at his age. So it is what it is. But I just want us to leave politics aside, leave tribalism, and vote for Peter Obi 2027. He's a good man. He's a wonderful candidate. He's charismatic. He's young. He's able. He's very intelligent. And, you know, corruption will end under Peter Obi administration. You know, so we need to look for a better country and not just, you know, stay backwards. We need to move forward.
One man, they have voice make you sleep. One man.
I think he's tired of me like preaching.
No, I think maybe his system kick
I
him
know
out.
the system. Maybe the system is
You know, I was talking, and I don't no. I was just saying that so that to the people that have been wondering about Chioma, I was on mute. I was saying to the people that have been wondering about Chioma, so that's Chioma, of course, the delightful voice of Chioma. And I can tell you that her voice exactly mirrors how she looks. So she has the she walks the talk, as they say. So that's Chioma walking the talk.
You know, one man. If all obedient are talking like Chioma, Obi will have won the election. You see the way she was talking in a soft manner with respect.
Not patronize, not
those coconut head like Jewel and all those.
Babaja. You know, in a big family, right? You have different cadres of human beings. It's an honor to have Chioma on this show, on the panel. She's an obedient, and you can see the class we assume anytime we come on the one-man show, anywhere we find ourselves. I can't talk enough about Chioma. We have what's his name? I said enigmatic. Oh God. What's his name? Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you know, Uptown, Ekene. You see, they are great minds. They are great minds. So, Chioma, welcome.
But we also have you now.
Welcome.
We also have you now. So how do you explain that?
He said, you also have who?
I said we also have you now. So how do you explain that?
No. I'm already know. I can't introduce myself. I mean, I'm giving props to who props is due to. Chioma, welcome, Jerry. Thank you very much.
So make una dey emulate Chioma the way she speak, Jewel. So that's the only way.
no. We have
they abuse people who won't vote for una candidate. You see the way which Chioma is talking nice and urging people. You can vote for Obi now, and she's a man with good heart.
Probably.
You should just learn to speak nice, to people on this obese matter. So, Chioma, well done. Thank you for
Babaja
joining us today.
Thank you, sir. I
appreciate well done, Choma. And let me bail out hand over to Thomas. I only really came in to open up the session because people wanted it to run. So Thomas, you take over. Super Chat, of course, are your
why are you always running? Where you wrong go? Why you always running?
No, I don't even want to do them before, but people say, may I just open and make them the gist, So
I think it's high time we start suing you for not hosting the show. Because
one man, because today news no day, I've been waiting.
How would you say you don't want to host it? Do you realize that some people look forward to this show all the time, and you say you don't want to host show? I think the high time we start suing you. Thank you.
All right. Well, at least
I'm just kidding.
I know, of course, I know. So Thomas, you take over. I think sufficient enough people gathered. The talking points. Everyone. So that's Thomas. Just talk amongst yourself. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah. One man don't run away. Another person don't run away. I go keep quiet. I not go talk. Who wants to go next?
Well, let me Thomas. Yesterday
I did not. Let me go next. I think my network is not that good.
Oh yeah, let's go to Azan.
Go ahead.
He gave Chioma the space. Then Joel will come after. You will come after. You will come after Azan. Yeah, Azan. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah. Hello everyone. How is everybody doing? Babaja, Likoko. Am I breaking, or can you guys hear me?
No, I'm great.
We are hearing you very well, Hassan.
Hassan, I will remind you after 10 minutes. If that network doesn't break, I will remind you.
Okay. So let's keep going. I want to start with the PDP merger thing with Peter Obi. I feel as if if PDP and Atiku, are able to cut Peter Obi back to PDP and then they eventually give him the ticket, then it's going to be a huge task to convince people in the north to still vote for Peter Obi, because the kind of reputational damage that has happened to Peter Obi is the kind of damage that it will take years to correct. You guys remember at a time when Buhari was in the south as the sponsor of Boko Haram, as like Buhari is the AK-47s and the ammunitions in one bush to the hands of Boko Haram, and they are the ones that are like he is sponsoring, Boko Haram, and that he is doing it in order to, trash and then make Jonathan's government, unable to function because of the crisis. At that time, Buhari was coming out looking for, the presidential seat, but he was not getting the votes that.
Adewale, you've been winning sure. You don't come out as that.
Now I believe him. I didn't believe him earlier.
Anyway, can even bear. I'm struggling to hear him. It was very.
Yeah, it was cutting. I would have loved to hear what he said.
It seems he's using a Starlink internet, because I don't know why that cracking sound always comes every time he's done.
I don't think they really have good network in that place. It's almost every time. We always like to hear from him, but unfortunately, yeah. Oh, let's go to Joe. Joe, yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thomas, General Thomas. Good morning, afternoon,
evening. Always start with the propagandists first before you go to the normal people. Why? You are normal.
No. We'll go to Joel. Yeah. You are the after hours candidate.
If it is not Joe, you go rational mind. You start calling, people with easy mind.
Adewale, have you
Anyway,
drunk tonight? What did you drink tonight?
And then when I rest,
I wish I could get the best drinks right now. Because listening to what is it called, Joe is it's gonna give me some headache now. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go and
Yeah,
drink
like I said,
champagne.
good
Go and drink
morning,
champagne.
afternoon, evening. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show, and General Thomas in charge. So, Mr. Thomas, where are we starting from today?
Yeah, there was a video from a northerner boasting that they are richer than the southerner. So I don't know where you get that from. So what do you think?
Well, I think that was is that Madam Shehu that was talking. I think I listened to a bit. I listened a bit to what he was saying. You see, it's a good thing. If the North is richer than the South, it's a good thing. My own thing is this: potential cannot be is something that you hope for, is something that you wish for. But if you do not put those potential into work, it is nothing. I have the capacity to read medicine. Are you a medical doctor? I get them before no be property. So yes, I don't care who is richer. If they are richer, it is good for everyone. I mean, this money we send to help fight Boko Haram in the north, maybe they may contribute more toward those operations in terms of finances. So there's nothing wrong with if they are richer or not. That is not my problem. In the South, we also have potentials in the South. The problem is that we do not have that desired leadership to be able to harness all these potentials for the benefit of Nigerians. So him coming out to say that is fine. I do not have any problem. I don't, and as an Igbo man, I don't really care about what you owe. What really matters to me is what I am doing. What I am doing to better myself. And if I am good, if you like have your billions, fine, for your pocket. But the most important thing in Nigeria is that we have to put leadership in place so that all these, opportunities that we have will be properly harnessed, to the benefit of the localities and, to the entire Nigeria in general. So he has made his point. We take that. I will take that with a pinch of salt. I think he would have been addressing the real issues, or ask himself the question: if we do have this potential to be richer than the South, why are we not? I think that's the big question. And credit to him, he also made some other statements about the governors. And we have discussed this on this forum before. That regardless of what we think about the center, the sub-governments are sleeping. There's a whole mismanagement going on at that subsection that, it is hard for us to control, which made me, prefer a solution saying that if we can divide, each region into two, so that we have at least a minimum of 12 states. If we are going to have a pilot state, probably in the Southwest, we have Lagos as a pilot state. Lagos State can be on its own. Kano State can be on its own. Anambra can be on its own. River State can be on its own. Then every other part of that region, other part of the region, divided into two. In that way, we have 18 states. That way I know we have this thing about, what they call them. Oh, these people are minorities. What do we? No, we always see those things because there is bad governance. If everybody is feeding, nobody will care who is at the helms of affairs. In the US here, I am a minority where I'm staying, but it does not affect my productivity. Maybe if I want to go into governance, then it might be different. But when it comes to, access to, education, access to finances, access to the good, to the basics of life, I am not complaining. So why should I go and protest? Oh, I'm a minority. Unless I want to be a dumb Democrat, that always cry victimhood in everything. So that's the issue. We can always take care of the minorities amongst us if there is fairness, equity, and justice. So we shouldn't always say, oh, if you create this now, some people will, oh, come on, please. For the past 60 years, 2 groups have led Nigeria. Nobody has died. It has always been the Hausa Fulanese and the Yorubas. Mostly. What happened? Okay, when we even had the minority come in, was his place developed? What was the gain of the Niger Delta for having Goodluck Jonathan at the helms of affairs? What was the gain of the Southeast for supporting Jonathan? It was all promise, promise, promise. The funds were being taken to the north to, because leaders that want to think about the next election, they go there to lick asses. When you think about the next generation, you do not care. You just do the right thing for everybody, and everybody is moving along. So my point, my thing on this is this. Being in power does not really guarantee you growth. I mean, Nigeria has shown that over a long time. The North has been in power for over 30 years. Yet in 2024, they remain one of the poorest regions in the world. So it is not about how long you've been in power. It's how empowered your people are. If your people are empowered, it does not really matter what happens at the center.
Yeah.
So I mean, we have cases. The one closest to us is the southeastern people of Nigeria. When you understand where they're coming from after the war and what they've been able to accomplish, they weren't in power. Power can be good, and power can also be a cause. And when power is the cause, it is very, very, very damaging. I can even give you an excuse. I give you an example with the African Americans. Look at most of them in government. You cannot mention one city being led by the by blacks that is doing good. Not one. In the United States. Go to all our cities. I don't care where it is.
But Joy, you can't know all. There may be. America is big.
Thomas, nothing is absolute. Nothing is absolute. But when we talk about these issues, we look at averages. Now, if I mean, it is not like the big cities. We know where the big cities are. We go to Houston, Atlanta, Maryland, Louisiana. It is scattered all over the place. In fact, if you go to even those other cities led by maybe like the Republicans, you go to the capital, which is like most likely diverse. It might be led by a black person. Go there and see what is going on. So it is not a question of color. It is not a question of you being in leadership. It is what you're able to accomplish with that leadership. So, and the North can cry all they want, they can say all they want, but what is biting them is in the clothing. That ant that is biting the North is in their clothes. Remember, we can go, sometimes, those who have all history are bound to repeat it. I remember when Jonathan was hell bent on crushing Boko Haram. What did Buhari say? Buhari said a strike against Boko Haram is a strike against the North. That is a leader. That is a leader.
But
Do
Joel,
the way?
Buhari did not actually say that verbatim. People misquote him in the southern press all the time, and that is
No.
not true.
No. It wasn't a misquote.
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
Do you have
See.
what?
Look.
Please
my brother.
get it.
My brother, see. Let me tell you.
Yes. I'm hearing you.
Let me tell you this, right?
Yeah.
You might excuse Buhari based on the wordings, but you cannot excuse Buhari based on his actions.
Before he became president or during his 8 years in the
before the
presidency?
presidency, during his presidency, Buhari started being so tough.
No, I may object to that premise. Really, I don't think that is true. Well, it's a personal opinion. I don't think you can generalize and say
I am not
nobody should
generalizing.
excuse him. You may not excuse him. Yes.
No. See,
but a lot of
see my
people
brother.
actually excuse him.
Yes. No. I am not excusing. I cannot excuse Buhari. Buhari
Yeah,
is
on a lot of things.
Buhari is very docile. And look, let me tell you, when you are given the opportunity to lead a country or to be in a position of power, the buck stops on your table. Not doing anything or not being reactive is tantamount to neglect. And it's a crime. So, whichever way, I listened to what is name, Babachir. Some things that was going on during Buhari's time, he didn't even know. How can you say that you're a leader and you are that dumb? He was dumb.
Well, you see,
I
think everything is relative, isn't it?
Let us
yeah.
see.
Okay. If we can conversate now, so that you let me talk to, then you talk to, then we understand each other.
Go ahead.
There may be
Go
some
ahead.
common ground that we can get to, don't you think?
Go ahead.
Okay. With Buhari, right? There seems to be among the people of the South, and maybe people in the intelligentsia, or the professionals, that I don't know, there is this standard that, and the expectation too. I think it is warranted that a lot of Nigerians had high expectations with Buhari, and then he fumbled the economy. And but then a lot of things happened during Buhari's regime that it affected the whole world. There was an economic meltdown. There was a COVID problem. And in fact, the sales, the oil sales, everything that Nigeria was expecting, Nigeria did abysmal, very abysmal during that time with its finances. So Buhari did borrow, and he borrowed a lot. But you see, for people in the North, the average, let me not say the whole North, let me say the Northeast, where what was disturbing us when Buhari came in was insurgency, where Boko Haram held sway and they killed people on daily basis. Buhari was a blessing to this region. So I will not just sit down and then listen to people, criticizing Buhari as if he has done nothing. If for anything else, I know that me right now that I'm talking to you guys, I benefited from the fact that yes, Buhari did make sure that the army got what they needed to put Boko Haram down to the level that they are now. And if I escape with my life, my God, what else do I really want? I have to give Buhari some credit with the way he handled, even if it is that one aspect. And I think that is worthy of giving him some level of respect for doing that at least. Yes, we may talk of other policies and things like that. And you can come from the angle you are coming, and I agree with you. Yes, he did not do well in certain aspects, but I mean, everything happens if there is life first. And I think Buhari deserves some credit for, actually dealing with Boko Haram. But the way Nigeria is, while he was dealing with Boko Haram, the whole bandits thing, exploded. And then it was like, trying to manage another fire, and then another fire is exploding from another place. Yes, I think that is the picture more. This is the picture more like it for me in my mind. So when I hear somebody just condemn Buhari totally, I feel he's not doing the guy justice.
Okay, thank you very much. Your points are well noted. Now I'm going to take your point just quickly. You spoke about security, and I will tell you, we didn't achieve much with insecurity because we had the Boko Haram still ravaging the north. Maybe not at the level when he came in. Maybe he did some decimation, but let's go to the south in terms of insecurity. There was kidnappings going on in the south. There were bank robbery going on in the south, and there were people running away from their farms. Are we talking about the IGP camps?
Right? Bill, Bill, yeah. Do you know that self-inflicted problem sometimes often get difficult to deal with?
No, definitely. So the issue there is this, right? If Buhari was recruited to be the security personnel, right, or security minister, or even the chief of army staff, right? Then, if you're talking about security, then that's okay. We might just give him maybe a D, right? But being a president is more than just being a security guy. In being the president, you ought to be vast. You are not just there to solve insecurity. You are there to solve issues that borders on economy, our social well-being, right? So it is a big basket of problems on opportunities that you have to harness.
Let me just
and
ask
we
you
did
this.
not hold on. Let me just time my point so I don't lose my train of thought. Right?
Okay.
We did not harness it very well. Now you're talking about in the south. We talk about oil bunkering. In what areas? In the oil in areas of oil bunkering, people were looting those oil, and even when they are caught, I mean, it happened in this government as well. They just burn the boats, and we hear nothing about it. That is endemic corruption. Buhari was the president, or I say the minister of oil, or the petroleum minister for 8 years. For 8 years. Yet the opaqueness in NNPC is persistent. So that if I'm looking at Buhari and I want to say, okay, let me give him a pass mark, I don't see any area where I can give Buhari. I mean, in terms of infrastructure, Buhari tried, right? He tried. He did a yeoman job, because when I look at the trains, the second Niger bridge, and all that. But you see, whenever we talk about infrastructure and you talk about the people, those infrastructure that you're building are going to be used by the people. If the people are not well taken care of, those infrastructure becomes meaningless to them. So what did Buhari do to better the lives of Nigerians? Under his government, there was round tripping from the Bureau de Change and government officials. And if this thing was going on and people were talking about it, there was no action from that man. He was a disaster, to say the least. I know probably you have something for him, but my brother Buhari, no, 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 no. He is not an excuse.
Okay.
He is not an
I'm
example.
not trying
He shouldn't be
I'm not
one.
trying to
Now,
say that Buhari is a saint.
COVID happened in many countries. My brother, hold on, let me tell you something. COVID happened in many countries. But look, let me tell you something. COVID did not hit Nigeria the way it hit Italy, the way it hit Europe, the way it hit the Americans.
But that is not the case, actually. It is the indirect consequences and the way it affected the international, economy. That is the problem.
I am coming to that. I am coming to that. Look, let me tell you what people spent money on during COVID. People spent money very, very, very much just staying at home because everywhere was locked down, right? Businesses were going down. People were suffering. I get that. I understand that. But the thing there is that if you come over here or if you were in the West, right, you will find out that another thing costs a lot of money. That is medical equipment, mask, right, and all those accessories. They were very, very expensive because most companies have were done with production or they were far, far behind. So those things, people were buying them, stocking them. What about the what is this one that they use? I've forgotten the one. What they call it again in medical field that they were using for long
respirators.
Respirators, but then no, there's another name that we're calling them. It's not the respirators. What is that other one? Oh my God. Okay, but those ones they were spending billions acquiring them because at some point in time, people weren't really going in because when they say you have COVID, it's like you have like what they call tuberculosis. Everybody don't want to mess with you, but those people needed to be moving around and all that, right? So all those machines that were bought, people still died. My brother, the way people died in the West, they were dying like flies. We do not have that in Nigeria. So we can say in Nigeria, all right, we did not get no businesses, people did not move out, people did not come in, fine. But at least we had our lives. If we were a government or a country that was working, we were expected to have minimal effects of the COVID-19 on Nigerians. But we did not have that. It wasn't properly managed under Buhari. So I do not want to talk about Buhari. Buhari was a mess, and we can really see it. Even the person that took over from him, who happens to come from his
myself,
party,
I don't really like to be put in a position where I have to defend all of Buhari's policies. I know that Buhari, did not actually ace everything. But, when he left power, I gave him a 45%, probably around the D you gave him in only, security. But I have seen that in philosophy, what Buhari represented as the leader, probably he couldn't, interpret and implement his philosophy while he was governing because he was sick and all that. All of those are also excuses. And they come, with the package of voting old men into power. And we are seeing Tinubu, he has started well, his trajectory is going. But I just want to, remove the curtain from this idea that, okay, what would be your, ideal scores for a president that, spends 8 years in the modern Nigeria of today? What would you call success? And how do you think, what are the indices? What are the pointers that you look at? Statistics that you would say, okay, if a government is able to do this and this and this and this and this within 8 years, don't forget the deplorable condition that Nigeria is. Sometimes when we analyze, I think we are lost in a lot of, fantasy, and we do not actually look at the real life implication of it. It's easy to talk and analyze, but the reality of governance is quite different. And I know Tinubu is experiencing that right now firsthand. So when sometimes it looks like the politician, actually underachieved, he had probably done what he could actually do in that position. And I'm not giving our politicians a pass. I just want us sometimes to understand that this country is rotten, that whoever you put there, you need to give this country like, a continuous, policy direction of not less than 50 for you to begin to see tangible changes. That is my opinion anyway. And I don't want us to dwell too much on this Buhari issue. There are a lot of other topics that you have not touched. Maybe I want to see other things too on the other topics so that I can be able to move forward.
I'll be brief with this. There's a reason why people like, let me say, OT came into governance, right? And you saw a difference. There's a reason for that. Good governance is not rocket science. Like Obi says, if you are not stealing and your family is not stealing, you have cut down corruption by at least 60%. I believe that. Because when you look at the way Nigeria operates, if the government is not stealing, it will be very, very hard for you under him to steal. Where are you going to steal it from? So that is the thing. Buhari was not in charge. And Buhari gives you a portfolio, you go and do what you want to do with it. That is not governance. People do not do what they are expected. They do what they are inspected. You have to inspect them. You don't just give people a job and say, go and do it. Buhari does not even know the portfolio he gave out. Yeah, I don't think he even knows how many ministers he has. That was how lost he was. I'm not telling you what I saw. I am telling you from people around him when he was in government. It was a pathetic moment for Nigeria. Whether we want to see
a little bit of hyperbole too.
No, it wasn't a hyperbole, because if you look at the key indicators, is it the economy? What are you going to rate him on? Is it the health? Is it the education? Where are you going to rate Buhari from? You understand what I'm saying? So that's my point. It's not like I am trying to knock on him.
But
I believe that we had
like
better
Joel,
candidates.
right now, if you talk to ordinary Nigerians, they would say Buhari was better economically for Nigeria than Tinubu is, and that is because of the evidence that they have seen with their eyes.
See, my brother. See, the thing is that both of them are disasters. The problem now is which one is the bigger disaster? So right now,
I'm not really sure of that. See where I'm going with this is that Tinubu has a plan too, and it's probably too early for us to judge Tinubu, isn't it?
No. See, my brother. See, let me tell you something. The reason why we are holding Tinubu down is just simple. There has been a lot of policy somersaults. Whenever you have policies,
policy somersault as in from the last APC government to this one continuously, or just the Tinubu government?
His own. No, leave Buhari aside. Leave Buhari. In Tinubu's government, it had been a lot of policy somersaults. Unless you have been following. You put up a rule, the next day it is shut down. I mean, the last one was the telecom charge for NSAs, right? And what happened? The following day, 2 days, when they waited for him to come back, and he said, "No, that one will not." That is policy somersault. It is not one. It is
most
not
of
two.
It is around taxation and things like that. Now, that is just one area out of a lot of other areas, isn't it?
My brother, see, we seem to forget who Tinubu was. Tinubu did not build one company when he was in a Lagos State governor. Tinubu does not run a company, a productive company. Tinubu runs a tax company.
Are you predicting doom for Nigeria, Mr. Joel?
You say?
Are you predicting doom for Nigeria?
No. I am not predicting doom. But the taste of the pudding is in the eating. It's in the eating. What
I
are
don't
we
see
saying?
it like that. Actually,
I know you might
let's
not.
give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh well, we've been giving them the benefit of the doubt, and we keep running ourselves into a hole. Look, bro, let me tell you something.
What is the alternative?
The alternative is this, right? We have to start rewarding those. Hold on now. No, P2B has always been a better option. But I want to say this. In terms of if P2B goes in there, hold on. It's not about P2B. We're talking about governance in general. And take away P2B from the equation. Is there anything that I'm saying here that is wrong? If Buhari did anything better than what I just said, you tell me. If Tinubu had done anything better than what I just said, you tell me. It's an open secret. So what I am going by is what I am seeing. Look, let me tell you, when I knew that this government was going to be bad, right, was when they came into government and they started buying those jeeps. I knew that the priority was off immediately. Because you see, let me tell you, see, it will never take us anywhere. It will never take us anywhere when we come into a situation and our first thing is to spend our money on luxury. You talk about the boats, you talk about the jeeps, now you have the Hajj. Do you think it's going to stop? No. These are interests, these are Draculas within our economy. And their sole purpose all along has always been to come in and get what they want and move out. It is not about the people. So I am still waiting for that person that I know that we look at the people and focus on the people.
Some of us are waiting and we'll be going to sleep. Tomorrow is Monday.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Obeni, you're not a man of honor. You don't. Yesterday, I listened to you and I was so disappointed. But it's okay.
When you say somebody is not a man of honor, don't you think that is
it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Well, it's a joke. But don't take it too personal.
No, that's not a good joke on a.
Well, it might not be a good joke, but I mean, there's some truth in it as well.
It's not a good joke. You know, we all have different upbringing and backgrounds, but we should try and be moderate and learn how to talk in the public. You don't I know.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know how to talk in public when it comes to people like you.
You know it because you are talking in the public. Please.
No. Look. See, I'm talking to a special.
You said he's not a man of honor.
I know. No, you're not. No, but you're not one. You're not one because whenever you see truth, and you call it lies. Whenever you see lies and you call it truth, it means that you're not a person of honor. I listened to you yesterday. You were just talking about Obi, but you have no single reason why you hated Obi. There's nothing that you said that had anything to do with Obi. But you were just like hating on him. There's not one thing that you can say about him. It means that you're not a man of honor. You're not. So don't come here and make me feel like I am saying anything wrong.
Is that what you train your children? How did you talk?
It does not matter how I train my children. When you see them, you will know.
Training.
That is okay.
Bad training.
It's okay. The one that trained you trained a bad one as well.
Man of honor?
No, the one that trained you, that made you to just see someone and you just blanketly just condemn the person without no reason. He did a bad job.
And Buhari today, do you see anybody agitating? Do you see very decent conversation that last guy had with you? Does that
you came in with your thin skin, and I had to respond to you.
In the public, please. If you're bringing it so rough, then it doesn't mean you should bring it to the public.
No, I mean, your own upbringing was so light that you have to come in here and you just have to stand in and you just have to interrupt me to tell my time is up.
Okay, guys, there's no need to go further.
No, you're just being silly. Come on, just cut it.
No, it's just down, guys. There's no need to be
Obeni.
There's no point.
No, you're a
There's no point being
Italian bail lawyer. I understand, but you don't have to. You don't
can
have to
call
come
me
here to talk
anything,
nonsense.
but that speaks to your upbringing, your
hello,
delinquency.
guys.
I know. That's my upbringing. I
And
tell
that should
people
be
the truth.
corrected.
Now
How
you
can
can
you
go
be
to sleep
using
if you
such a
want to.
kindergarten
Shut the
language
fuck
here?
up.
There's no. Come on, guys. There's no need to be personal. Let's just settle down. We are just,
That's
how many of
very
us are on
stupid
this
of
one?
you.
We are just three of me, four
How
of
can
us
you
right
say
now. It doesn't
You
seem
want to go to
I'm
Thomas
sleep?
is
a
I
even
take.
honor?
available.
Please don't
There's
interrupt me
no
when I'm
need
Just
to
talking,
because I
Obeni.
told
There's
Thomas
no
that
need.
we
Don't
need
interrupt me
our
when I
time
am
too.
talking, or you're going to get it. Period.
Okay,
You're
okay,
not. I
Joel.
said it yesterday,
Joel,
and I said
Joel,
it
this
today.
guy.
I just
Joel,
told it to
Did
your
I join
face.
any you with you yesterday? I was
Yes,
conversing with uptown
because
trout.
I could not
I
come
didn't
in.
abuse
I
you.
typed it.
I've
I
never been
typed it.
disrespectful
So
to
it's not
you.
like I'm saying.
So why do you look
I
at me
just
and
told you to your face what
all
I
because
typed
what I'm saying
yesterday.
doesn't resonate
You're
with
not a
you?
man of honor, Obeni. You're not a
You are
truthful
very
person,
stupid to say
and I'm
that
telling you to
on
your
this global
face.
platform. You are very stupid to say that.
I
You're
know
using
I am stupid to
delinquency
say
to
that,
work
but
on
I'm
it.
just telling you the fact that you are not a man of
And I say
honor.
you are very
You're not a
stupid to say
truthful
that.
person.
You are a
Come on, guys. Why
stupid
are we getting so personal? Why are we getting so personal? Why?
You are
Why?
getting
Why?
it.
Why? What is the point of this? Of
Just
what
because I come
example
and
are
say
we
I'm a
showing
man of
to
no honor.
younger ones?
Why? Because I call on General Thomas the way
Ogbeni,
into timing you are
settle down.
using here.
Settle down. Settle down. Settle down.
Let me say this, please,
What kind
guys.
of
Let me
approach
say
is
this.
that?
Joel, that what is a bit is a bit is uncalled for. No, we can't say that. You know. Well, let's just moderate. Let's moderate it. Yeah, you can still say something else. You can say it to someone that it's not every time things. You understand what I mean, Joel? So
It's
let's
okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thomas,
let's
he
just
said he wanted to go sleep. Let him go. Let him take over. Let him talk. That's what I mean.
but
Then
No,
he says he want to go to sleep.
no, don't twist it.
Joel,
What I asked
Joel,
General Thomas to do is to coordinate and ensure that we use our time too. And that is what this platform
That
is
is what I
for.
just said. That you should
If
go
you are
ahead
not
and talk
okay
and
with that,
contribute. That's what I
if you are
just
not
said.
okay with that, you have to abide by the rules of the platform.
I
You are not the
have
only
not said
person here.
so. I just said you should go ahead and talk. You wanted to talk, right? You talk.
No, let General Thomas direct it. You are not the one to direct anybody here, please.
yeah,
Is that your problem?
yeah,
Oh, is
yeah,
that your
yeah.
problem? Oh, me saying it.
I
Please
No,
don't
no,
go
have
no,
go
any
no.
go
That
problem.
go go
that's
go
I
go
don't
enough.
have
suck
any
some
problem
booby,
with you.
man.
But once the way you
Thomas,
talk, work on your
introduce the moron.
upbringing.
Let him talk.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Let's move on. Joe, one more topic, then I will go to the rest of the year. Yes. No, let's just manage it, please.
All right,
Guys,
no
please.
problem. No problem.
Yes,
We can move
yes.
forward. We can move forward.
Yeah. Let me one more topic, Joe, before we move on. Yeah. Only the pathway for Peter Obi prospered is to return to PDP. Oshutoku said this to him. You remember Oshutoku now?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so he said the only pathway for Peter Obi is to come back to PDP. So what do you think?
I do not think so. I think I have a different view on that.
Yeah,
And my
Joy, give it
view
to us. Yeah.
is say
I said give it to us. Let's hear it.
okay. My view is I'd rather go for a merger. With a merger comes a better respect. Going back to the PDP, for me, does not really sound good. If they were calling for a merger, going back to the PDP means that you may shut off a lot of people, especially some independents that voted Obi because they were tired of APC and PDP. But if you are talking about a merger, it gives them a better understanding that they are coming into an alliance, where they will be respected, where each other's views will be respected. I mean, we have done everything we have done in our different ways. It did not work. Now we are coming together to work together. So certain things has to go down. It has to be. There has to be some jaw, not just saying, "Oh, we go back to PDP." I do not subscribe to that. Is that going to give him a better outlook? Of course, yes. It's going to give him a better outlook.
But Joe, before the election, if you remember, I always said it's only PDP and APC can be president in Nigeria. We know Peter Obi is not going to be any president if it's not in these two big parties. Don't you think?
No,
So?
that's what I'm saying. See, I do not think that you can be a president outside of these two parties, right? But what I do think that even if you're coming from the outside, right, and you feel like you want to disrupt, like Peter Obi did, right, you have to come in with a measure. I always believe in the word measure. With a word measure, is a whole lot of conversation that must have taken place. And the people that you're merging with, you know what the ideology is like. Now, if you're coming with the obedience and you want to talk to the obedience, they have a different philosophy. So at what point, do you try to separate, the shenanigans in PDP and from the obedience? Right? So these are the things that you have to look at. You have to judge. Thank God, what is his name? Abure, who is the chairman, has also said there's nothing wrong in them talking together. They can go do a measure. A measure wouldn't be a bad idea.
But Joe, but Labour Party will never merge with any party. It's not possible.
Why?
Labour Party is Labour Party is the party on this. It's one of the oldest party in that country. They will never merge with anybody. They can't change that name. They will never change that name, Labour Party.
Look, let me tell you this. You see, I don't like the word never. In a conversation, I believe that whatever we see in life is what we made it to be. There is nothing like, certain things we come out and say, this is the first, this is the first, this is the first. Before that, what was going on? A lot of people have many doubts. Oh, it cannot happen. Oh, Obama to be the president of America, it cannot happen. There are many people that say things like that, but it happened. And why did it happen? Because the people decided it's going to happen. So I do not always want to think. If you talk about the Labour, what is so thick about the Labour Party? Is it that they have a different an ideology that that no one else has? No. That is not the issue. I think that in order for you to move far in life, you have to be a little bit flexible. And flexible in the name, flexible in title, flexible in actions. So it's a whole lot of things you can do if you're flexible. And I believe.
So you don't agree with Peter Obi going to PDP? That means you don't want him to be the president.
No, I do not. I do not want him. I do not want him to go back. See, let me tell you, Jen Thomas. If Peter Obi goes back to PDP, my brother, the PDP has a lot of. Wiki will come back, right? And they will start all this. I am for this. No. That is why I said, PDP, Atiku, you as the leader, clean your house up. Obi, clean your house up. Then you guys come together and merge. If you merge, then you guys can now talk about how you guys are going to share offices where you succeed. But saying just go back to PDP.
Obi once called PDP as a party of criminality. So him going back to his vomit now. You see the where he has conflict.
That is where exactly Adewale, you that is my point, right? Because in the course of politics,
he has no option. It's going back. It's going back in. He has no option.
If you say, I do not think he has.
Did you watch the interview of Akin Chitoku on Rice TV?
I saw the interview. I did not.
He actually said his only option is invitation only to be the presidential candidate, not just going back, but being invited to be their flag bearer. So, and him saying that, as a matter of fact, he made a statement that I was a little bit disturbed when he said, "This is not just about Obi; it's about Southeast." So, does that mean that he's backing up from the person that he supported to become the president? Because his analysis based on that interview alone shown that the path to Obi to presidency is completely out of the equation. But in some instances whereby somehow, the PDP found him very credible enough to feature him as their flag bearer, and that is the only path to presidency. So when he said that, I wasn't shocked, but I think it's just a reality hitting people like Ahmed Shitoko in the face. That look, no matter where you push it, his only path is going back to PDP, and I believe Obi is going to be wrestling with that idea in his mind. Because the people like you that actually stood with him, now seeing him, watching him going back to his vomit, to his old family, for a party that has been called a party of criminality, it's like saying I'm going back to my vomit.
Adewale, do you know what Joel is trying to do? He doesn't want the obedient to trash Obi because you know the support will be drastically go down. You know that. So he's trying
I
to
don't have issue
advise
with
him.
Joel of Nazi. People like Ekene is the one that I'm worried about because Ekene fanatically supported Obi as if he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. The likes of Joe of Nashville with that one, but that one is just one thing and one thing only: make Igbo man the president. But when you now have a cast-carrying member who supported the party simply because his kinsman, is in one political party, that is what worries me. So that means the likes of Ekene who, decided to go with Obi to PDP. I mean, Obi has no choice than to go to PDP, and that is if PDP is willing to give him that ticket. And I don't see that happen. I do not see that.
No, but Adewale, you made a huge point. But I will say this: PDP, as it stands right now, PDP has been so battered. The name of the game for politicians is to win the election, to be in power, and them not being in power has been a lot of problems. Now, if we are going to go, if let's say Obi goes back to PDP, right? Obi is going to lose many obedience, but for someone like me, right? Would I still vote him if he goes to PDP? Yes, because it is Obi.
Because he's your tribal man, Abi.
No. It's not because it's tribal.
It is that Joel. Come on now, Joel. We are not that. No, Joel. No. Wait, Joel. You can deceive everybody on this platform. You can't deceive. We are not daft now. It's because it's your clansman.
No, and Thomas, you're
there's nothing bad
getting it
in
wrong.
that. There is nothing bad in that.
No,
that's not a crime.
Thomas, in the 2020, is it 2019 election or 2020 election? Do you know who I supported? Which thank God that things turned out the way it did. What's his name again? This Yoruba guy. Hi, what is his name again? This young guy, one of those guys that came out with the Kings of the Mohalos, and what is his name again? There's this young Yoruba guy. No, not sure. No, I never supported.
I remember that guy. D Kiniko, I forgot his name now.
You know the guy I'm talking about.
Some guy like this.
One handsome guy like that.
Yes.
Is it Durotimi or something?
Durotimi.
Durotimi, exactly. That was my guy, right? You see, the thing there is that it's based on what people have done and what they say, right? And prior to that time, I really supported Durotimi because of what he was saying, right? But after the election, I started rethinking, and I said, okay, after the election, this guy just went hiding. The guy just bonus, like nothing, we are not hearing from him, nothing. He's not saying anything. So that brought me to my knees, and I said, look, I referred to what my ex-girlfriend used to tell me those days. They say, he that cannot be faithful in little cannot be faithful in abundance. And this word she told me has been over 24 years now, but it still resonates, right? If I have not seen you do it practically, I don't think I should give you all of that support. I have seen Obi do it, and I've always said it on this show, that's my problem with Showore, right? I said, Showore, at least go and veer for a house member. Even if federal is too much, do state, or you do governorship. Let us see what you can do on a little scale.
I can test. You should test his strength.
Test his strength. Let us see what. I mean, it's not really about. Testing his strength. Because you need the strength to get into power. But what you can do, as a person when you get into power, because you see, power and money changes a human being. You never know a human being until you give them power and money. So when you have that power, when you have that money, what are you going to do with it? What will be your demeanor? Are you going to be a snob? Are you going to actually do the job, or are you going to get lost in such affluence? That is the thing. And that is the reason why I always, in whatever I do, I always tilt back now to Peter Obi, because when I look at it, he was in the midst of abundance. And no matter how we look at it, if you listen to this guy that was talking about the not being rich and all that, he made mention of it. Our governors does not save. They do not save. They do not see it as a responsibility.
I remember that name, Ghana. Fela Durotoye. Yes.
Yeah, Durotoye. Yeah. You feel that Durotoye. Do you understand what I'm saying? They do not see, like the guy said, they do not see themselves as part of the economic growth of Nigeria. They just take the money and they feel like, this is my money, I'll do anything I want with it. I want to do with it. No. It has to be within the same growth plan of the government. And that's one thing I am against Tinubu. One thing that made me to be against him was when he got that surplus, you shouldn't have given it to the states. You shouldn't have given it to the states. I do not care if you have.
It's for the beneficiary of the state, of the people, isn't it?
No. See, my brother. See, see, the intentions might be good, but when you look at the outcome, the productivity out of such exercise, you will find out that these governors will not do anything. I rather him take those monies, or in fact, you know what? Divide it. Whatever he's giving them today, divide it into two, give it to them. Take the other half and do and have like a national program. If it's a transportation program, invest heavily in it. If you're going to invest in power, if you're going to invest in agriculture, use that money. Let us see it. I believe people would have been running after Tinubu by now. Giving those monies to those state governments was the biggest mistake. And we have seen what they've done with it. Can you imagine? Enigmatic will come here and say, Soludo this, Soludo that. Can you imagine? This guy, the Labour guy was talking. And what did he say? He said that in a meeting, when they were having a meeting for how to increase the minimum wage, Soludo was the one attacking other governors who were saying that they were going to pay the minimum wage, because he wasn't even paying the old one. These are the kind of people. And when you look at the fact account, Anambra State was one of those people that got one of the highest amounts. I think about 70 or 80% increase in what they were getting. About this third or fourth state that got one of the highest amounts. Yet he cannot pay those salaries. That is to tell you the kind of people we have in governance. So, well, Thomas, I think I've been here a little bit. Let people like Obeni talk. I think they want to talk. Let us continue the conversation, and I will chip in when I have to.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can stay with us as long as and you can interject as well. Yeah, let's go to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, how are you?
General Thomas, I'm very okay.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Thank
no
you.
vex, my brother. Jebure,
No.
Jebure, I will look baby.
My brother.
Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. Let's go to the
Yeah, I
politics.
will.
Yeah.
It is what
Let
it
me kick
is.
it off with you. Yeah. What are you looking in the news before I take you to the news? What are you looking in the news today? Let's kick it off with that.
Well, let me say first and foremost, I couldn't speak on this 90 billion what I can call subsidy or so. The 90 billion the present government spent on this ad, and I've heard so much noise about it. And I heard people heaping the blame on, oh, Tinubu, why will he pay 90 billion on this and that? You know? And the first question I always ask people is this: what is your understanding of this money they paid? Do you think this money is something that the president just dip their hands in the treasury and they just bring out anyhow money and then they dash out? The answer is a big no. Many times I realize that people that criticize now in Nigeria, many of them are ignorant of what your legal system looks like. They are ignorant of what your constitution looks like. Some of them pick their news from Instagram, Twitter, and all this space, and they just want to be heard. So, unfortunately, they speak to validate the narrative of gullible ones too, who will pick it and run with it. That which I've said yesterday, and I've always been saying, that has come to stay among us. We will continue to live by it. Now, what's my point on what is the point I'm trying to make? My point is this: your laws in Nigeria establish what you call National Hajj Commission. That commission has not been scrapped as we are speaking now. So the question I keep asking people is, what do you think they do in that commission? That commission has a budget. That commission you see has a budget. What has your National Assembly done about that commission? And don't forget that commission was established by an act of National Assembly anyway. There's a National Hajj Commission of Nigeria Act, NACON. I know where their office is in around that Wuse to my Tama.
I'm just hearing this for the first time.
There is National Hajj. You can just look for it. Maybe Google, or if you pick any Nigerian diary, that's Nigerian diary, you see all the approved commissions there. And these are part of what Oronsonye, report says they are unnecessary. Put them under Ministry of Interior if they have to exist at all. Let them just be one desk somewhere. But the point is, it is established under your laws of Federation of Nigeria. They have budgets and they do all these activities. So when we pick things, the way, particularly the obedience space, which I'll continue to still mention that obedience space. I know it agitates them a lot when you bring all this fat up. They get agitated. But one thing that baffles me about them, or not baffles me, that worries me a bit about them is that, when they peddle their own narrative and use their choice of words, their own diction, people, react. But when you pick your own, they get too agitated. For instance, Uptown that I was engaging yesterday, if you go to Uptown Twitter page, I don't know if you've ever been there before. His Twitter page is Uptown of Lagos. He kept calling the Tinubu supporter Bati Diots. He will call them the Ronus. He will tell them Tinubu raised rascals in the southwest and all sort of words.
That has always been the trademark of Obido. Even up to their brother in Arashi. He's something else on TV. He's something else on Twitter. I'm talking about Rufio. So that's always been the trademark.
I agree. But whenever you find Uptown on this platform, he try to behave well, like the gentleman, and engage you. And then, if you now use something, say, look at them, look at the word they are using against him. But he can quickly run to the Twitter to go and be using all those words. I don't have anything personally against him. I'm just exposing the hypocrisy underlining these so-called obedience movements. Now, I'll be back on this national heart thing. You see these religious elements, which some people will choose to call primordial, divide or approach to things, has been with us for decades. It's not today. So when you see them pointing it and I just tell them, are you new in Nigeria space? When Akpabio was spending about 40, 50 something billion, how much from Akwa Ibom State, about probably on that is Basilica Church, or what did he even call? He built in Akwa Ibom, almost 40 something billion. Where were they? Were people complaining? And some people, I think some northerners then complained that how can you in a state where they said they should shut up and just stay in their space? After all, if you go to Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, and others, they also spend billions building mosques. State government will be using money, public money to build mosques. So when has the approach just changed all of a sudden, and it now became 90 billion. We would rather sit our hearts down, and we want our country to work. Scrap the commissions we have to scrap. Go back to National Assembly and repeal some laws. We have opposition parties there. Why are they not raising all these issues? When last did you hear from maybe Labour senator or rep? And they are selling another one to us, and they still want us to believe, oh, this man is the best ever made. You see, and there was a question I think Joel of Lanchere asked, and I said, oh, where is Tinubu's companies? I just laughed where I was, because Tinubu's companies and corporate entities are everywhere in Lagos. It's everywhere you can find them. The Nation is there. The Nation newspaper is owned by him. TVC is owned by him. Oriental Hotel is owned by him. First Nation Airline, and all these things are there.
No, I bet they said that he doesn't own Oriental, right? Have you forgotten? But they say he doesn't own Oriental now.
He didn't say so. He said he doesn't own Lekki Tollgate. That's what he told them back then. I don't know if that was
No, he said he doesn't own Oriental. He said this was a refuge camp. That he foresee that something could be done in that area, and he approached I think it was is it Shagori or something like that, and they ended up building an hotel there. No, he didn't hold a Oriental because that was the reason why those unscrupulous kids
wanted to work. They wanted to burn it down.
Anything that is associated to Tinubu. So yeah, you can imagine, those kids then that wanted to go and burn anything that is about Tinubu. It's a shame. It's a shame. And they have all these people that are backing them financially, backing them, giving them this assurance that they are doing the right.
They are following their Lord now.
You can't use evil to correct evil. It's never done. It's never done. Unfortunately, people almost lost their lives during that.
Tell them to go and do it now. Yeah.
Continue.
So that's my point. My point is that, let's say he even denied Oriental Hotel. I've not heard him deny TVC. I've not heard him deny Nation. I've not heard him deny First Nation Airline and others. So when people now say you jump on a global platform like this and you say, oh, where are Tinubu's companies? Where are Tinubu? What does he do at all? No, it's only for politics. He make money, and then these are incorrect narratives that only uninformed would pick and run with.
Obeni, if I would just say something, I would just be quick.
Okay. That's fine.
The issue there is this, right? Tinubu did not have all these companies prior to becoming governor. TVC was not in existence prior to him becoming governor. Or even the Nation newspaper. I cannot even remember Nation newspaper being there prior to him becoming, and even if it was there prior to him becoming governor, he wasn't maybe the major shareholder, or so probably he went in and bought up the stock and became the owner of the place. So that is my point. Tinubu does not have any company that we can say, right, really empower the people right? Prior to him becoming the governor of Lagos State. All these things you're mentioning was after he became governor. Now, what he did with the money after he became governor is his prerogative. The businesses he owns now, the toll gates he owns today, right? That is his personal prerogative. No, I'm not knocking him on that.
Joel,
But let us just put the
Joel,
facts straight. When you say we are uninformed, I just want to say
Joel.
that it's not just true.
I'm not holding brief for Tinubu, but there's something we must not do. You know what forms some of our public discussions sometimes stem from this information. We've already formed an opinion about anything, as long as the subject matter is not our favorite. That is usually where our public discussions direction usually tilts towards. You know, before you can become a governor of any state in Nigeria, whether in 1999, 2023, up to this moment, you can't tell me that a pauper, a wretched person, has ever been voted into that office. Most likely is an elite with the backing of the deep pocket people. Tinubu, before he became governor of Lagos State, I'm not holding brief. I just want us to, put this on the table. It was not. It was a big boy. Let me put it that way. For you to be, rubbing shoulder with the likes of MKO, being in his camp, doing, politically well at that time in 1990s, means you are not just. I mean, for you to even having the guts to take a leave of absence from a company that anybody will kill to work for, shows and means that you are not just a small boy by any means. So somebody who has gone to the public office decided to establish a media houses or decided to establish or invest his own money, he will now be seen in the light of being corrupted. And that's what the trend that I've noticed in the country. And we should not, we should jettison that idea because not everybody that has gone into public office are corrupt. Like, give me an example. Why haven't people attacked the likes of
Adewale, we can barely hear you. There's a scramble. Yeah, yes. There's a noise, background noise when you're speaking. You can go out and come back in.
No, it be like say the phone is in pocket.
Yeah. Let me go back.
I'm using Bluetooth. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to Bluetooth. Yeah, let me take you to the topics.
Right.
Okay. So
yeah, let me
okay, Obeni, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but even on this topic, the question I keep asking is this. TVC, all these companies that are attributed to Tinubu, even though he claimed not to own some, maybe for political reason, but the narrative is there that he owns them. The question I like asking Obedient is, apart from Next, which company do you tell me Obi owns? I keep asking it. I asked one of my friends, Obi is talking about consumption to production. What does he produce in Nigeria? Give me one product that you can say this is what Obi produces. We know what Dangote produces in Nigeria. It has salt. It has a lot of things.
It produces something now. It produces importation.
We know what Oyema Alex. We know what Inosin and others produce in Nigeria. So for a man that want to take you from consumption to production, what does he produce? I ask the question. But they will not answer you.
Obeni, I will answer you.
Obeni, abuse you. Okay, what does he produce, please?
Obeni, see. You know this. You know this.
Come on now. No. Hold on. See. What does he produce?
Hold on now.
No, Joel, no. I would not know.
We have discussed this in the past, right?
No.
But you know that everybody has a different business model. That's my point, right? Everybody has a different business model.
Joel. What does he produce? Just answer. Give me the product. Just give us the product.
Look. He could be services. He could be providing services.
No.
See. Obeni, you know what I'm talking about, right?
know
No. Do you
what Obi
produce anything,
does
Obeni?
is an importer.
Obeni,
He imports
hold
foreign
on.
goods,
Obeni, let me
stock
ask
them
you
in
now.
one store and sell. Is that
Obeni,
the
do
production?
you produce anything, Obeni?
I have a farm.
Okay, that's
It's
you
in
having a farm.
Nasarawa.
But the main thing that you do, you provide services, right? So
No,
I'm not going to
I
knock
don't
on you.
provide services. I provide food.
Food, no, now, but you're a
Yes.
lawyer now.
I said I have farm.
I know, but I said but you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I
Before,
provide services too.
were you a
Legal
farmer
advice.
before you? Were you a farmer
I've
before you
always
became?
been a farmer before going to school. But yes, I agree with you. As a lawyer, I provide services.
Oh, okay. I mean that is you. Not every. What I'm just saying is that some people have different business model. Some people provide services. Some people are into the production line. You can't just tell someone to go to do something, but that does not mean
So what
that does not
service does
mean
Obi?
that you do
What
not
service does
really
Obi
know.
provide? What service does Obi provide?
Products, no, not even service.
No, let
Products.
him. He says service now. So let's ask him what service
The
does he
service
Yes.
Obi provide is this, right?
Yes.
When he eventually in the business of importation,
Yes.
right? It's a service that he's providing to whoever that he's supplying those products to. It's a service,
He
right?
sells
That's my
those
point. So
products.
you said what now?
He sells those products.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. A salesperson is also providing service. That's my point.
So
And the thing there is this, right?
Obi is simply in the business of sale of imported goods, which is not good for our economy.
Why would you say it's not good?
Look at somebody like Dangote. He's producing locally made things for us. He's growing Nigerian naira. Whoever is importing is killing your naira.
Obeni, do you think? Obeni, let me ask you this thing. Just let us, in all sincerity, just all beef aside, do you think without government that Dangote would have succeeded?
So you think without government, Peter Obi also would have succeeded in his importation days?
That is his personal business. I'm talking about
And that's Dangote personal
we don't
business
have.
too now.
No, now see, we don't have a P2B does not have a business where the government is giving him money or giving him monopoly.
So what do you mean by monopoly?
Dangote enjoyed monopoly in our country for years, for decades.
I agree with you because he can play along with the government. Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree
that is my point. That is my point. So if only Dangote for 200
that does
million
not
people.
answer the question of what does Obi produce.
I told you that he provides services.
No,
His
we don't want
business model
service.
is
We want
different.
products. Product. We want products.
He's
One
selling
product.
No, you can't say you can't.
product.
Everybody cannot produce product. If everybody produce product,
Okay,
then that means there's going to be a cloth.
Joel of that.
Go ahead.
Let me ask the question this way, and it's a yes or no question or answer.
We know they cut through. We know they cut
I
through.
agree. But you will agree with me that Obi does not have any local product he produces in Nigeria.
Nothing.
No, you agree with me, right?
It's possible. Yes, it's possible.
Is it possible or it doesn't?
It doesn't.
It's possible because Obi is deep. I mean, until 3 days ago, I didn't know he was a member of the FDIC, chartered banker. I didn't know. So you never can say, you never can tell. But for now, let's just admit that he is just providing services.
Joel, it is true. After all, he stacked billions in Panama, and he didn't tell us until they brought it out for us in Pandora. But my issue is that if you want to move a nation from consumption to production, you are talking first.
Be an example.
Yes, a good exemplar. Not that you are one of the heaviest importer in Nigeria and you are there shouting consumption to production. And Obi still have time. Even today now, you can start a company like Inozin and others or buy shares in those companies to promote them. Inozin is there. Inozin is still struggling. Go and buy share there. Not to just be patronizing them like he went to Alex Otti and told them, be patronizing Inozin. That is not enough. If you really want to show that you are in Nigeria, you want to take off a concern to production, Start something, even if it's a pin. Let it be made in Nigeria by Obi, this pin. Even if it's matches. Oh, this is what Obi is producing. Even if it is cap. Those guys in Aba that are producing leather bag, that are producing leather shoes and others, go and establish companies for them, support them, buy shares in their company. This is what Elon Musk do in the US. All Elon Musk products that you see, they don't really belong to Elon Musk. You come and pitch your product, Elon Musk buy shares into it and finance you. Tesla was not owned by Elon Musk originally, PayPal and all those things, but he will finance it and then make it made in the US. And with time, they become a pride of a nation to the extent that now Tesla or Elon Musk personify America, because any product they see, they go outside there to defend this product. But what exactly is Obi producing that is adding to our economy? None, than importing foreign goods to Nigeria.
But Obedi, I wanted to ask you a question, right?
Okay.
Does Dangote actually produce those rice, or does he import them
He
and get
does.
them rebagged?
He does produce and then supplements by importation. Let me give you an instance. He's producing his
Okay.
own cement. He doesn't import your cement. But the chemical, he has his own limestone mining leases everywhere around in Nigeria. And you can all see them, Opela everywhere, Bajana and others. He's extracting, he's excavating from there. But the chemicals are not produced in Nigeria. He has to bring his chemical in to do that. His noodles is producing his thing here and is packaging it in Nigeria. But there are some
Salt. Many
his
produce
salt.
is packaged in Nigeria. Yeah.
He has so many of his produce. Even his tomato paste, I think I'll stop it now. His tomato paste, at a point in time, they said he was mopping up all tomatoes in the Nigerian market. So tomato became so expensive.
Expensive.
And when people shouted, I think he has stopped it now. He stepped it down because what he's producing is not even enough for Nigerian consumption. And that's why he now import. And I agree with you, yes, because he find his men in the government, they will give him chance to monopolize all these businesses, which boost his economy. I don't have any problem. I have problem with that, but I agree with you. We're on the same page on that. But it is not about Dangote now, because we know there are products we can ascribe to Dangote. As far as I'm concerned, Dangote is growing Nigerian naira. Hate him or like him, Dangote is one of a major figure in Nigeria that
I
if
don't hate him, my brother. I don't hate him. I mean,
uh,
if he just had the opportunity, but what I just think is this, right? If those markets were well liberalized, more people would have gone into that business, and more people would have been well better off. The price
I agree.
control system would have been better, right? With much people having more competition. So it's like he brings it in and he says, "This is what I'm going to sell," and that's what he sells. So I'm just saying that, right? Dangote, I've always said it here. Dangote is not a good example for any person trying to go into any entrepreneurship, because he has the total backing of government. If we are
Yes,
talking about people, there are people on the streets that does not have those opportunity, and those people are far more in number. And we have more people in that. We have more people in Nigeria that would have even revitalized that sector, make it even better, and at the same time, we get a better pricing for those products. But today, we just go by the price. If Dangote does not sell cement, everybody is down. So, I mean,
yes,
I have my own observations when it
yes,
comes to Dangote as an
Jewel,
example, though.
I agree with you that Dangote will be a very bad example of that. But at the same time, you always agree with me that Obi is a worst example of somebody who has produced, because he has never produced any. Dangote, in terms of that, is still better. He has a product. Obi even doesn't have any that is producing to your economy. But it's that same Obi today, if he tells you how you're going to produce, you will jump on it. But he has no experience in that
No,
field. He doesn't have none.
see, Obeni, see, let me tell you. You see, when it comes to one of the reasons why we follow Obi, you see, you don't need to necessarily be a producer and to have a production initiative. That is a wrong. That's a wrong premise. See, let me tell you this: innocent that you're talking about, innocent that we all praise today, right? The people that gave the people that lifted them up, that gave them that first huge start, was Obi. I am not even talking about. I'm talking about Chikasen, Chikasen Oil. What about this cable? This cable company. It's a lot of companies. If you are under when Obi was governor, any company that was producing, Obi will make sure that he makes the environment suitable for you. Like the road that leads to your factory, he must add out those roads as long as you are producing. So there are many things Obi did as a governor, right? That today we celebrate innocent today. When you look back, it was Obi that really gave him his first major. You go and ask him. He says in an interview, right? So that's the point. So you don't need to be a producer to actually, come up with a production initiative. I think that's
Okay.
the wrong. That's a wrong.
Yes, I agree with you, Joel, but you also agree with me that somebody who is a producer will know it better than somebody who is not a producer at all. For instance, if you bring Innocent, for instance, to be your, let's say, director general of automobile something commission in Nigeria, he will perform and understand that industry better than when you bring Obi, who has never been CEO of any production line before in his life. It is a natural truth, except we just want to run away from it. And another area I want you to see is this. Sometimes we look at this Tinubu, there's no kudos for him, is this and that. Why? Because there's a predetermined mind already. Many of you obedient as about Tinubu. So whatever he does, it must score F. Let me give you an instance of what you just mentioned now. And Tinubu has reset that thing now. Monopolizing some businesses in Nigeria. I know that you are aware that Ibeto is having his voice back now, particularly in the field of cement. And Bua is having his voice also back in the field of cement production. And that is what has been causing drop in the price of cement.
You say Ibeto?
Ibeto is having his voice back in cement production.
No, I didn't know he has gone back. I know he was run out of the company.
They ran him out now. Is the Dangote and others that ran him out. From
it was the government. It was government that ran him out. Actually,
yeah,
it wasn't Dangote. But we understand. I get where you're coming from.
Even Bua, because it got to a stage under Buhari that Bua had to fight it dirty with Dangote and went to newspaper and start fighting to just fight the soul of his company. But under this government, you realize that there is more attention to Ibeto and Bua in terms of cement and even oil production. The Tinubu government is encouraging those ones more in order to set competition back to that industry. And if you observe recently, 3 of them have been meeting, talking, and they are bringing. In fact, it was Bua that started it. That I think before June this year is going to slash cement price to half. And by the time he did his first slash, Dangote followed, and they started following like that. These are some pluses in this government that, except you are objective enough and you stand aloof to just look at what are the little gains, you won't see it, So, but that's for that anyway, because I don't even want my engagement these days to always be Obi. Obi is not my president. It was Sherman that came in the other time and said Obi is our president. Maybe I don't know if he can stand in probably, I think maybe she's in America and say Donald Trump is our president today. And she will still think she's just exercising her freedom of speech and say, Joe Biden is not my president, it's not American president, it's Trump that is American president. Maybe she can exercise that. But it is what it is. We come to our own space in Nigeria. We still see it as the village that we left probably 20 years ago, and we always treat it like that. It's fine. I pray one day things we set straight or better in Nigeria. General Thomas is no longer there. I want to ask him what exactly he wants me to say next. Now, I think there's a topic on policy somersaulting, which people believe, look at this
No,
government.
no, it was me, but that was one of the topics, though. It was me that just brought it up about the policies of consulting. But I think I would have loved to. I would have loved you to talk more and talk about the guy. I think is that Madam Shehu? I've forgotten his name. That said, I mean, according to Thomas, that the North is actually richer than the South. So I think that was the other topic.
Well, yes, I remember that one too. And
Mhm.
it sounds very funny to me that the resources the man was looking at is actually indicting to the northern leaders. First and foremost, you are talking of solid mineral. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the federal government. So don't tell me you're using that parameter to tell me that the North is richer than the South. Because if the South, you have to quantify the resources of the South also, then you should say oil and gas belong to the South. If you're telling me that solid mineral is part of what you want to use to determine that the North is rich, and he was even asking of, go to Zamfara, where's our gold now? Where's our diamond? Where is this and that now? Excuse me. Then it means you believe that you people owns those gold and others. So why is it that you don't believe that the Southerners own the oil and gas? Why is it that you don't believe that Bayelsa owns his oil and gas, Rivers owns his own, Anambra owns his own oil and gas, and Ondo State owns his own oil and gas, and even Lagos now is oil producing state? Why is it that when it comes to the South, it belongs to federal government, then the moment you move to the North, it belongs to you?
But Obeni, but you know that's what it has always been now. It has always been like that. All these solid minerals that they've been digging in the North. How do you think that they sell them?
That's the
Do you
issue.
understand what I'm saying?
They don't remit to federal
It's
government.
pathetic.
It's so
You say?
pathetic. And when you now come to the South, you now
Yeah.
be protecting it as it belongs to the federal government.
Everything,
But you
even
come
our
to the
even
other
the VAT from our beer,
it still
you
goes to the
share
federal
it.
government.
You know,
So that's the
so
issue.
I don't know.
But at the same time, I still blame our own leaders too. Let me tell you, and that's why for me, I try as much as possible to look at both sides of the coin. Okay, before Abacha days, or was it under Abacha days, the Sarowiwa and others were fighting on derivation, what do you call it now? Derivation fund or something like that they call it. Meaning that whatever state is oil producing state in Nigeria, there's a percentage of revenue from
They
oil
want
that should be
extra. They want extra.
yes. Under Abacha, they were able to push and get, I think, 3% or 6% before the man left. Under Obasanjo was the one who pushed it to, I think, 13% or something like that for oil producing. And I think that's what they still have now. So it means that if you make $1 million on Nigerian oil today, our revenue after tax and all sorts, direct from the source, every oil producing state shares 13% of it straight from the source. Nobody fight it. Nobody gets from oil producing state must get 13%. And the question I kept asking is, so why is it that we don't put our governors on their toes? If you compare the days when they were collecting nothing, and now they've been collecting 13%, as South, Southeast, Southwest, those oil producing states, have they gone better? Are they faring well, better than others?
No.
All right.
It does
So
not happen.
what's your take on that?
Obeni,
Yeah.
this is the thing. You know, I've always told you guys. The Southeast. Let me talk about the Southeast first. We have the worst set of leaders. I will tell you, for free. You see, yeah, you can blame the federal government all you want.
Except Obi, right?
Obi, no. I mean, I'm excluding Obi and OT. I will exclude someone like Simon Bakwe. I will exclude someone like Chris Ngige. We know the governors that came in and did the yeoman's job. Apart from me, look, who are you talking about? Is it Rochas?
Yes, my
Uh,
governor,
uh,
my governor.
yeah, your governor. Rochas was corrupt. Obeni, you think Tinubu did anything in Lagos? Come to the over now. Come see what Rochas did. He was converting public properties to
Go
family
ahead.
properties.
And he gave you guys statutes.
You understand what I'm saying? No. Obeni, I mean, I'll give him props on that one. Those statues are beautiful. Those statues are beautiful. I know. I'm telling you, Obeni, if you walk inside that environment, right,
Yeah.
and you look at those statues, right, if you go to the one of Awolowo, you would think that Awolowo is actually there talking to you. It is beautiful. I don't have anything against those, right? And if you come into a place like Owerri, you could see what he wanted to do in terms of, opening up the place and all that. But what did he do? He opened up the place and brought in fact, those were not Chinese construction workers. I think those ones are from Kenya or something. Look, those roads, 2 months, give it 2 months, gone. And they will reward the contract. If he gives you, if they give you contract from the source, about 50% of that money is already gone, because you give him his percentage, you give his in-law his percentage, you give family member. By the time you take out all those monies, you have about 50%. So what would you do? You go in there, you do a certain job, and you run away. So we have the worst set of leaders. I don't want to even go to the South. Have you asked yourself the 30%, the NEDC? Is it not the NEDC they were probing and people were talking about? They were telling there was people were saying, off your mic, off your mic, off your mic. Was it not
Yes,
NEDC? My brother, let me tell you something. Those days in Port Harcourt, I stayed there. Those days, I have friends. They'll say, let's go to NEDC headquarters. You see them, they're all line up there. If you go there, a lot of people, what are they looking for? Oh, they give me contract. They give me contract. Once they give them that contract, you will not see them again. Who you go pursue? Who you go ask? Nothing. So those money is being frittered away. So because they know that's how those money is being frittered, those ones that are in the hands of affairs, or at the hands of affairs, are the ones now giving out this money and making a whole lot of money for themselves. So the corruption, the endemic corruption that goes on in NDDC, with the kind of money that's coming into NDDC, I was thinking that they should at least give us one state that looks like Dubai. It's not a bad thing. I mean, it's not. We're not asking too much. Even if it's River State, give us one state that looks like Dubai. No.
I agree.
Go and see the kind of road they're building, Obeni. You will find out. I told them that the kind of roads our leaders are building, right?
Yeah.
How narrow the roads are. You find out that those people that planned those roads did not think that we ever get cars. Probably they thought that we're going to run on camels, because sometimes you see how narrow the roads are, and you find out that they've sold everything from that roadside down down on the outside. So you find out that, look, if you have to expand this road, that means you have to do a whole lot of demolition. Why wasn't it done from the planning phase? So you are 100% right on that one. The South has not done better with what we have gotten, and that is the point. And that is their bragging rights.
Yeah, so I agree. So my point is, we are still making the same mistake. When you see everybody criticizing any government in Nigeria now, your focus is on the federal. Even why I overheard one of us, I think, talking the other time, and said, why would Tinubu give the governors the money? Why would you distribute the money? Why would you disburse that kind of money? Why don't you hold it back, or probably get part of it and give the governors part? You cannot do that, because the Supreme Court has clearly heard that in what's the name of this case? That was when the Amish and others dragged Jonathan to court. The Supreme Court has already heard that you can't have any account outside of your federation account that you have, and whatever you have there, you share. So you can't say you want to have what was this? Jonathan wanted to have no SS crude oil account and say, okay, let us save, because now we're having excess. Then let's keep it somewhere. But because you can't have it, it's an illegal account. You can't run it. So you better put it in the general purse where everybody can see, and you share it. So Nigeria is a complex state. It's not a place where the president just determine things and just no. They take the president to court. Everybody start pushing their things, and eventually they make an order. And I'm so sure the opposition presently, in order to still delegitimate the government, will still be the one that will be saying government is not respect, he has refused to respect the decision of the Supreme Court. So for me, it's a difficult one for Tinubu to hold. How can you hold the money that they have generated and never has seen? But the mistake I said we are still making is this: we don't focus on our governors. There's a platform I belong to recently. Everything now they criticize Lagos, and I ask them, and you want me to be joining you? I'm not from Lagos. I'm from Ekiti. Can you discuss my state and let me tell you and join you? Leave Lagos alone. Lagos for Lagosians and the Lagos state government. I've not finished criticizing and analyzing my own governance within my space. My own governor, what was he doing? Is he not collecting allocation monthly? What has he given to just less than 5 million people in Ekiti? I've not seen any. So, but everything, Lagos, oh, they are demolishing. Lagos, oh, they will kill everybody. Is it the only state in Nigeria? Focus on your governor. Criticize your own governor. When Wike was building all those bridges everywhere around, there was something Wike said. He said, you see the money I'm spending on these states, you see the money I'm spending everywhere. That's why they said, oh, Wike is embezzling money, is this and that. He said, your governors collected the same money too. Ask them, where did they put their home? If you've been to Delta State, one should be weeping for Nigeria. Go to that Warri, go to that Asaba, the capital city. What have they done to that place? Ibori used his own time, Udran used his own time, Okowa, and we have another one now. 8 years each. Done
and
nothing.
they have water around there. They can even make like a mini beach.
They have everything.
Make that place beautiful.
Everything.
My brother.
They said coastal highway is coming their way, and they are now collaborating and be thanking the president for bringing the highway to their way. And I almost wept for this. I said, "What? You have the money to even do? You have the money to even do intra-city train that will move from Port Harcourt to Bayelsa to Akwa to Calabar back to your place within your own region. Train. You have the money. Where is your 13% derivative? All of you. What are you using it for? Where you know?
I mean, they get it. They get it at 8%, and they still get NDDC too.
Yes, and they still get from the federation account again.
That's normal.
Normal allocation. They will still get their normal allocation with all this. But instead of that, you see them building big houses. They are the owner of almost all hotels in Abuja now. Big hotels everywhere. Big hotels, 5-star. Our Nigerian Federal Capital Territory in the whole African, we have the highest numbers of 5-star, 7 stars hotels. Almost all major hotels in Abuja are 5-star, 7 stars now. You enter the place, you don't even know you are within Nigeria. Go and check those who owns them. They are those politicians from South. So when you pick all those things and you do all these things, for me, let's focus more these days on our governors too. Let's look at, I asked somebody on the platform I belong to recently, I said, do you know how much the allocation for your state was last month? If you don't know it, but you know that of Lagos, you are just gullible. Because Lagos is not going to fetch you anything. That is where your root is. That is the governor that is controlling the money that they share from federal for you and your family and your people. Take interest in it first before you now start looking at somebody who is in federal to come and do something that do it or Kotangora from where to where. So that's me, but I'm not saying we shouldn't still be concerned. I love what the obedience are doing, putting Tinubu on his toes, and that is why what they call policy somersaulting, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see it as policy somersaulting. It's only that I will always have issue with obedience, the way they speak from both sides of their mouth. Recently, the Okada riders in Aba, they revolted against, they protested against Alex Oti for increasing their ticket money or something like that. And the next day, they reversed that decision. Do you see any noise anywhere? And they talk about policy somersaulting. That is governance. you are bringing out unpopular policy and they reverse it, then you reverse, you cow in again and look at what you can do again and bring it out. It happens in UK here. When they wanted to be sending asylum seeker to Rwanda, people kick against it. Some people went to court. And the conservatives cannot do anything. They have to withdraw the policy immediately and then look at it again. They roll it out again. Some people went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said you can't do it because they believe that Rwanda is not safe enough and that. They went back to the drop. They withdraw it. They went back to the withdraw. Now they roll the policy out again. That is governance.
I thought they passed the bill already.
Yes, they pass it now. They've now adjusted what the Supreme Court said and pass it again. In fact, I think the first flight has even taken people now to Rwanda.
For real?
I think so. I think
so.
that was
So they really have people.
Ogbeni, they already taking people to Rwanda. Since the time of Boris Johnson now.
Oh, for real?
They stopped that plane. No. They stopped Boris Johnson plane. For where?
What did you say?
The Boris Johnson plane didn't take place. They didn't take off.
It didn't take off.
Never. They stopped it.
I saw them. I saw the video when they were loading them into that ship.
He didn't take off.
It didn't take off. Okay.
He didn't take off.
Okay.
It's just recently that Rishi Sunak was able to achieve one flight has gone. You know.
Okay.
So
actually, my question is this, right? These people that they want to, take back to or transport back to Rwanda, are they held, or are they still walking on the street, or are they locked up somewhere?
They are not walking in the street, too. They are asylum seeker who has applied to seek asylum. Let me give you an instance. Someone crossed through the channel of, let's say, Morocco, find himself to Spain and others, and enter UK. The moment you enter, because you don't have paper to work and do all these things, there's no way you can survive without let the government inform. So they apply to seek asylum to stay here. You see that the asylum application takes a long while in UK. I don't know why. You see, somebody will be on asylum application for 6, 7, 8 years.
Wow.
And they are yet to make decision on it. And why they are yet to make decision on it? You are not meant to travel out to your country. You are not meant to. You can't work. They will be giving you some stipends to survive. Then they will accommodate you in accommodation, pending when your this thing. Now, when I say 6, 7 years, in most cases, when they make your decision, at the first instance, it will be against you. You will appeal. So it is that appeal most time that will bend. You know? So what the government is now saying is this. You see, people has now used this thing to be a dumping ground. They will be working, they will be going everywhere around. Some will even be causing nuisance and co. And because they know that you can't kick them out while waiting for the application. And once you get to the tribunal, it takes time. Then let us find a place to be taking them to, so that it will be a disincentive to those ones that still want to cross the channel.
Okay.
That's the reason.
So are you saying that okay, those people that are on asylum, do they have like a public housing that they give to them, and if they want to reach them at any point in time, they can reach them and get them out of the country? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they have the details, the particulars of where you are staying, your movement, and in most cases they tell you to be reporting in nearest most time police station or some place to come and be signing, sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly. So you can't leave that vicinity. You are signing. Sometimes if they in some of my clients, if they observe that you have left that vicinity, they send message to you immediately. What are you doing? You're supposed to be in Edinburgh. They find you somewhere in London. What are you doing?
Is that regulated?
It's so tight, and it's a police system that you don't just really have your freedom. So and to add salt to the injury now, that's okay. Go and stay in Rwanda while your application is pending. So if at the end of the day the court now say we are not giving you asylum, I've confirmed this thing, is from that Rwanda you will find your way to, they will take you back to your country. If they tell you that you are supposed to stay in UK, they will bring you back.
So they just use it Rwanda as as
a transit platform to
transit.
yes,
Okay.
so that stay there while we are determined, so that you don't start affecting our economy and adding value you don't have to us while you are waiting for your application. And then to let people know that if you cross and you enter, we can immediately send you back to go and stay in Rwanda. So that
But are these people only Africans?
that's a big question you ask. They are majorly Africans.
Majorly Africans. Okay, because Obeni, there's this thing, this worrying clip I normally see about some Muslims, like those extremists,
Yeah.
On the street of London and all that,
Yes. Yeah.
doing stuff. What is the government doing about those people, or is it fait accompli?
For me, I'm tired of. I've been hearing that question over time, and I don't think there's anything that government is really doing about it. I'm telling you. Basically, you see them coming to club. If you see this pro-Palestine protest recently, you will understand that UK is actually sitting on gunpowder.
I'm
That
telling you.
if they don't, they need to have a deep rethinking about their system. If not, they will run into trouble. Because you could see those guys. Those guys are not, in fact, a majority of them are even covering their faces. You're protesting, you are covering your faces. And when the Secretary to State, that woman now, the brave man, addresses person on that, they force the woman to resign because of some said anti-humanitarian law, and then you now force the woman to resign on that basis. So it's so terrible now that they are increasing in population. I won't say Muslim, I will say the Arabs. So the Arabs are increasing in population.
It's very massive.
Yeah, very, very massive. And for me, I think it's a deliberate effort. That's the way I see it. It's a deliberate effort. Populate the place very well, change the demography. When you change the demography, then enter some probably key positions and then find your way through. That's the way I see it, because it's not only African that crosses canal to enter, or all those that are channel, the English channel to enter. When you look at it, right? When you look at UK map, you realize that Africa does not touch UK map or UK land or English channel at all. Okay, when you go back to our map, you see that in between, Africa, up there, you have Morocco, Tunisia, right, and the Algeria. Those are the three, and Libya to an extent. Those are our four major countries on that north. And next to them, the Gibraltar, you have Gibraltar, I think Portugal, Spain.
Sorry, can we pass the mic very soon, because other people want to talk and go.
Oh,
Sorry
that's
to
true.
interrupt.
I think I'm even okay now. General Thomas, thank you for giving me time.
Open the land now,
No, just
and then
finish
we go to the next person now.
Okay, so
Land.
my point is, when you look at Portugal, Spain, France, and all that, they like an umbrella on Africa. So up there, you now see UK. So many of people crossing are not really. Yeah, there are many Africans there, but I know that I call them Africans and Arabs are the one crossing, really. But they just like anything demonizing Africa. Once you have, if something happens in this country now and it involves 10 people, as long as one African man is there, is that African man, everything is African. They start mentioning them, that black man in Africa. So that's where I see it. So you see people crossing into Spain. Then from Spain, they won't stay in Spain because it's a very hostile area for asylum seekers to stay. So they will still cross further to France and enter UK. You see some of them, you find a way to cross to those Denmark and not go and enter. But in most cases, it's France and Belgium and Netherlands. They just enter through that channel. But they are mostly Arabs. Then when you now say Africa, not black Africa, They are the Tunis, the Moroccans, the Algerians, those guys, Libya. They are the what you can call Afro-Arab. When you look at them, you see them, they look Arabian. But they will still say they are Africans because they don't want to profile. There is a particular part in the world you don't really want to profile because you know the reaction is going to attract. But you know, everybody profiles Africa. There is no reaction. There is no anything. It's the African.
Before you go, please. You know, I used to think, I'm thinking, right, that when you come to the West, that they have a soft spot for people that looks lighter. I don't know if it is my observation or if it's what you guys are saying, because over here, when all those Mexicans are coming in, you don't hear huge and cry.
Yeah.
The moment you hear Haiti coming in,
Wahala.
You know, even the blacks here, we even, you know, amplify it.
Yes.
Why are these people coming here after they sold our ancestors? You know, they are now coming in here, you know, stuff like that. So the ones that, you know, the African, the moment they see an African, you know, try to say something or do anything, oh, bro. But those ones that looks lighter, like you're talking about, like even the Chinese, they are treated better.
Yes.
Because they have power now. It's not about complexion. I've seen Indian people that is darker than pretty much all of us here. Now they're not darker than us, but those people have power. So they use their power and their politics from their home country to influence things.
No. I'm not talking. We're not talking about what they do from their own country. I'm talking about how the host country treat them.
Because those people have power now. They organize. They have power. Look at what's happening in the UK. You all were just talking about this Rwanda policy, a very racist policy that the conservatives in the UK are pushing against African people. What are the Africans in the UK doing? What are the African governments doing? Nothing. But if you really check, it's the Arabs that they're supposed to be targeting with this. But because they have power from their home countries and inside the country, I think the mayor of London is a Muslim person, and they influence it there. But Africans, we come to these countries, we don't organize, we don't get into politics, we're just completely quiet, and that's why all this nonsense happens. That's why all this nonsense is happening. So it's just about power. You have power, you can influence things. That is how this world works.
So you're saying you're thinking like, you know, we don't really go into politics, you know, in our host countries.
We don't. How many times have you heard about African town and all these? I've been in this US for a very long time now. I have not ever heard of African town ever, but I've heard of Chinatown, Mexican town, Polish town. All these people, Korean town. These people, when they come to the country they organize immediately. They're not scattered all over the place like the African person. They're organized, come together immediately. Then from there, they go into business, they go into education, they go into politics. And another key thing they do is they make sure that all their value system, all the good, bad value system that they know in their home country, they teach it to their children. But when we come over here, we just want to do Americanize everything. We don't even value our culture inside our African countries. So when we come here to these countries, is it over here that we're going to value it where we don't value it in Africa? No, everything messes up. So we're not teaching it. Even most of our children, if you tell our children go to your hometown in Nigeria now, they can't do it. They can't do it. But if you look at this India, for example, Indian person, I didn't even know that. You know what we normally do is the man will come. We'll send the man over here. Then the man will go and then organize and then bring the wife from the Nigeria. But the Indians, they can do it the opposite way. The daughter, they'll have their second generation daughter. Then they have already done a arranged marriage for a man in India to come and marry that daughter. That man in India is already in IT. He's already know what he's going to do. So when he come here, he's not going to misbehave. Immediately they get married, they go into the system and they reproduce and they keep on going. That's why if you look at the this Republican debate they had now, 1, 2, 3, Indian has just popped up. Now he didn't do anything. He didn't go anywhere for now. But the fact that he's even there in that Republican Party, that just showed you they know what they're doing and they are advancing.
They're advancing.
Then you look at the UK, for example, now.
Even Kamala Harris now, the VP now. Kamala, she has a Indian background.
Yeah, but I'm not going to call Kamala because Kamala, with or without the Indian part, that's not what made her. Her base is the African Americans and the Hispanics and the white people who voted her in California. And the only reason she even got into that position is because of this whole George Floyd thing. That's what pushed her into that position. If not, they would have picked another white person, a white lady to go to as Biden running mate. But that's America. If you look at the UK now, 1, 2, 3, the Indian has popped up as the prime minister of the UK. That Indian that popped up there, if you look at him, you see that one, that Indian religion, he kept it. 2, he didn't marry, he didn't do what the black man like to do. Any white woman, he's completely mesmerized, and he pick it. No, I'm pretty sure he married an Indian woman too. That's why if you check all of them now, that is what they make sure they do those things. They keep their culture, they teach their children their culture, and they're sure to marry someone from their country. So right now, the Indian person is the prime minister of the UK. I even think some of the richest person, if not the richest person, in the UK now is also Indian. But if they were not keeping their culture like the way Africans, we don't value our culture, they would never achieve that position. So we need to value our culture and teach it to our children so they can have that success anywhere they go. That's how this world works. That's the only way.
It makes sense. It makes sense though. It makes sense.
Even all these fruits now. If you see like a lot of these fruits in America now, we imported from Mexico, even Guatemala, El Salvador, all these bananas, fruits there. What is stopping our Nigerians here from importing all these real mango, not this rubbish mango we see at the supermarket? Import big mango from Benue State, Piam to America. They'll buy now. They'll buy, but we're not thinking about all these things. We just let's do any regular job and we send money home, build our house, and that is the end. Is that how to build power? That's not how to build power now. Look at the Koreans, another example. Koreans, they have all this makeup now. You even see right now, a lot of some of these best makeup right now is being produced in Korea.
Brother, let me correct something you said earlier. You said Kamala Harris gained prominence through George Floyd protest and all that. Is that what you said earlier?
I said that's the reason why they picked. That's part of one of the major reasons they picked it.
You think so?
Yes.
But that is not correct.
That is part of the reason they pick her now.
No, that is actually not part of the reason why she was chosen to be the deputy of Biden. No,
I didn't say it was the main reason. Why I'm saying it played a role.
It has no. As a matter of fact, Kamala has nothing to do with George Floyd protest. It was separate from politics. As a matter of fact, she wasn't actually even in the forefront when it comes to the protest for George Floyd.
I know, and I don't want to make a big point whether George Floyd helped her or not. What I'm saying, I was here. That was during the COVID time. People were not going out. I was following the politics 24/7. Trump was in power during that time, and I'm telling you that it was a lot of white women they wanted to become the running mate. But this whole George Floyd thing, you people underestimate that thing. That thing had a worldwide effect.
For those who have no idea how the entire thing played out, she was contesting. She contested against Joe Biden. At the time, she was meant to be the front runner, but she eventually ran out of the race. She suspended her race, but she was struggling to endorse Joe Biden. She was prevailed upon, number one, that if he chose Kamala Harris, there's a possibility of the African American. By the way, Joe Biden wasn't a stranger to African American when it comes to the politics in America, because that was a time in the 90s. I believe it was in the 90s when the second black man to be appointed to the Supreme Court was being nominated, and he was accused of sexual harassment, and he was the chairman of Judiciary Commissioners at that time. So, and he was tasked to ensure that, number one, the accuser, who happens to be a person of color, was cleared out to a point because majority of the members of that committee members were actually predominantly white male. So he didn't just look bad. He was in the middle of the what you can call how do they say this? Is it the Blue Red Sea or something? And he to the point that he was even accused of not doing enough to protect that young woman as at that time. That woman is now a professor of law. Now, because of events like that, and he wanted to redeem his image, and he felt that what happened during Obama when he chose Bill Clinton as his chief diplomat will be the best option when it comes to political game changing. So he decided the best option is to go. And as at that time, Kamala Harris wasn't even pulling weight in the South. So, but he chose her simply because of factors like that. And two, the likes of Claiborne, Representative Claiborne, I believe it's in South Carolina, who prevail upon him to choose him so that he will be more attractive to the African American. Also, remember, Kamala Harris was not even identified with the heritage when it comes to South Asia. I'm talking about India now. He wasn't. You can't even see her wearing their traditional wear. I can't remember the last time I've seen. She's always in that pantsuit, trying to act like a white woman, not even African American. I've never even seen her being acting ghettoish or that kind of hood things. I've
No,
never even
yeah,
seen her in that
exactly,
way.
exactly.
She
I
No.
mean,
embraced the white. I think I've only known her dating only one black man, Monte Jordan. That's it. That guy
And she
that
and,
was
and she
doing.
and she married a white too.
Yeah, and she got married too. So she has always not really identified with her heritage when it comes to Indian thing, and she didn't even see it as the most the best option to appeal to that group of people because they themselves the majority some of those South Asian people like that Indian people see themselves as being white until they put them into their place. Some of majority of them see themselves as being white. I'm not talking about just being a colored
You're
Indian.
right.
I'm
You
talking
are right.
about the
Okay.
majority of the Indian people. So what am I saying in essence is that she was not put on that ticket simply because of George Floyd. Because at the time,
I
that
know, I
election.
know. I mean, you've said a lot of stuff about Joe Biden, and I'm not talking about Joe Biden, Kamala. And
Yeah, I know.
during
I
that
was making
time,
reference to
part of
Kamala.
the reason why he picked her is to appease the African Americans who are very enraged with this whole George Floyd incident. That's part of the reason why he picked her. So you can't say that George Floyd, something that shook this whole country, it had nothing to do with Joe Biden picking Kamala. He picked her
No,
because to help her and appease the
no,
African Americans
It wasn't
and to
about
get the
picking. It's
African
not
American
about
vote.
George Floyd. The George Floyd protest was actually spearheaded by Black Lives Matters. They spearheaded that campaign, not Kamala Harris. No, not Kamala
I
Harris.
didn't say she did anything. I'm just saying the part of the reason why Joe picked her because if not her, he would have picked a white woman now. It
You
would have
see,
been a white man.
as at the time she dropped out of the race, she
That
wasn't
was
even
very
number
early
two.
now.
She wasn't even number two.
Okay.
She was at the time she was a front. Remember when she attacked him during the debate, and her approval rate shot up, and then she dropped drastically after that. She wasn't even number two. Remember, Buttigieg was leading Kamala Harris at the point.
I don't
Buttigieg
want to
was
get.
the last.
I don't want to. That's not.
Anyway, but I just
Well,
want to correct
George
that impression
Floyd
that
or not, or that's not my main
she
point.
wasn't picked because of George Floyd.
I'm telling you that
She
is part
was.
of the reason. That
All
George
right.
Floyd thing
We can agree to
shook
disagree,
this
but
whole
I just
country.
want to correct that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Anyway, but that's a subject for another day. But that's not even my main. That's a side point. So whether that's not my main point. The main point is that Africans, when we come to this country, we don't focus on getting power. We're too quiet. If we're not focusing on we're not looking at what the other cultures are doing and how they're advancing in these Western countries. We just think about the minimum. And this even drives me to another point about uh, we're not given the proper respect we're supposed to have in Nigeria. The Nigerians in Nigeria, specifically the government, they're not treating us with the kind of respect that we deserve. So you can see, even affecting that. The kind of money we pump into the country, there's no reason why we don't have any rights as a diaspora. We can't vote, we can't influence politics, we don't get contracts, nothing, nowhere. So that you can even see that is even affecting that. So black people in the diaspora, we need to organize, get some kind of political representation, not only in this country but in Nigeria. So if you want contract right now, because so we all of us, we have people who study pharmacy, engineering, road building, any and everything, but we're not getting this contract. They're giving it to Chinese and Indians and stuff like that. Do they know Nigeria more than us? Do they read book more than us? But because those people are more serious than us in the diaspora, they're eating millions. It's an insult that all these other people who don't know our country is eating contracts, and we're here, some of us doing these minimal jobs. But we could just study 1, 2, 3 and go back to the country and get these contracts and do even a better job than them. So we have to organize in these Western countries that we are first politically. Then you see all these laws, all this stuff will start to improve and start to change.
Okay, a quick interjection there. Is that on the platform or on the, what is that? What do you call it? The chat room? Different guys did.
Are you asking me how we can organize?
No, I'm asking. Are you the odd guy in the chat room, or you?
No, that's not me. I'm Oga Sidos. That's somebody else.
Oh, okay, Oga Sidos. Nice.
I know it's gonna awaken the Prince Daddy. She has been in his sleep since yesterday. I know mentioning Kamara is gonna awake you. I know that for a fact.
Look at this guy. So I was gonna ask the guy. So, what do you think is the organizing elements for these other groups that tend to bind together and work together in overseas?
Did you just come in, or did you hear what I said earlier?
I may have missed a few things. What did you say?
Yeah, what I said is that once we see let's say United States or whatever, for example, United States. I have never, since I've been here, I've never heard about an African town. They get something what they call There's all these. You have Chinatown.
Sorry, I don't want to repeat yourself. Yeah.
You have Mexican town. You have Polish town. You have Bangladesh town. You have Arab town. You have all these places where these.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, I heard that part. I thought you were going to say something else. So I'm trying to get to the point here. Well, I'm trying to. Okay, the challenge for Black people, for example, apart from generally, I've always said it. We have poor organizational skills and poor leadership. But this other groups you're talking about, I think they organize behind one language, if I can say that.
It's not language. It's not language. It's not language. Huh? It's not because the Arabs. When you say the Arabs here, they have more contention. They have more contention than any other. I mean, they're always fighting now. But once they come here, they quit all that nonsense. They just shut up and get straight to business. Whatever. Right. Even the Christian. Do you know they have Christian Arabs?
Yes, and they speak Arab, and they speak Arabic. See, that's the point. So you're not gonna go. Nigerians are gonna go organize with some damn maybe Ethiopians or Ghanaians. I mean, it don't work that. Even Nigerians from the same country, they don't organize based on their Nigerianness. Okay, they organize based on Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whatever, Edo. Okay, so how much more do you think it'd be much easier to go organize with Ghanaians and Ethiopians from East Africa?
It's very easy, yo. Do you know why?
Okay.
Do you know why I say that? I said that it's very easy because once we come to America, most of this tribal stuff, Africa is very, very competitive. We barely even see 1 square meal to eat there, chocolates of 3. But once we come to America, our eyes open to different things. Like in Africa now, we don't know too much about racism. The only thing we know is tribalism and that kind of thing. But once we come here, we see all those things. So us in diaspora, we're more educated and more enlightened to how this world works. So if we just unite under the African term, That is a simple thing now that everybody can do, but no one, we're not taking that initiative to even do that. If we say African town, bring your mosque, bring your Christianity, bring your it will work. It's like you can't say it won't work. It will work, but we're not even thinking to that level. How many Nigerians live on your
Yeah.
street right now? Your street that you're on now. How many Nigerians live on your street right now? We're not organized. But if I go to the Indians now, whether they have big mouths or these small apartments, that they make sure they're together no matter what. So that is the first thing.
I get you, and I agree with you. But again, you know, I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying.
But we don't try.
You know well, so far, if you know the answer, if you get, I mean, I'll buy into your argument. But I don't see. There's no commonality. See, okay, yeah, the unifying, I guess, elements you're trying to profile is Africa. I don't think so. I don't think so. Africans will not freaking unite under the banner of Africa. It's not going to work.
It will
It's not going to work.
It will work.
So how can it hasn't worked?
Why
I mean,
won't it work?
we always see the infighting all the time among different African groups. I mean, are you kidding me?
My brother, when I go to the Mexican part of town, it's not only Mexicans that are there. Oh. You see Puerto Rico, you see Dominica, you see Guatemala.
That's what I'm saying, brother. They speak Spanish. They
don't like each other. Do you know that? They don't like each other.
I know they don't like each other.
But they find a way to unite under something. They still get together. So
that's what I'm saying. That maybe that language, that Spanish language, for example, amongst them is what brings them more closer. Trust me, the Cubans, they don't like the Mexicans, and vice versa. But they have their own different subgroups. But this is the thing, though. I tell you, what you probably know. Say, for example, when the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce come about, they don't go look for just Mexicans or Puerto Rican or Cubans. They organize under Hispanic or Spanish banner. And in so doing, they bring everybody together under one umbrella. That's what they do. So it's their leaders that take initiative. Mm-hmm. They work together. The Spanish guys, the Mexican, the Cubans, and whatnot. All these different ethnic groups that speak Spanish, they come together in a leadership role and organize the community to work together. So that's the big difference.
So what you're saying is that our leaders that we have here, they're not doing that. That because if they do that, it will work.
Down a new thing. I mean, if in Africa where we come from, do they work together? What great of a job do they do? So why is it any different here?
I'm not sorry. I mean, you're saying that things have not worked, but we don't even try. And that's not even an excuse, because if we try, the benefits we can get from it is better than what we're doing. We don't have nothing now. Look at
I agree. I agree, but I tell you though, some groups, they do some people do organize actually. Some Africans, so the kind of unity you're talking about, we don't have it. But some Africans, they do organize in their own little sub-factional groups. They do.
That's not what I'm talking about.
That impact, but to have the impact that you were talking about, it's a challenge amongst us.
It's not a challenge. The thing is, we don't even have the brain we don't even think of doing that.
Well, if you don't have the brain, that's a challenge.
We don't even think about doing that. If we thought about doing that, that's the first step.
Let's go to Nigerian politics. You use your American politics now.
Let me speak on Nigeria. Now,
wahala na bicycle. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Do you see Ogbeni? Yeah. Ogbeni has went.
Yes, I'm here, but I'm done.
He finished his point. That's my turn.
Yes.
Hold on, please. Did you touch on I step away from my computer. Do you touch on the what they call it? The Saba tariff they want to remove from is being suspended.
Yes, I touched on it.
You speak on everything.
My answer was simple. My answer is that I don't see it as policy somersault, because I cite example of Alex Oti. Some of other riders protested against him recently because he increased their tickets, and he reversed the policy the next day. But you will never hear any noise from the obedience space talking about policy somersaulting. They believe it's governance. And I cite example of UK here about Rwanda asylum thing and co. They've been on and off on it, but now they've been able to fine tune and finalize the policy. So yeah,
that was an exceptional leadership quality displayed by Alex Oti.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, from their hand, that's what they will see. But if it's
exactly, yeah,
they will tell you it's policy sorting. So it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me make my points on Nigeria so other people
Oh,
can
yeah. Go on, my brother. Yeah.
So I want to speak on 2 points now. I want to speak on the Bachir Lawan rating Tinubu as a 0.
Oh, yes. Babachir Lawan rate Tinubu 0. 1 year.
Then after that, I want to speak on Peter Obi and the kind of politics he's playing. So so Bachir Lawan rating Tinubu 0. He's an opposition now, so he's going to exaggerate in his estimations or his analysis of the president of Bola Tinubu. So him saying 0, that's just too much. Now me, I don't give him a pass mark. Me, I think I'll give him around 20% at most. And the reason why I give him such a low score is because one of the things I'm seeing from him is that he's not really firm on the issues that we need him to be firm on. Example, if you look at the fuel subsidy thing, he said fuel subsidy was gone. 1, 2, 3, then he brought it back. And then he used style and brought it back. He can't just say no on something or yes on something. Look at Emefiele. Emefiele was the #1 villain in Nigeria for most of his tenure now. And 1, 2, 3, I heard he's on house arrest now. Why not go after him and his boys very, 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 very hard? He reneged on that. I think one of the worst things he has done is this whole Niger crisis. I hate his policies on that. He let Niger, after everything he was saying that ECOWAS, that they're not going to be a toothless bulldog anymore. I was believing this guy that if there was any problem in ECOWAS now, 1, 2, 3, he sent his army to deal with it. We even saw Buhari. I think Buhari even did that with that rascal in Gambia who wants to overextend his term. That's what we needed from him. But the Niger thing, move left, he moved right, and then nothing. And now we're hearing that Russia, what an embarrassment that Russia, all the way from that's that war, is have more influence in Niger now than we do as Nigeria. We needed him to take a firm decision on that. And now look now, ECOWAS is now scattered now. Now this Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they want to go and form their own coalition. What an insult! What an insult to Nigeria! What
projection, guys. See, on the Niger thing, I see a point there, but Tinubu, you can attack him. I can care less. But Tinubu had to balance the local or the national politics to international interest. You saw the pushback. You saw the heavy pushback from the Northerners when it came to Niger. Okay, so if Niger had been a different country, I think Tinubu would have been more forceful to even want to go and invade if he get his support. Okay, but when it came to Niger, he had to hold back. It became a bottleneck. He couldn't go further, and being in power just like a few months, he could not go further to aggravate the Northerners. He knows the politics he was playing. So down there, I don't know if I give him a break, but maybe it was quick to speak, I would say.
You see the Northerners, and if you fail on it, is either they like you or they don't like you. So if Tinubu failed on one thing, they're not going to cast him away for that. They're not going to cast him away for that. This Niger thing that is unacceptable. We lost out so much influence, so much resources, so much. The embarrassment from that thing now is still standing on us. We're the leaders of ECOWAS, not only de facto, but we're the elected leaders, and we're letting this kind of nonsense go on. That anybody can just come up and say they want to do coup now. You see the effect of this thing was not even only on West Africa. You see Rwanda and those on the east reorganizing their military. They know that these things have a greater effect. So if we would have stepped in like that, Piam, organize the thing, put our own leader inside of there, make sure that their currency, if we get more of our companies like MTN or Glow, more of our construction companies inside use that chance to do all those things. Now Russia is about to go ahead and do those things. We cannot give him a pass for that. So, and then the ports issue, he has not fixed the ports. The road thing is okay, but the main thing, we need those ports running. We need that second airport in Lagos. These are things that he's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be building bridges with the Southeast now. Whether they vote for you or not, at least give the Southeast one or two major projects. Finish up some projects for them. At least build bridges with the South. You have already done that with the North. Focus on building bridges. Send your representative there to the South. He didn't do as very well there. He has not done that. So these are the issues that we need him to focus on, and we need him to focus on these issues. So so I don't give him a pass. I'm not giving him a pass mark. I can't give him a pass mark. He's from the South.
Don't you think that 0 is very ridiculous?
I told you he gave that's politics now. But politics, you have to exaggerate. You have to over exaggerate so people can pay attention to you, and you can make your point. So that 0 is too much. I wouldn't give him a 0, but I'm not giving him a pass mark either. Like all these women ministers he's electing. I mean, are you kidding me? That's a big joke now. These women, and almost all of them have embarrassed him. So it's some. So let's just hope that he can do good in this remaining time he's in office. Then that's what I have to say on Bola Tinubu.
Then Osutokun telling Peter Obi the only pathway to victory is going back to PDP.
Let me speak on Obi now. You see, Obi, I wouldn't say I supported him in that election. For me, I would say I supported him, but my vote would be with Sowore. Despite I have some issue with Sowore, but my vote was with. If I had to vote for one person, it would be Peter Obi. So I mean, if you look at, he said that my issue with him is that he said that he won this election, but he just crumbled so easily. How can you say that they stole the election from you and your supporters? You don't protest. You went to court. You didn't do anything about that. At least
no evidence in the court. No,
whether he had evidence. Whether if let's just say that he himself believed that he won this election. Is this how he go about it? You don't go. I thought at least he would have gone if you don't go the Abiola route. At least do some protests. I mean, move body now. He didn't do anything. He's playing politics like he's one of us that came from abroad, but 30 years in abroad, eating donuts, car moving, nobody's overtaking you on the road, easy life. He comes back
because just like Wale Soyinka said, he was graduate. He came third.
That is not how you play politics in Africa. You have to be rugged. You can't take that mentality and go and face somebody like Wiki.
Sorry, guy. I tell you, actually, what Obi is doing right now is doing the right thing. Actually, I tell you, knowing that he came third, but in order to keep the momentum going, he stayed in the limelight and he continued to play politics. So let me tell you, actually, for coming third, he's doing very, very well. He's doing what he needs to do, quite frankly, because he never won the election. It was never even close.
I mean, for Obi, I can't give him a pass mark either, because the kind of is even now his politics is not. I don't see any weight inside his politics. He's not playing weights like a heavyweight. He's not fighting at the heavyweight level. If you want to play,
are you seeing him back in PDP? By
well,
any chance?
I don't want to see him back in PDP. I think he needs to, if he does that merger, I want to see him do merger with PDP. But if he does merger, he has to be number one there. He cannot be going
but
to
Labour Party will never merge with PDP. Never.
If they have to make some kind of agreement, him and the PDP, that the only way to take power in the next 4 years or the next 8 years is to do merger. If he's not willing to do that, he has to wait to after the North has another 8 years. So he needs to grow the party after that. So he has to take 1 or 2 routes. For me, I think he should just hit them, join with PDP, do the term, and then later he can go and grow his party later. But his party is too premature now for them to be contesting stuff now. So the only thing for him is to do merger. So, but in the meantime, while APC is doing tenure, he's not talking. You have to come out. You have to come out on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis.
Sorry, this is what you see, or when you have a political leader that is more or less a political harlot. They can't build, they can only lead. And this is where they usually find themselves or ended up at because they have no concrete platform to stand upon. That is his dilemma now. Because he sees,
He's too humble. He's
sometimes
too humble for what?
it's not about military, it's
Oh
about
God.
you being a strong leader that can build from scratch. Look, you have to have a leverage. You can't have a leverage based on the obedient followership only. No, that's a mirage. Look, it has to be somebody who can build, like building from grassroots, knowing fully who are these people that are following you. Now,
I don't, Obi is not a builder, so let's move on from there.
It's not. It's a leech. It's a political allot. It's a leech.
Well,
Can I just say something, please? Okay, serious. This is the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Obi was, if,
we have seen the builder building the nation.
if I was, if Obi were to act like the strong man that you want him to act, he may lose many of us.
He's not going to lose
And
anybody.
I tell you why. This is the issue. The issue is that we want to start doing things differently. Because most people that came into the Obide movement did not really know what we actually stood for, right? And what we just stood for is this, that we have to, start living our lives differently. The way we play politics, the politics of life and death, no, right? And his excuse for not protesting was that he said that if he said go out and protest, that they're going to use that period to kill those young boys. He does not want nobody to die.
Why didn't he take the why didn't he take the Abiola route and go to jail? Push for your right and go to jail like him if he was serious.
Are you kidding?
He should have taken that route if he was serious now.
See. I don't think
right.
Taking the Abiola route, right? I don't think Abiola did his own thing. Abiola is Abiola, right? Obi must not do things the way Abiola did his own, right? Yeah. No, I'm just being honest with you.
So other people should die, but he can't risk his own life.
It's not like he cannot risk his own
life.
I don't think that.
We all know Obi is a selfish, greedy person. So
he's not ready for African politics.
There's no way he's going to risk his life to go to jail.
About the dangers to his followers, I don't think he's doing anything wrong. If you look at the way some Obides were harassed, beaten up during the election, right? You wouldn't want that. He was thinking more about what the followers will go through than his personal ambition. If he was thinking of his personal ambition, he would have been, you know what? Everybody go out there and do what you got to do. And look, let me tell you.
Knowing very well that he came third and he had no chance of winning.
Obi won the election.
Then why didn't he fight for his right? Is that how to fight for his right?
I didn't know that. Thank you.
And you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. Right?
Is that how to fight for your rights?
No. See, my brother. See, this is the thing. This is the thing.
Joel, say that again.
We went through the court. See, we went through the court.
Joel. Well, Joel, what did you just say now? Obi did what?
I said Obi won the election.
He don't even
guys, come out from your dream now. Let me show my face.
It's not a dream.
Come out from your dream now.
Thomas,
if he won the election, why did he not fight for his right now? That is what I'm asking.
No. See,
how can you be told that you said you won the election? Come on now.
No, he won the election. And when he felt like he was sustained, he went to the courts.
Why didn't you start protesting from that moment?
Joel, answer this question. How can you be thought in an election? Yeah, you said you won the election.
Because he was
Obi won the election. Tinubu stole it with Kuku. He won him hands down.
Why did he fight for his right?
And argue whatever you want to argue. Obi won the election hands down.
And that's the reason why.
He won.
See.
So you can go and argue whatever you want to argue. It's just that Obi don't want to set this country on fire.
Is the country not on
He
fire?
won.
People not
tell you.
suffering. He don't
The
want
country's
to
not on
risk his
fire.
life, but other people should
People
risk his
no,
life.
the country's not on fire. People are suffering, but the country's not on fire.
The country will not go on fire.
Nigeria
The
will
country's
mess
not
him
on
up.
fire.
Let him go and set Nigeria
Kenneth
on
said
fire.
Obi won the election too. That's funny.
No, he
So-
did.
That's funny, guys.
He did. And you know what? That's the
The
reason why I
obedience, they
said
like dreaming now.
that's the reason why I said that they're
Obi
coming
won the
together. If Atiku should support Obi, or if he made that pledge that he's going to support Obi, it's a masterclass. Because in order to beat an
Not
incumbent,
trap.
you have to build. You see, in the African balance, if you want to beat an incumbent, you have to beat them silly, fair, square. Right? Not everybody is like Jonathan that would be like, you know what? I know that the difference is not too much, but I still concede. Not everybody is like Jonathan. If
So
Tinubu were Jonathan,
Obi,
he wouldn't leave.
so Obi beat
That is Tinubu's
Atiku too.
personality, and that is not the kind of politics Obi plays. Obi is trying to say that if we have to do things differently, then it had to start with me. And he has taught us the process.
A
And
passive
being that
approach
he
in
went through the
Africa.
court, hold on,
Come on.
see here. Being that we went through all those processes, even opened our eyes more to the problem, to the inner problems we have, even in the
Guy, you have to
judiciary.
continue. Joel and Kenneth we hijack the show and keep talking about Obi for nothing. So I better continue.
No, Prince Daddy, I know that Obi runs your belly. You know, it gives you diarrhea, but it's okay. You know, it's okay if he does. It's okay. It's
Joel,
normal.
hold on 1 second. Joel, Obi doesn't run anybody's belly. Or Obi,
You say?
You
You
know,
don't understand what I'm saying. Look, if you've been on this show for quite a long time, you find out that the moment, even one man himself, the moment you mention Obi, you find out that it's like they're uncomfortable. They know.
No, it is Joel.
They're
Joel, hold on 1 second.
uncomfortable.
Joel,
You know.
can I quickly say something, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
It's my turn, though.
Obi doesn't run anybody's stomach, okay? It is you, Obedient, who we have told all along that Obi is not different from every other politician out there. It is you guys that have made him that are telling us that this guy is different, this guy is a saint, is an angel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When we are trying to counter that narrative, that is when you start saying, Obi, no, we don't want you to run away with what is not truth. Obi was a governor in Anambra for 8 years. He enforced, he did not allow democratic process to take place. He enforced Obiano on the throat of those people. Okay?
You see, you're lying again. You see, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Which one is saying for
That's a lie. That's a lie.
People voted Obiano. He campaiged for him, and people voted him. If you don't know what to speak, you just say. Sometimes what all this propaganda. If you don't know what to speak, you say. Sometimes you keep quiet.
The problem with you people, you think you know everything. Well, you didn't know anything. You just talk from the point of.
Let him land.
Hold on 1 second. Obiano,
progressive.
Me that want to come in, you don't want me to come in. When people are speaking lie, you want them to land. I wanted to ship in. You don't want me to ship in.
No.
When people want to speak lie, you give them chance to land.
Progressive.
When Obi ran,
please hold on. Everybody, I will meet you as well. Please. We are not barbarians. Let him land, then you challenge him. 4 people, 3 people cannot be talking on himself. You guys know me now. I will not take it. I will mute you. Let progressive finish. Then you come back. Then Joel come back. Yeah, let's do it simultaneously. This is not a rowdy session. We are not fighting here. We are listening to understand each other. Progressive, unmute yourself. Speak to us. Ekene respond. Joel respond. Then we'll go back to Oga. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Thomas. And before I came in, I took excuse from Joel, who asked me to say yes, I could come in. So I did just badge into the session.
No, I know. Yes, I know. You go on, please.
So what? Obi, when Obi ran as the vice presidential candidate to Atiku, okay, he was a PDP member. He was a governor for 8 years. He is part of the elite. He's absolutely no different from these people. We don't have problem. I don't have problem if Obi want to go back to
PDP, if all of them. I saw how these people start to paint Obasanjo as a saint just because he's now supporting Obi. As soon as you move into that Obi camp, it's like we don't know you anymore. It's like you become a different Nigeria. This was the problem. Like, come on, is this what you guys want to do? Is this how you want to change the country? Look at somebody. If you want to do right, you have to act right. You have to behave right. Look, you can say, look, I don't like this man, but I don't care for his support. I don't like the PDP. When the PDP wants to go to the PDP, I will still support it. Look, you can say, not that as soon as Obi touch something, that it becomes clean automatically. And that was where people have problem. We don't have running stomach if you speak about Obi. It is you, the supporters of Obi, who have made him something less. And we are countering those narratives that is not true. How do you feel now? Listen, PDAPC, that's what you've been telling us this election, the PDAPC. Yeah, right? Both PDP and APC are both the same. Now Obi is going to go there, or if he goes there, all of a sudden PDP becomes that new political party again. Come on, man. You guys, you need to just look at yourself in the mirror and see who you're talking to.
Let me finish my point on Obi and stuff so everybody else can talk.
Can I say something?
Let me finish my.
Hold on, please. I've just stated how we're going to series it. Yeah, Ekene respond, Joel respond. Then we'll come back to Yoga. Please, let's do it simultaneously. Yeah, Ekene. Yeah, respond.
Okay. First of all, Obi won the election. And talking about protests and whatever, we know what APC want to do during that court case and everything. You know, they have already said that Obi wanted to put the country on fire, this and all that. So, and a lot of things he didn't want to happen. People just recently died on the NSAS protest and everything. So we will continue to lose Nigerians on protest day by day. Under Buhari, before he became president, the last contest he did before the one that made him president, Nigeria lost more than 800 people in the north. So we can't continue like that. And his own personal ambition, he didn't see it to waste the blood of the people just to become president. So, but he is doing what he thinks is right to put things in order and become the president, even when people are still alive, so that he will see the people he govern. Not necessarily like the Buhari way, do or die, kill people, this and that. And you know how APC themselves came into power with a lot of propaganda and killings. So we is not going to come into power the same way APC came into power. It will never happen. But he's going to come into power. And the people talking about Obi being these people that followed him. Somebody like me, I follow him because of his personality. So you can argue whatever you want to argue.
So hold on right there. Hold on. Yeah, let's have this conversation. You've been fooling Nigerians so long. We cannot be fooled. You are following Obi because he's a Igbo man. There is no doubt about this. Stop this fooling. You can't fool us. And there's nothing wrong. Let me land, please. Let me land. You will respond. Let's make it conversational. Yeah. You don't fool us again. You can't fool me. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm very wise. You are following me because let me land, please. If you don't let me land, you're not going to respond. You are following the way because he's an Igbo man. And there is no crime in that. Forget all this propaganda you guys always cook up together. I follow him because of competency. Forget it. You are following him because he's an Igbo man. The Yoruba that's following Tinubu, they are following him because he's a Yoruba man. There's no wrong in that. Respond, please.
Okay, I'm not following Obi because he's an Igbo man. If I'm following Obi because of he's an Igbo man, I have a lot of people also to follow in APC. Maybe somebody like David Umahi, somebody like somebody like Ojo Zokalo. If they come out tomorrow to contest for an election, I will not follow them. And I've made my point clear. You understand? But for you to look in the whole Southwest, and the only candidate you can die for is Tinubu. Based on his personalities and whatever we know him for in this country,
it takes a lot.
somebody that cannot even trace his school. If I ask you where Tinubu got his secondary school certificate, you cannot tell me. You don't know
I'm
the
not
school he
Tinubu
went to.
supporter. I'm not in
Okay, you
school.
cannot.
I
But you follow
didn't
him.
enroll in
That
I
shows
didn't
that
enroll
you
him
are
in school.
even. You don't even know what because of tribalism or ethnicity. You can do anything for this country for your own man or your tribe man to rule this
I am
country.
not a
And
Tinubu
it's very
supporter.
pathetic. You cannot even choose a better candidate for Nigeria from the southwest. It's Tinubu that you saw. That shows you that it tells a lot.
This is the
It tells a
problem you
lot.
guys are having. Hold on.
So I'm not following Obi because he's an Igbo man.
Don't talk over me, Ekene. I'm moderating. If I'm speaking, please hold on. Then you respond. You guys, you have to get out of this your cocoon. Yoruba doesn't choose Tinubu for Nigeria. Get it straight, guys. APC is comprised of all ethnic groups in Nigeria. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Efi. If they are the one that chose Tinubu, Yoruba didn't choose Tinubu for Nigeria. Stop all this thing. Stop this propaganda. You are sounding like a Radio Biafra now.
Okay. Well, Tabos, I'm not the one that said it. You said you followed Tinubu because he's a Yoruba man. And
I am not a Tinubu supporter.
I still
you
maintain that I don't.
Please? No. I said people that you don't listen to people. You the problem you're having, you guys obedient. You have let me land, Adewale, please. You have something in your brain already. So when people were talking, you don't listen to people. What is in your brain? That's where you always speak out. He said earlier, I said people that follow Tinubu, they follow him because of Yoruba. He's a Yoruba man. I didn't say myself. Did I say that? I'm not a Tinubu supporter.
Explaining yourself. Okay, Tabos, you're not following Tinubu. No problem.
Let's cut this bullshit up, man. You all know why you guys are
and
following
let me
By the
finish.
way,
Let me finish.
Ekene, when are you changing party? I want to know. They are doing registration, any registration.
We are not
When are
changing
you?
party. Wherever we are, we're going to champion Obi. You see, if you,
When are you moving to PDP? When are you taking your card?
Let me finish, Adewale. Let me finish. You see, you support who you like and what the personality you like about that person. I picture myself in Obi. If I am half of Obi today, I'll be the happiest man on earth because of his character and his competence and whatever he has achieved personally and even in my state. So if other people that picture other people that picture Tinubu, they picture him. They picture Tinubu for what, like just like Obeni, they picture Tinubu like what he is. So if Obeni should be like Tinubu today in his history and in everything he has achieved, Obeni has a certificate and he knows where he went to school and whatever. But he picture himself as Tinubu and he like his personality. And I wonder why somebody that knows where he went to school and his personality will picture somebody like Tinubu. But that's okay for him to choose. That's okay for him to choose. I choose to picture a man that I know his track record. I can easily identify with him. And share what he shares. That's all.
Yeah, Joe respond. Then we'll go back to Oga.
No, let Oga respond. Joe has something to say.
Thank you very much. Prince Daddy, can I just talk, please? Can I just anytime I want to talk, anytime I want to talk, that is when you bring out your what kind of voice is that? Abadorian voice.
Just go.
Let me talk. Please. This is the issue.
Cheap propaganda is easy
most of us supporting Obi supports Obi because of the personality that we see.
Bullshit.
In fact, he did not lead people to protest.
Hold on, please. Is it accidental that you are Igbo man and you are supporting here an Igbo man?
No. See, this is the thing, Thomas. You see, that is one thing about the obedience. We have grown above tribalism. That's why I keep saying that. You guys
that's a lie. That's another dodger right there.
It's okay because you see sometimes.
Who are you fooling? Yourself?
I understand. You see, the problem is this, right? You see, when you see a thief, right, and you are telling a thief that, oh, I do not thief. I do not steal. The thief will be judging you because he thinks that you should be stealing because I am stealing.
That you are a tribalist does not mean that I am one. I have grown past that. I have many reasons. If I wanted to support, like Ekene said, if I wanted to support any Igbo man in power, there are people there. But the thing there is this. Listen. Let me say something, please. The issue there is this. To what end are we going to stop all of this tribalism, religiosity, and all that? That is the reason why we became
It
obedient.
starts from
We
you
did not
people.
become
It starts
obedient
from you.
because we wanted to just get over power. We wanted to get into power. No. If we are getting into power, we are getting into power for the right reasons. A power, we want somebody that will come in and work for everybody. So if it was about us, then it would have been different. No. Obedience, and it is not only Igbos. You have Yorubas, you have Hausas, all these people. What they have seen is one thing: the character of the person. In fact, he got more followership because he did not ask for protests. So now you have both people that voted for Obi, you have the sympathy vote and everything. For the fact that he led us through the courts to show us how corrupt, how endemic corruption has gotten into our judicial system. These are the things that we want to see. These are the things that kept us saying, you know what? For this reason, I'm going to follow this guy. It is not because he didn't lead a protest. We are not looking for strong men. We are looking for rational leaders. That is the thing. For most of you thinking about strong men, I can mention a lot of them in the past, we've had in the past. They have not taken us anywhere.
Joe,
Right?
have you
They have not taken
forgotten
us
you guys?
anywhere. So
Joe,
today,
Joe,
what we have
wait, quick,
today,
1 second.
let me just land. Let me land. Then you can ask the question. Today, what we have decided to do is that we want a new Nigeria where it works for everybody. Let the oppression stop. Let all of those that use and governance to suppress the people, let that stop. And that is why prior to the election, we had a mantra that says that I am an Amajiri. And I believe personally, because I was born in the North, I was born in Kano State, I believe that the difference between myself and an Amajiri are my parents. No difference. So if we are going to get it right with even the Amajiris, because the Amajiris are operating under an oppressed system, a system that wants to keep them that way and use them every 4 years or anytime they need violence done or anytime they need numbers for election. After the election, they get abandoned. That is not the Nigeria we need.
Yeah,
And
more
that is the reason why I'm
Yoruba,
voting
Igbo,
Obi.
and I would say
Thank you
voted
very
for
much.
Obi,
Okay, you can ask
voted
the question
for
you want to
Obi,
ask.
but more voted
President,
for Tinubu. Go ahead, Adewale, go ahead, sorry.
I just want to chip in. The story kept changing, depends on the situation, from equity and justice to competence and fairness. Now, when are you guys going to come out like the alphabet people and say this is the reason why we are supporting this individual?
No, we have
Look,
told you the reason why.
in
We have told
terms
you the
of
reason why.
competency, Obi will rank at the lowest of all the
Why would you
contestants.
say so? Why would you say so?
But I'm telling you, he is, and he will.
How now?
But the point is,
How do
hold
you
on,
rate a man? If
hold
you
on.
ask me now,
We rate
Adewale, see,
That
let
is
us
his
just
personal
talk like people on
opinion.
the
It's not
streets,
his
you
own.
rate
right?
a
I take
man
that away.
by
It's
his
just his
past.
personal view.
You rate a man by his past, especially when it comes to politics. You rate them by their antecedent in the past. This
What
man has
antecedents?
no foundation, has no ground.
How?
All this gimmick about at first it was about equity and justice, which I support, which I, strongly support. That should be the turn of Southeast. But the story changes to competence. And the candidacy of these particular individuals was being championed as the best among the equal. And I beg to differ. You guys need to stay on one course. This is the reason why I have pitched my tent with this person, and that's it. I will support you 100%. Let's just stop all this BS. Stop.
Adewale, I can never support Obi because he's an Igbo man. If that's the kind of politics you play, I don't play that kind of politics. And I'm being honest with
No,
you. And I stand.
that's the exact politics that you play, Joel.
Adewale, and I'm going to be honest with you on God. I'm going to solve with everything I got. If my problem is that it's because as an Igbo man, look, we have had Igbo executives, state executives. What have we gained? We have not gained anything. So that's the point. Except for a few of them, right, that have done good for us. So when we see someone that we know that is going to do the job, that's the person we are going to support. Secondly, below all of this, if we had elected Obi, we would have also solved the problem of equity and justice and all that. Those ones are there, but that is not the main issue. If we are going to solve the issue of the presidency in Nigeria or solve the issue of governance in Nigeria, we need the right people. Even if it's from your own tribe, let it be the right person. It is a shame that out of the whole of Southwest, that the person that you guys could have brought us, that you guys brought to Nigeria for us to vote is Tinubu. It's a shame. When everyone look at it, it's a big shame.
Hold on. Everybody, please hold on. Joel, I just corrected the Canaan earlier on. Now you are still repeating the same thing. Yoruba didn't give Tinubu to Nigeria. Nigerians chose Tinubu. It's not only Yoruba that voted for Tinubu to become president.
No. Based on your words, Thomas, you said that people that supported Tinubu are supporting him because they are from they're from his tribe.
I said Yoruba people supporting him. I said that.
That's why I'm telling you. Okay, good and fine. So the people supporting him based on where he comes from, not based on competence. They are sick.
How do you know they are not supporting because of competence?
No.
Please hold on.
Look,
please, Remy,
supporting based on
please.
Supporting based on competence, right? Then if he fails you, then we know that he failed you. That is not your problem. But you cannot put forth that the reason why you're supporting Tinubu is because you're tribesman. Then when you put tribe in front of it, then you have relegated the issue of competence that we all yearn for. So that is the wrong way to go about it.
Remy,
first and foremost, one thing people should realize is this: in politics, every individual or every voter have a right to choose whoever they like, whether through by tribal, whether through by competence, or whatever, even maybe by liking. So you can't fault people that they choose their leader because you think in your own personal view it's not up to the standard. If you are talking about their leader that they choosing that is not up to standard, they can also say the same thing about you. So I don't think any issue about this. And when you look at the election result itself, it clearly shows that there's a semblance of election in all the in some states, in most of the states in Nigeria. Look at the
Remy, is it not crazy that we are still speaking on election till now? Some people don't still get into their head that Tinubu has won the election.
No,
they still think somebody won the election.
Thomas, there's one thing everybody here should know. That election was a tribal election. And that election bring out the core rivalry, especially between the Igbo and the Yoruba. It's like I cannot lose. If we even lose, we cannot lose to the Yoruba again. That one is there. But when you look at the semblance of the election, if our memory serves us right, in Southwest, PDP won Osun State. Labour Party won Lagos State. And when you look at all the northern states of Nigeria, it was spread among the three candidates. It is only one region that everybody voted for 90% for their own candidate. When you look at it from that way, and then you said your Obi won the election, then I will ask you a question. Where Obi won, Atiku won most of the northern states, I mean in terms of majority vote. You are not forcing that vote from Atiku because you have to tell us exactly. And Obi have a lot of chance to prove at the court of law that this is
Remy, let me ask you obedience. What is the evidence Obi brought to court to prove that he won the election?
He was unable to do that. I think, to be frank with us, if you are objective in your analysis,
you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time if you try to analyze the result. If you are trying to analyze the result, you are just wasting your time for these people. They don't care.
I know.
They don't care to look at. Remy, look. Remy, look. They don't care to look at the result as it is.
Hold on, Remy.
Remy, look. These people don't care to look at the result in details. They told you Obi won. They turn off IRF, they turn off. That's it. That is all. But to critically analyze the result, no, they don't care about that.
And what I want to say is this: it's not for Ekene or Joel of Nashville. It is people that are listening all over the world, so that people will know what exactly pan out. If you continue to say your candidate won the election, okay, we agree with you, fine, you won. But the other people, you are not the only one in Nigeria, and you are not the only one in the world. The whole world see what happened. So my bone of contention is that whenever they say they won the election, I always ask myself, how come Kwakwanso that won over almost 1 million votes in Kano State, and Atiku that won a lot of states in the north in terms of majority, and Tinubu was second with him? And why don't you? So okay, if you are the person that won the election, why do you continue to align with Atiku? You're supposed to have kicked him out. At least you cannot start from number 3 and jump to number 1. First, kick that one house, number 2, and then you cannot contend with number 1. So sometimes I just look at everything that, is it a child play? You can love your candidate. And the reason why I love politics to me, I see politics as a game. It's a game of win or lose. If you win this year, it's your luck. Next time, if you win or if you lose, then you go and sit down. And next time you try your luck again. But the way you guys are trying to come here, continue to tell us you won after how many years? After about 1 year.
Remy, please hold on. Do you know what baffles me about these obedient people? There's a chance for you to prove without reasonable doubt in the court of law that you won the election. But you let it slide. No evidence to prove that you win the election. Do you think the judges is going to just say, we win the election, they turn off the RFL, and now your candidate is the president? You are the third in the election. Atiku is the one that's supposed to be even fighting. You are third, and you are fighting for first. These people, are they in the Mercury or in their own? What is going on here?
All eyes on the judiciary.
And Thomas, I'll answer that. The issue there is this, right? For people like you, it does not make sense until it comes home, right? So you felt it very well when it happened to MKO, right? But when it happens to another person, it doesn't make sense to you. Now, for some of us that followed the case closely, even after the election, we knew what happened with INEC refusing access to the beavers, right?
Joel, first of all, that is disrespectful to the man MKO, and secondly, what
is disrespectful?
That result was so clear that even there have to be an apologist for it. Look, what we are telling you is that
no. Don't say it's so clear. Don't say it's so clear. INEC did not declare him winner.
No,
so what are you talking about?
The result was so clear. The result was so clear.
Let me write you the same way. No, the result. Look, let me tell you. MKO won the election.
Okay.
What I'm just telling you is this, right? What I'm telling you is this, right? He did not become the president because of antics like the last one we saw in 2023. That is the point that we are trying to make you understand.
It's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Yeah, hold on.
I want to speak.
Joel, hold on 1 second, please. Joel, hold on 1 second.
Finish. We come to you, Oga. Hold on.
Joel, hold on 1 second. I'm going to say something.
You want me to land, or you want to just
land it?
Joel, 1 second. Let me say something. If it make any difference, I'm just going to say something. If it's going to make any difference, right? So there was 3 major parties, 3 major candidates who come from 3 major tribes of that country of Nigeria, right? So look at the result. In the southwest, Tinubu came out on top. In the southeast, Obi came out on top. In the northeast and northwest, I want you to listen to this now. In Kaduna State, where El-Rufai was governor, APC lost that state to PDP. In Katsina State, where Buhari came from, APC lost that state to PDP. In Kano State, where Ganduje was the governor, APC lost that state to NNPP. In Sokoto State, they lost to PDP. So in the northeast and northwest, 13 states combined, APC only won 3 states from those 13 states. The area where the battle was fought was in the north central. Even Tinubu did better, if not better, in the north central than he did in the southwest. How you sit down and you look at that election, I'm telling you, Muhammadu Buhari, the president of Nigeria, lost his own state. So he couldn't rig the election for Tinubu in his state. He couldn't rig the election for Tinubu in his state. If Tinubu wanted to rig the election, there was 1 million vote for NNPP in Kano state that he could have just stolen. Nobody will cry. Why did they not steal 1 million from Kwakwaso? Where Kwakwaso was not, he had nothing to fight for.
Progressive, hold on, please.
Are you guys serious?
Are you done? Should I respond?
Yeah,
are we serious?
No, it's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. If I say hold on, please hold on. Progressive, if they could have rigged Lagos, who will argue it?
Nobody. If Tinubu got 500,000 votes more in Lagos, nobody will argue it.
And you argue if they rig Lagos that Tinubu won Lagos? Can you argue it? But Peter Obi won the election in Lagos. What are you guys talking about? No. Ekenema, you can't argue it. You can't argue it.
I can argue it.
No, you can't argue it.
Obi got more than what they gave him in Lagos.
Let's go back to Oga.
We had more numbers in Lagos.
Hold on. My turn now.
Let's go back to Oga. He has the floor. Yeah, let's go back to Oga. Oga, yeah.
So let me just round up on my point on this Peter Obi thing. You see, gentleman politics does not work in Africa. Nigeria, talk less of Africa. If you try to say you want to win an election, you can come with your brain, but if you don't have that muscle to support you, you will not win anything. Ekene was talking about earlier that he didn't want to do protests because he was going to kill people. That when Buhari did protests, he killed so many people. Do you know what will happen if a bad leader gets into power? How many people will kill? Yes, protest happens everywhere in every country. But if that protest works, if the protest is for a good reason and it works, less people are going to suffer, talk less of dying. So you cannot say he didn't want to protest for his rights and give him a pass on that. Why people are still dying in this country, if not more so now than anyways. That is not the point. You have to fight for your rights. Obi did not fight for his right by going to court. Before he started that court case, he should already be shaking the country with protests. If he was serious, he should have started from there, shaking the country with protests. Then the result, we already know that by and by, whether he win or lost, there's no way he's going to remove Tinubu from power. You continue with protests, then if it's going to get so loud, they will have to jail you. So at the end, when they're jailing you there, you can make a choice to stay or you go and negotiate. You negotiate things for your party so that next time, if you may have a much better chance of winning. But the way he did it now, Labour Party is just all the power that they had during the election, how hot they were. Look at them now; they're not as hot as before. Man, look at Enugu State. He just let that one go away. These are things you negotiate if you know how to do politics in Nigeria. But he does not know how to do politics. And the other day, you all were talking. Then I think Ekene brought up a point about borehole. That because he did borehole in the north, that is how you building bridges. Are you serious? Is that how to win an election, by building borehole? You don't win you don't build school or build borehole. That's not what the north want to see. The way you want to get the north to trust you, you have to find a way to get their leaders, because all the people listen to their leaders. If the northern leaders support you now, you've gotten it. If the northern leaders come out and say now we're supporting Obi, we're trying to see reason in what he's talking about, then you have them by your side. But this way of building borehole or building politics or going to their religious ceremony, that is all rubbish. He's gonna get third again if he continues this route.
It might be rubbish to you, Mr. Oga, serious.
Come on now.
It might be nonsense to you.
Uh-huh.
But the thing there is this: Obi did not get those numbers he got the last time by doing all that you just said, right? Obi got the numbers he got the last time by leaving his print in the mind of the people. So he continues to do that even after election. What
He's not doing. He's not
by
talking.
going,
Is he talking? He's supposed to come up with hot fire every week that the government does some nonsense.
no.
He's holding press conference. Bomba
He's
to
not that kind
bomba.
of person.
That's not how
It's
you to
not
do.
that.
That's how he's not ready for the politics now.
He has castigated government. No, you can't go out castigating government like you're a mad person.
You see those stats he be
They are-
saying that they. You see those stats. The statistician. He's a good statistician. I'm not going to say he's not a statistician. If he wants to do statistician, he can do it very well. That's the same way. The same way he was talking during the election is the same way he's supposed to be talking about all the nonsense that APC and PDP is doing. But they're attacking him. They're attacking him, and he's keeping quiet. That's not how you do politics.
He's
not
talking.
talking enough.
No. See, let me tell you something. He is talking. And if there's anything that any move that the government makes and that does not sit well with him, he speaks out. But he cannot go out there, keep talking. And look, let me tell you something. You see, you keep pointing at Obi. You ask yourself, who is going to be the biggest beneficiary of good governance? Is it Obi or you? And when you look at it from that area, when you look at it from that angle, then you know that we
the answer will be nobody because number one, Obi himself.
Prince Daddy, come on now. Stop, I know you're a MAGA, but you are my pseudo MAGA. But just tone it down. Let me just land. Then you can do so. You can now respond. What I am saying is this about Obi, is that he came in to do something different. And if we want to see Nigeria in that area, Obi is that person. If you want to continue with your old ways, then Tinubu is your person. But what we are saying right now is that we
Obi
do not have. We do. Hold on now. Hold on, please. Let me talk. Let me talk, Remy. You know you always budging to just spew what I don't know. See, let me say this, and I'll be clear. That part of Obi that we see is what we want to see, and that is what we want to follow. That part of Obi that makes us understand that you have to go through due process to get what you want. And if the due process is not working, you have to come out and speak against it. That is what we want. We do not want a country where we're going to always have knives in our hands. We are not the Buharis that will say, go and kill. No. We are not the Ebilokon that will say it is my turn. No, it is the turn for Nigerians. It is the turn of Nigerians, and that is the kind of politics we want to play. It is not there for Nigerians, right? It is not there for Nigerians to say, I want to live this life or I want to live this way. That is your
you
problem.
can't continue to dominate. And I can give an excellent how do I put it, analysis or explanation to how the different regions, the candidates won in different regions. An excellent one. So I like maybe Joel is talking too much. Maybe can explain to us how did Obi win in the north? How did he win it? Because he said he won the election.
You know what is happening now.
Hold on. We are not going there anymore.
Hello.
We have to move on. Oga,
are you all hearing me?
I'm very sorry. I'll come to you, Oga. Just round it up in 1 second. We go to Adewale. Yeah, many people on the screen. We can't go round again. Yeah.
Adewale just come now.
Adewale just come. What do you mean by Adewale just come?
Adewale, you know go talk here.
Let me. So let me just. I've made my point on Obi. That is not. Hold on. Let me make my point. Hold on. So that's how the way he's playing politics. That is not how you play politics. He needs to learn how to play politics. You can be strong and moral, but he needs to show that. And one more point, I want to respond to Obendi when he was speaking about the Hajj thing. The government spending that kind of money on Hajj is not what we need in our country. What we need in our country is tourism to come inside our country. You cannot be spending that kind of money on Hajj. The Christians get nothing. The traditionalists just get nothing. It's because they put in the law. Does it mean it's okay? But that's why all these Ghana, all these countries are doing very well on tourism. We need use that money to get tourists to come to our country. We have artifacts all over the south. We have very nice architecture in the north. Don't use it for some religious excursions, unnecessary ones, and then be partial to the Christians and the traditionalists. No, use that on tourism. So you cannot rate him good on that tourism, even the tourism sector. If you look at Botswana, it's exploding with the tourism. They're not doing those things, so he needs to focus on that. Spending 90 billion on Hajj, that's a joke. And the Christians were so docile. Traditionalists are docile. It should not be happening. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Adewale, yeah, it's your turn.
Thank you, that much. You know, I used to enjoy Ikene when it was the central Ikene that I used to know. But these days, it's
And when I be this old woman, see your eye.
yeah, it has become an extreme Ikene that I'm actually having a hard time to recognize, so they won't understand. But I get it. I get it. But I just don't want us to, because if we continue this way, we might end up distorting the history, and then talking probably in the next decade, we will start having the story being written in a different way. If you remember, during the presidential electoral challenges in the Court of Appeal, the challengers did not actually challenge the outcome of the election based on the total number recorded to the incumbent. They were challenging his qualification on one ground, and also challenging his qualification based on the established or pending legal issues abroad. So all these all together were the basis of which they were trying to challenge. Some of them even went forward. I mean, had to even spend money to hire, legal personnel to have some of his educational record abroad. So, but if they were challenging, the outcome of the election based on the total result, that would have been, justified the Ekene's assertion that he didn't win. So, to me, that already settled that area, and I think, legally and morally, I think we should also understand. We may not like his politics. I think we should judge him based on that, other than just, continue to dance around the issue of whether he actually won or not won. I mean, we're talking about a year after. So, someone hit me with the today's topic.
Yes. Let's, since you are still in Peter Obi's territory, let's just give you this. Yeah. Oshuto put really tell Peter Obi that the only pathway to Hassel Rock 2027 is to come back to PDP. So what do you think?
So I watched the interview, and I was
you did? Oh yeah.
I did. I watched it. I watched it on YouTube, but I wasn't surprised based on the what he said. I think he was trying to say that look, the PDP need to invite him to be the flag bearer with the belief that he has more to contribute to PDP than him, getting himself into that. And he actually made it clear that the best way or the clear path to presidency is to actually be the flag bearer of PDP, which to me that calculation is completely off. He even make an assertion that um, if tomorrow PDP decided to based on the fact that it's on the rotational basis, that it will support a rotational as long as a southerner has become a president and the likes of Tinubu. But you see, the political journey of Obi was miscalculated from the inception. I don't think he should have led that party called PDP. The reason I said that is because I mean we've seen them say most of the time, they will say they're not going to go back.
How did Obi think in his brain that you can left PDP that have bigger platform?
I mean, give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Then you will go to Labour Party and win the election.
Give it to him. Give him his credit. he actually thought that he could do more damage to the PDP and APC by thinking of moving to another party. And we've seen that happening in the past. What he was banking on was the fact that, number one, the younger generations that are upper mobile are, disgruntled and they are not satisfied with what is happening in the land. So likely to vote for him. So he was banking on the fact that people, coming from the NSAS, that yes, that those group of people also will likely go vote for him. And remember, he also tried to romance the Christian by going from churches to churches. So he was using all this formula to see if any of it will work. To some extent, it worked in Lagos because he was able to at least, averagely, you would know that people living in Lagos are more enlightened and more educated than people living in the other states. Let me put it that way. At least they have access to, multimedia platform and all that. So he was able to use that. But Lagos is not Nigeria, and I don't think what you do in Lagos you can replicate in other states. So, by so doing, moving from PDP, they felt, well, they cheated him, but has he even contributed more to PDP than the likes of Wiki that spent almost the entire allocation of the state to service that party? Has he contributed immensely in ensuring, other candidates in other states on the platform of PDP actually won election by contributing to it? No. What he did was just to put himself at the center, try to make himself relevant with the hope that he'll be able to command some, respect in the party. But it didn't take long before they hand him, his position to him. So he was also thinking that, well, this time it should be the town of the Southeast to be the president. So he decided to use that opportunity. Remember, Wike was also nurturing that ambition, and they both belong to the same party. So he left before Wike now decided, okay, it's not going to support, because Wike thought the party would look at at him. So he miscalculated from the onset and decided to go with unknown party, or don't let me say unknown party, but the party with no political clout. So now that
will you give me 1 minute?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't think. Well, your opinion is your opinion, but to me, I don't think Obi miscalculated. The reason being that if Obi had not left PDP, I know personally that he will not got the ticket in PDP, and he knows that, and everyone of us here knows that he is never gonna get that ticket from PDP. And if he has contested that primary, he will not have the opportunity to run in another party. So he chose to left, and PDP never knew his capacity until he joined Labour Party. They doubted his capacity.
Exactly.
They doubted if he can get a vote. So now they have known his capacity, and that he has shown them that single-handedly that he can get this number of votes. PDP has no option. Now he's a bride. You see a lot of them roaming around him, asking him to come back because they know what they have lost. And
no, you are making Remy, hold on, please. You are making mistake. The mistake you are making is, if Obi will be second, this your narrative will be making sense. Why do I say that?
No.
So let me finish, please.
Okay.
This your narrative will be making sense. It still came third. PDP still came second, despite all the tragedy, Obi problem, G5 problem. PDP still came second on the election.
Well, and Thomas, what's the difference between APC? What was the difference in number between APC and Labour Party?
Even with coming third, even with coming third, as you said, everybody knows now that you cannot rate Obi with Kwankwaso. Obi is a big asset to PDP. Now, if they really got him back, so and the PDP knew that they have already made that mistake. So whether you say he come third or whatever, I see what is happening. I see how they were begging him to come back. All their discussion now is how are we going to get Obi back to
why are you getting this nonsense from? Come on
well,
now.
whether you believe it or not, he is a bride. He is a bride. At least Obi now had a core base. He now has supporters that even if he run election today,
we
those
know.
guys are still beside him.
Yeah, it's
You
true.
understand? So you cannot compare that to a lot of them in
Even
PDP.
Tinubu self. You can't compare him to Tinubu self.
You understand?
What are we talking about?
So he
That
has
was
built
state
his
government,
space.
Tinubu.
He has what he did was right. He came out from
It's
PDP,
already more than 1
built
minute.
his space. Remy, allow me to speak
It's
now.
not letting you
Only
in.
1 minute. 1 minute.
You will speak now. Let me just drop this point. Now you will speak.
Let him land. It's not letting you in. So hold on, Remy. So let him land.
So
You respond.
he has already built something that he is standing
I still
on.
really want to even give people chance to interject. It's still my time.
So what is happening now is that he has already built his chance. He has already built his space. He has already noticed his people. He has built some people both in the north and the south. That is particularly his supporters. You can choose how many people in PDP has that. None of them. So he has a better chance.
Even in
Quite
APC.
agree in PDP, even in APC. So forget about whether he run in Labour Party or whatever. At least what he did show them that he has the capacity, and I really appreciate him for taking that bold step. So we don't know what is going to happen in 2027. Yeah.
Obi is like a prodigal son in the Bible.
Few seconds.
Who?
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think the situation that happened in 2023 will not repeat itself in 2027 because everything cannot be static. Because the way they always think is that come in the next 3 or 4 years, it's also going to be the same thing like before. No, it's not going to be the same thing. First and foremost, the opportunity that arises for Obi that time is that he used it very well. It's an opportunist, and he used it fine. The whole establishment are against the whole countries are against APC because of the economy and because of what happened even before the election. And he used his religious card very well, thinking that Tinubu Muslim ticket. It went all over the places. But come 2027, all those things will not be in play anymore. And if you are thinking it's Atiku that owns PDP, please forget it. This time around, it's not going to be like that. They are just wooing him to them, and once he got there, they will shortchange him at the end of the day.
Is it this one?
That's what they will do.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away. And we are
Is anyone hearing me?
Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless
Is anyone here?
Yeah. Remy, conclude. Yeah.
Okay,
Remy,
let me quickly conclude.
We go back to the yeah.
Let me quickly conclude. So it's not going to be the same thing. That is one. He used that opportunity, and it's not going to happen anymore. So Nigeria now knows that if you are a Christian, you can also have a Christian VP. If they like you, they will vote for you. And if you look at the result, APC have more than 2.7 million votes, more than Labour Party. And then secondly, when you go to the 2027 election, you are going to see a lot of dynamic changes because those people that are agitated, that are readying themselves for 2031 from the north, they have a big stake to play and they have to also show their muzzle. So when you just talk this way, I just laugh because at the end of the day, this Yoruba article will never step down for Yoruba to be the president candidate of that party if the opportunity arises. The conditional statement is made out there. It's not going to happen. If that's what, and at the same time, one thing that surprised me is this: the same criminality, rascality, the people that have bastardized Nigeria, the people that are hopeless, the people that are terrible. This is the same person. This your so-called principal is not calling to beg them in the north. At least he went there. They did not go to him. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, go
Adewale.
ahead.
Yeah, Adewale, let's go back to Adewale. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe by this move being reported in the media, the likes of Ben Obi, the likes of late the owner of AIT, what's his name? The likes of those who have been a loyalist of Atiku will be chuckling in their, whether in the grave or in their room, like, look at this guy. Till tomorrow, Obi will always be Atiku's boy, just like you have the IDB boys. It's about, after they've gone on their prodigal journey, they're now heading back home. Unfortunately, the supporter of Obi's have not yet learned. He's actually taking them for a ride. I mean, the high time you guys realize that this guy belongs to that elite club of those who have occupied public office at a point in time. What you see happening, because I've heard people say, well, even if he go back to PDP, I will still vote for him because it's the one I'm supporting, not PDP. Hey, what kind of moron thinking is that? If somebody is coming out on a platform of the devil that you despise so much, and yet you are saying that is the person you think can do the job well. So what tells you that that platform will not be the remote control when it becomes the power that be? We should all think. That's why I said, look, you may want this man to represent you to be. I personally wish, he is the president because I wanted a Southeasterner to be president. But what played out was what made me understand that, look, this man is not different from the rest of the park. So him, I mean, actually, as a matter of fact, I wanted to find out which one of the parties, is it Atiku's party or Obi's party that released that photo of their visit? I want to know which one, because that would give, uh, a pointer to what's to come. If it was the Atiku's party that released that photo, that means there's something that they're scheming. And also, if it were to be Obi's party that, side that released that photo, that means they have something up their sleeves. And that is where you know who is more desperate than another. And I hope in this case it's Atiku that actually released this picture. I'm not sure, but I'm just hoping that is the one, because that will give the obedience some form of confidence that at least their leader, their savior, is actually being wooed because of his number one relevance, because of his political capital, and also future sake. So to me, it's just a child going back home to his master to pay homage at the same time to give account of what he has done, how he failed, and the political calculation towards the alliance is actually not. It's not even going to work. You know why? Because there are a lot of aggrieved PDP members that felt if this guy should come back and they'll take the center stage, that will be a slap on their faces. And I bet you they will work against that alliance. And I'm telling you now, a lot of PDP people, because they believe that when they left them in the trenches, they were left in the cold, alone, humiliated. So now that they're coming back and the party will now hand over that ticket on the platter of what? Gold or silver to Atiku, or the same person that took them to a defeated battle, Atiku, that is not going to happen. And people will work. I won't be surprised. Even this same person that you guys are saying that are thinking that is going to be the will be probably going to declare his support for Ashiwaju. The jungle will so much. We will see how it will play out. I won't be surprised if he declares support. People may say that is not going to be possible. Well, let's see. Who thought that he will go back to his master to give a damn? Who knew? It's just a matter of time.
You guys want to be so bad in this your Tinubu's nonsense. See, Adewale, my problem is just this. For some of you, you think that nothing is going to happen. It's a fait accompli. Tinubu is the president and he's going to be there for 8 years. Well, you're in for a huge surprise. If Tinubu does not perform,
Tinubu is not Jonathan, though.
if Tinubu, I know it's not Jonathan, but at the same time, it doesn't matter even if it's Hitler. My point is just this.
Maybe I should tell you this tonight, brother. Let me tell you this tonight. Write it down. Except death. I repeat, except death. Nobody. No Nigeria will sit that man there for the next additional 4 more years.
It's okay. I get.
You know why I'm so confident.
Why?
Good. This is somebody that has tasted power and knows what comes with power. The enormous power you can wield when you have that vested into your hand. And he knows the button to press. When Jonathan was having political trouble, to his face, Atiku told him he's not going to support him. And like other big wigs in the PDP said, they are not going to support him. Tell me, ever since Tinubu has been in charge of the affair, have you seen some prominent APC member? I'm not talking about just those people who are like bystanders, those who are actually prominent that have contributed to this party from the inception, taking a stand. I'm not talking about the likes of Babachir. Babachir is just a political alert. I'm talking about
Rufai is still also.
You see, El Rufai case is different. El Rufai problem didn't start from presidency. I'm not talking about Tinubu, but it may be from his boys. I'm talking about maybe Rufai. But his problem did not start. And you see, there are times, and Tinubu as a president, not presidency now, as a president, has to choose carefully of which party to fight. It's too early for his administration to start picking fight and still making a stand. And that is why the same is not supporting the Rufai. And he knows, both of them know. That's why you not see him criticizing Ashiwaju in the public.
If he criticizes his policy, is that not criticizing Tinubu?
What Rufai is facing is not from Tinubu. It's just some political gang up that Tinubu decided it's not yet to take such battle. Else it's going to be, withering his political influence one way or the other. So you can't count El-Rufai into that group. Well, I'm talking about prominent APC member. None, zero. Anyone that have taken since jumping ship, I have not even seen any. If not, people are also coming into that for that under that platform. So that is the reason why I tell you.
During Jonathan's time, they did not tell Jonathan they're not going to support him until it was time for election. If the country continues like this,
no, he has sent the handwriting on the. You see, we cannot compare.
Hold on now. Let me land.
Political dexterity of Tinubu.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me land. Jonathan's case was different.
To be sustained.
Jonathan's case was different.
The northern part. That's why they gang up against him.
Hold on now. Jonathan's case was different because Jonathan on his own, right, was standing on Yaradua's mandate, right? And they now told him, okay, you know what? Finish up Yaradua's mandate and hand over to the North. Those are two different issues.
No. Let me quickly correct you something. When he finished up Yaradua tenure, the Nigeria also voted for him from 2011 to
That's what I'm saying. Then he wanted to go for second tenure.
So he has already have 6 years. Now he wanted to go for another 4 years to make it 10 years. That was his undoing.
That is what's undoing. So that's why I'm saying that you cannot compare that. You cannot compare that to what to Tinubu's situation, because Tinubu is just standing on the southern mandate. However, when we look at what Tinubu's policies today, right? Like I said, the taste of the pudding is in the eat. When you look at what Nigerians are going through today, and it continues to 2027,
so that's
you say because he's Hitler.
That is what
you say because he's Hitler that he's not going to get out. Man, he's going to get out. He will get
so
out.
funny.
No, I'm being honest with you. See, let me tell you. Remy,
you know what?
Tinubu is
guys
no
are
warlord. Hold
so
on, let me tell you
funny.
something, Remy.
You are so
Tinubu is
funny.
no
So
warlord,
funny.
right?
If
You
it
are
is going
so
to be
funny.
defeated,
Wishing
it's
him
not going to be
failure
based
for
on
1
his
year.
policy.
So that you guys, you are so funny. I think you are so funny. You are
What I'm
funny
saying
to
is
the
this,
extent that
Remy, you cannot just state capture you guys are talking about. It's not going to work in today's Nigeria.
we shall see whether
You see, let me tell you something. That day, if you want to get your gun and come out. But
let
what
me
I'm telling you is that now, if Nigeria continues this way,
the way I see it,
Tinubu must leave government in 2027.
thank you. The way I
That
see
is the
it
point.
is very
If he
simple.
continues this way, he must leave.
Yeah. That's your
He must
opinion.
leave.
And I have my own
It's not
opinion.
a question of. It's not
Let's
entitlement.
make it
He has. Hold
conversational.
on. He wanted his life ambition
It is
was
not his
to
family
be the
inheritance. It's not
president.
his family
Let's
inheritance.
make it
And they mind
It's not
conversational.
the
you, and
family
they mind
inheritance.
you,
What are you talking about?
Remy. I don't even know why you think that Tinubu is popular in Nigeria or APC is popular in Nigeria today.
They're not even popular in Nigeria. You're talking. You're
The
talking.
APC is not popular in Nigeria
Because they bring
as
him
of
in and
today.
you're here talking
You
that
can get
now you have
make
bragging
your
rights.
inquiry.
Let him continue with this useless policy of
Can we
IMF
make it
and World Bank and think that
Can we
Nigeria
make it
that on
conversational?
in 2027 that he's going to take right into power. No,
Let
we
me
will resist him,
respond to you.
and we're going
Let
to
me
resist him the way the world has never seen
You are
before.
repeating the
Tinubu
same thing
cannot
again.
continue. If he
Let
continues
me
this way,
respond.
we are not going to die under him because he wants to be president. Never.
Okay, fine. Let me
It
respond to
cannot
you.
going to happen.
Then let us also talk now. What you wish is a failure for him, but what he is doing, some Nigerians are saying it. If you are not saying
Only
it,
you, only the Abado see it.
okay. I said some Nigerians are saying. For me, at least
Call the people that are seeing it. The Abados are seeing it.
Don't let us fight about it. Just relax. Your opinion, that is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion. If you wish him continuous failure, that he continues to do this way. But what I've seen is different. By the end of this
Nobody is wishing Tinubu failure.
Relax yourself.
No. Because sometimes when you put up this stuff in your voice, you guys just put up this word. Somebody wants Tinubu to fall. Nobody wants Tinubu to fail. I don't want him to fail.
Joel,
I don't want him to fail. All I want him to do is do the right thing. And if he does not do the right thing, he's out.
Let him land. Yeah, Remy, land it. Yeah.
What I see is this. It's like two babies or two grown men. I lost to you. I wish you bad luck through the rest of your life. It's not a sportsmanship like I lost, then you wish the winner good luck. What I see is that you wish him that failure upon failure upon failure. But what I'm trying to say is that we have seen some level of stability and we have seen some level of progress. As at the end of this month, a lot of students in Nigeria will have opportunity to get loan from the government to further their education. As we are talking today, whether you like it or not, the coastal highway from Lagos to Calabar is already on ground and it will continue. And so many other policies they are churning out.
Ill-conceived. Ill-conceived.
That is your opinion. We are just saying our opinion. So for me, that is why I say that nothing remains static in life. There will always be changes and there will always be a lot of politics to play. So as you are wishing your principal to come in 2027, the ruling party are also not sitting down. They also want to continue. So,
but they can't continue in nonsense. They can't continue keeping Nigeria. It's not my opinion. It's what we are seeing. Stop making my own opinion.
That's why you are wrong. Because
what is the price? What is the price of rights? Stop coming here to make it look like everybody hates Tinubu. Nobody hates Tinubu, but we hate his policy. And if he's not doing good, you cannot force it on us. You can't force him on us.
Joel, 1 second, please. Joel, 1 second. Listen, it's not that Tinubu cannot lose in 2027. Of course, Tinubu can lose in 2027. But I want you to understand one thing for 100%. I said this as soon as election was over. I said this as soon as Tinubu was sworn in. If Tinubu is going to lose in 2027, it's not going to be to a Southerner. That would never happen. Never. The North.
Don't worry now. Don't worry.
The North will not make. Hold on, Joel. The North will not make the same mistake they made with Jonathan. They won't do it again.
Jonathan, never.
So
never.
They will rather suffer for extra 4 years and get a Northern president, or PDP present a Northern candidate to challenge Tinubu But for them to vote for a Southerner after a Southerner have done 4 years, knowing fully well that Southerner could do 8 years. Political permutation is a real thing in Nigeria. I want you to understand that it's a real thing. It exists on ground fully. Look, I said it before. That last election was Obi last chance. If PDP present Obi in the next election, they will lose it, and they will lose so woefully.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No,
It's not gonna
you
lose.
know, look, Joel, you know that I'm speaking.
No, you're not speaking. You're not
I'm not
speaking
even
fact
saying
at
Obi
all.
now. I'm not even saying Obi. I'm saying the North will not support a Southern candidate in the next election. Forget Obi or anybody. Any
Okay, see,
Southerner that
the
contest in that election,
progressive,
the North is not
the
supporting that
progressive. Let me leave you with this. Let me leave you with this, right? If Tinubu does not perform, right, but in 2027, you'll be begging Obi to contest. Because if he does not contest, no. I'm telling you,
why won't I beg Kwankwaso to contest?
you'll be begging Obi to contest. Do you know why?
Why won't I beg Kwankwaso to contest?
Can I just plan? Let me just plan now. If Tinubu does not perform, in 2027, you will beg Obi to contest. Do you know why?
No, do it.
Because if Obi contests,
that's what I'm asking you. Why
okay,
won't
okay, let me explain. The reason why is just simple. If Obi contests, even if Tinubu is doing wrongly, and PDP presents a candidate, we might end up having the same situation, right? But if Obi does not contest and a northerner comes out to contest, then that's a different ballgame. What I'm just saying is this: the onus is on Tinubu to perform. He must perform. He has no choice. He must perform. What we are going through as a nation today, we must not continue. All these policy somersaults must not continue. If he does continue, by this date, we are going to push him out of government.
Who are
in
you to push him
2027.
out? You are just an individual.
I mean, I'm a Nigerian, and we put him there because you don't know your right. You don't know your right. That's why you say, "Who are you?" You don't even know. You don't even know.
What
You
you
don't
guys
even
want
know
to
what
call
you're
it the
capable of
next time?
doing.
We are going to
You
push
know,
him out. He's not going to continue to suffer Nigerians.
so it's
Honestly
on God.
speaking. So whether you call it
Putting him there.
tribalism, if he wants to burn down everywhere, he will burn down everywhere.
We
Next
burn down
election, we are pushing
everywhere
him
for
out of
that
this
man to
government.
leave
If
that
this continue
power.
like
He's going
this,
to leave. Look
so
at you.
everybody
Can
has
you
made
carry
up
a
their
gun?
mind.
You
We are
can't
pushing him
carry a
out of that
gun.
office.
We push him
Let
out.
him do whatever he wants to do. Unless the only thing that will save him is to save this country from the mess he has put this country into. You can give any analysis you want to give.
Let
We
him
don't look
perform,
to
or we
your
push him
analysis
out.
anymore.
He
If
will
we
be
continue to
out.
suffer Nigeria this
And
way,
if you want to join, he will push you out too.
Joel, listen. I'm not saying. Look, I just said to you just now. I said to you,
please.
We can't talk on each other. I
I
don't
said
want
to
to
you
be
just
pushed
now.
out
I
of this
said,
show.
if Tinubu
We're
does
going to
not
push him
perform,
out.
if Tinubu does not perform, there is a chance he could lose. He could lose the election. I'm not saying
That's the
he's
point.
not going to. He could lose,
Don't
but
come here
I'm
and say
saying
that
to you
whether
right
he
now.
perform or not, he's not going to
I'm
be.
saying to
He's going to be the president.
I'm
That is a
saying
slap
to
on the
you right
Nigerian
now.
face.
Joel,
How
I'm
can you
saying
do
to
that?
you
How can
right
you say
now.
that nonsense?
Joel, I'm
One
saying to you
voice,
right now.
oh, one voice, please. One
Joel,
voice.
I'm not saying I never said Tinubu. Maybe Remy said that, but I never said. I said Tinubu. There's a chance he could lose if he
No,
doesn't
I'm referring
perform.
to Remy, not you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, but
What did I say? I never talk about
what I
performance.
know,
What are
what
you
I
talking
know
about?
for sure,
I think you are
what I know,
delusional. You this guy. I
what
never
I know for
mentioned
sure.
performance about Tinubu.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. What I know for sure is that the North would not support a Southern candidate in that election. That's not going to happen. That whether you present Obi or you present Wike or anybody you present from the South, the North will not support that person because they made that mistake already. They won't do it again. Never. It's done. So they would rather present they would rather present another candidate against Tinubu, and that could mean that Tinubu lose the election to another candidate. That is possible.
Akim, that is not going to happen. You know why? When you listen to Action analysis today, he said the rotation of presidency is always from the north to the south. Do you think, whether he performs or does not perform, the northern will say we decided to take power for just one time? That is going to destabilize the country. And I can
No, they
tell you
don't
that.
count the terms. They don't count 2 terms. They just count one. They just count your office. Like if
And I
the,
will
if
tell
the
you
South
this,
goes
and I
out
will tell you,
now,
look, and I will tell you
if the
that
South goes
narrative
out
will
now, they've had a
change.
term. That's it.
That is going to change the narrative, and I can bet you that will be enough to destabilize the country. And I bet you the Northern are not going to play that game. They will want him to finish that up and hand over that the power back to the North. They won't. They would dare not do that. So this issue of, I agree with you that the northern people were not going to support another southern candidate, and that is where Obi is not going to be into that equation. Now, failing another northerner, maybe PDP will, but they will still not vote for that person because they want that power comes back without any rancor. So that is where the issue lies.
If PDP presents a southern candidate, right? Tinubu will. You see all those northern states that Tinubu lost in last election. It will win every single one of them.
Everything.
The Kano,
Because they want
Kaduna, Katsina, every single one of them
want
is
that
going to
power
win
to come
every
back to
single
the
one of them.
north for them to be able to do their full term. I'm talking about 8 years. That full time is just a chaplain. They want it to
Adewale,
complete the
in
full term.
addition, did not already said they are being short-changed from 1999.
You can imagine.
They said they are being short-changed already because they don't have the equal number compared to the South.
Adewale, you guys are there speaking for Nigerians. We Nigerians living in Nigeria are speaking for ourselves.
Yeah, you are
You
just
don't know
one
the mind of the
person.
Northerners. The only thing, let me say this. The only thing that you guys care, about Nigeria now is power. With Nigeria of today, nobody cares about power. Everybody is getting it. Everybody is getting it very tough. You understand? Let me tell you. When I speak to my Yoruba, I spoke to my Yoruba friend last week. We're just making it jokingly. I said this situation. I beg, may we first after all, now you guys vote Tinubu. Nobody that agrees. Now me, not be me vote I know vote How many Yoruba vote?
Wait.
You understand? How many Yoruba vote? But the point still remains that you guys speak. You guys speak because you live abroad. Even the Northerners, you can hear their mind. The one that I know as my friend, if he comes to my shop, hi, Tinubu na wele. Tinubu na very dumb. I don't know say Tinubu. I don't know say Buhari get brain past Tinubu.
And it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. This is what I hear on ground. It's not what you guys are talking. Nigeria is talking about Nigeria. Let me finish. Nigeria is talking about reducing their purchasing power. If you know the cost of things in Nigeria today, you will not argue this thing you are arguing here.
Okay, you said your part. Let me make something clear to you. You see, there's this political naiveness that you exhibited a lot. There's a distinct difference between election and governance and power. Okay, governance is different. The presidency is not just about performance in Nigeria, not even right from 1960. If that is the case, the like of Shagari would not have won the election. The likes of Awolowo and Zik will have been the president. Okay, but I'm telling you this: those people you spoke to are inconsequential. They have no knowledge, just like you don't. You see, I said it earlier on this show. I said most of the things that form the basis of our political discussions comes from places of misinformation, what we read on the news, and we have a conclusion. But if you have followed the trend on how power changes hands in Nigeria, right from maybe 1960 up to this Third Republic, and this I think is the Fourth Republic, you understand that there's this mutual agreement or mutual understanding from the North to the South that there's something that they needed to do to ensure that the country is still in existence. And they would not jeopardize that understanding based on whatever sentiment we are throwing in. And that is where the likes of Obi comes in. Even though he's trying to be the disruptor, knowing fully well how this thing played out, he can't tell me that he's politically naive enough not to understand how this thing played out. But he whipped the sentiment and believing that that sentiment is enough for him to win the election. And it would not be. Let me tell you this. People already knew that Tinubu would become president even way before the election. Don't tell me how. But those people you spoke to, they are not they're inconsequential when it comes to power rotation, how power transfer from one region to
That
another.
means you believe in rigging now, and you now
No,
realize that the last election
what
was
you are going
rigged.
hold on now. What you are seeing
You now
going to
believe that
play out.
nobody voted for Tinubu, that he can always get power. So that is
Hold
your
on.
assertion. You now
No,
believe in rigging.
see,
You now
people
believe that
actually
also that the
voted.
last election was rigged in his
They,
favor
they, live,
because they want to give him
Wait
power.
they live
now.
in the past.
You
They
see,
live in the
you
past.
keep going
The
back to
same way
that argument. I'm not going to
Oshomole say it's poor people tweeting in the room. We are
I'm
going to
not going.
surprise you
No, no,
guys.
no. I'm
Shey, don't
not
do
going to
the call.
debate.
Let
No.
Tinubu continue in this trajectory.
Hold
We
on,
are going to
hold on,
push him
Joel.
out.
Well, I'm not arguing that with you tonight. That's not the basis of my analysis. Whether they rig election or not rig, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this. There are some people that knows and understand this. They fully understood how this thing works, and they decided to stay put and not getting involved because they know that for their own political future, they wouldn't want to compromise that. Now, when it comes to what the incumbent or governance, I mean, presidency has done while in office, that's a different ballgame. We criticize. The likes of Buhari should have even won election. If that's your argument about competence or performance is what the Nigeria voted for him. His first time was disaster. Second time too, I wouldn't say it was fully disastrous. But if that is the case, if would have been Nigeria would have voted for him second time.
Dewale, let me add this to your thought before you can. You know, do you even know that Buhari did not want to do that second term? Are you aware that he was not sure of running for that second term? Do you know how late it was before Buhari announced his second term running? They went to him and said, "Baba, listen, you have to complete the second term, so that power
I
can go
could
to
see
the
it through
south."
his attitude, through the second time.
When
He had
you
already checked out.
when you just suppose the first time of Buhari, what does he do? For 6 or 7 months, he was sick. He didn't even choose his minister.
No,
It was not
no
like
minister.
It was not like El Dorado. And when he won against Atiku, nobody said the rig election or something like that. Sometimes I wonder how our people think. It's their time and they use it fully. Do you think they are stupid? And then when come 2023, they put another nothing out there. Then that means you want fire in that country.
The country will turn upside down on its head. And that's why we're trying, even if Obi had been the one that won the election this time, as a southern president, guess what? Nobody would have taken that power away from him. None, zero, because it's the time of the South. Even if Obi had won that election. So what we are saying in essence is that this is how
Adewale, let me
things
say,
played out in the
let me
country.
say this. Adewale, let me say this. It baffles me a lot, and I wonder how you guys want the progress of this nation. That everything that me and you guys discuss, intelligent men here discuss, is politics and not how to move Nigeria forward. And it's very pathetic. Let me finish progressive. Let me finish progressive. You can support whatever you want to support. I don't care. But seeing Nigeria going day by day, and Nigeria suffering day by day, and the way things are going down, especially the cost of living in Nigeria today, and the only thing that I can get from you guys is that Tinubu will win the second term, whether he performs or not. Nobody is praying for Tinubu not to perform. I've said it countlessly in this platform. I want Tinubu to prove me wrong. Any day Tinubu prove me wrong
It doesn't
in
need
terms
to
of
prove
this.
you wrong. You are just an individual.
Remy, let me finish. Remy, you will not even allow somebody to talk. You will not even allow somebody to talk. I want Tinubu to prove me wrong. Until he proves me wrong, you guys are still contributing to the problem of this country, and I'm very sorry for saying that. I'm very sorry for saying that. Even if you don't want a Southeasterner to rule this country, don't you have a better candidate in the Southwest that is going to deliver this country, that can continue, that can finish that 4 years and change the narrative of this country? Don't you have it in the Southwest? Is it only this man that is killing the economy, killing everything in this country, that you have the mind to support? And you tell me how you people want to earn the respect of Nigeria. I'm very disappointed in you guys.
Ekene, I'm very disappointed in you because I'm beginning to see a trend in you now. This hypobian trend is as if you came on this platform as a disguise. Now you are beginning to show your true self, because there's no rational in your comment anymore. once it's not a one-way, it's not a one-way traffic. You are not different from Passat anymore. You are like you are not talking like
Progressive. You can't be saying you are disappointed in people now.
No,
you can't say that now. No.
Thomas, let me finish.
No, let him say it. You can say whatever he wants to say. Just be disappointed. You cannot. I cannot. You are disappointed at me the same way I'm disappointed at you. So there is no problem in that. But the only thing is that Abacha also Agua Mile. The mandate has been given to you. The mandate has been given to your candidate. And you are not seeing him doing anything wrong. The only thing you are seeing him is getting second term, whether he performs or not. At least he's at the receiving end now. He's the one to show Nigerian leadership. He's the one to change the narrative of everything happening in Nigeria today. But he's not doing that. And the you that is the supporter, that is supposed to directing him or saying the truth to power, is the one supporting Nigeria to continue in this suffering because you have a man in power. And they have told you, even if you don't want a Southeasterner to be the president of this country, is there no other candidate in the Southwest that you guys can bring in to change the narrative of this nation? Progressive, you can be disappointed of me. I don't care about you. I don't care. You can say whatever you want to say. I don't care. I've never insulted anybody here, and I'm not ready to insult you. You can say whatever you want to say. I don't care about you. So continue.
I used to think you are different, but now I can see that no, you are just.
Don't think I'm different. You can say that I'm different. I can never be different. I cannot support. I cannot. I am already getting disappointed in the situation of Nigeria today, and I have every right to be angry. And if I'm telling you that in the next election I will be on the street against this evil government, I will do that. I will do that. We are going on the street against this evil method in Nigerian people. Method in the citizens of this country because of some nonsense politics that you guys are playing. You will see us on the street. We are going to do this nonsense happening in this country that you call politics. And the sophisticated men here, I'm very disappointed at you guys.
Again, you don't need to argue with Ekene.
I'm not arguing with Ekene. I'm super. Look, I need to tell this. I need to speak the fact as it is. Ekene came
not willing to
as a
understand.
disguise. Ekene is an Ipobian, is a Biafran. So tell us that you want Biafra so that we all rest. Tell us.
Progressive. You cannot use propaganda against me. I've never come here to talk about Biafra. I've never. Thomas is the moderator here. I've never had any discussion with Biafra issue or have any discussion with anything concerning IPO. So you can call me whatever you want to call me. You understand? That's who you are. You are a bigot. You are a bigot. You understand? That's who you are. You don't have I don't regard you as anything. You just make pointless issue. I don't regard you as anything. Your matter the way you speak shows the kind of character you are. You are one of the problem of this country. You are contributing to the downfall. You are the reason why Nigeria don't have 24 hours electricity. You are the reason why our poor men are being killed, poor women are being killed in the farm. You are the reason why insecurity is ravaging in Nigeria. You are the reason why the purchasing power of the people is being reduced to nothing today. You are the reason progressive. You don't have any sense. See what you are supporting. Look at the president you are supporting. Even in the downfall of the people of this country, you are still supporting nonsense. You are not educated. You don't have any brain. You don't have any brain. You are not educated. You are out of the question. You don't have anything in your brain. Look at what you are supporting. If you come, tell me what you are going to tell your children tomorrow. That you are supporting somebody that you don't know his identity to be the president of this country. You will tell me you don't have anything in your brain, progressive. Your brain is not functioning at all. You don't have anything in your brain. You don't know anything. Sometimes you don't look educative at all. You don't even look educative at all. You don't have any atom of education. All whatever you have in you is bigotry and hatred, even against the evils. For calling me IPOB, you are a foolish man. For you calling me an IPOB, you are a foolish man. You understand? You don't know anything. You have no sense. You have no sense at all. You don't have any sense. For you calling me an IPOB, you have.
Thomas, why are you doing this now?
Now, if you don't let them talk, they will say they don't let you talk.
No, this is not good for it. This is not good for the platform.
You saw me on the screen. I faded. I expected some decorum. We are adults now.
No, this is the second time the Glasgows will happen on this show tonight. I think somebody stole the Canadian diesel. That's why it's going off like this tonight. I mean, this can be. I know Ekene of anything. Ekene is not an Ethiopian, neither is a Biafran. It's a stumbling Nigerian, but it's just the fact that number one, his favorite president did not win election. Number two, the economic hardship is hitting deep into him. That's why he's lashing out. It's a valid.
Adewale, Shebi we told them Peter Obi will not win this election.
Even we know that the hardship will be like this. We know that Nigeria is going to suffer. People always forget.
Is it under 1 year things will just turn around very quickly like that?
Apart from that, Remy, we knew that the situation of the country is so bad, it's so bad that we knew Nigeria is going to find it.
I told my family member, I said, this first 4 years, forget it. Nigeria will suffer for it.
You guys remember
the
when
second time? That's where you will be saying things changing because they are Adewale, Nigeria is like for 8 years we are going into the dish, and somebody now use crane drawing it back. Ditch. I'm not saying in the direction ditch. Now somebody is drawing it back, then put it up, then try to redirect it to the right direction.
Thomas,
that's what we
do
go
you know
with
that during the Buhari regime, we are borrowing money to pay salary. We are borrowing money for our current expenditure. Most of the things.
Subsidy. Can we not even thank this guy for stopping the subsidy?
You can't continue to live in a rent-seeking economy. It's never going to work. You can't continue to patch like that continuously. No, it doesn't work that way.
And today they said they did not see any achievement removing the subsidy.
Well, they may not see, but we are living the reality. You can't continue to hand over pocket money to your adult child.
Adewale, Peter Obi promised to remove the subsidy.
Yes.
Promised to remove the subsidy. So what is the cry about this subsidy?
One thing is that I won't absorb Buhari. The reason why I said is that Buhari ran into some problem that actually would have derailed the country. I'm talking about the COVID. See, this COVID actually put a stop to the economic.
In every country.
So it was only the country that have robust economy that actually able to survive it without any, and that was what the administration of Buhari faced. But they were unable to manage it in such a way that would have foreseen that some of these things would have been tackled right from day one. You are subsidizing. I'm not a socialist person.
Adewale, sorry to cut you short. Before Buhari left in 2023, we already signed in the budget that subsidy will stop by July. Is it July or June?
Of course. Yeah, they know that it's not sustainable.
They don't have money to subsidize anymore. And this guy came, removed the subsidy. We see the pay, but at the same time, the governor have more money. Most of the governor are paying their salary. If the salary is not enough because of the adverse effect of what come up with our unplanned economy, we understand. But as of today, they are still talking about increasing their minimum wage. Let's give them time. I don't know why the rush.
If when Buhari placed some embargoes on some products that forest cannot be used to import, and also subsidizing the forest, that was where I knew that something ain't right. You can't
subsidizing the forest. Emefiele was selling dollar to different people at different rates.
Exactly, and those guys were holding it, and they were not even giving it out. So, and that created artificial scarcities, and they were doing price gauging and all that. And look, we all knew, we found out, and also with the NNPC issue as well. You see, that's why I knew that actually some public opinions and public analysts actually they were able to foretell that this state is going to happen, is bound to happen. How the administration of the day is able to tackle it is a one thing.
Adewale, sorry, give me 10 seconds. Chairman, you are in that comment section and you just wrote a statement. I know you are hearing me. I am not a liar. I am a very, very upright person. I never mentioned Tinubu performance when I was talking in this platform today. I don't know where you talk about say whether
Oh, I'm the one
perform.
that said that. Maybe it's mistaking me
So
to you.
be
I'm the one
careful
that said
what
it.
you write, because sometimes you like to make jest of people, but you are not better. I can see your voice when you are listening to you in Tupa and the rest. So when you write people, check your own conscience most time. So sometimes when you abuse
I'm the
people,
one that said it. That whether you perform or
yeah,
not, it will
if
be
you know you
elected
are
as the
good
president.
enough, if you know you are good enough, why don't you join the platform? Join the platform and let's hear your own opinion every time, not just by typing rubbish there.
In defense of Sherman, I think some of
Why are you
us.
always doing like this? And you call yourself
So
a upright?
he has apologized. He has apologized.
It's
Yeah,
totally
she has
uncalled for.
apologized. Sorry, she has apologized. So let's move on. But I think some people have their areas of competence and they decided to stay, away from discussion, but joining at the comment section. So let's just say that way. But I'm the one that said, because I understood the dynamic of power, and I understood the political dynamic in Nigeria, and not just Nigeria but in Africa. And as a child of history, I understand that how this thing played out. So that's why I'm able to conclude that it's not about the competence of the incumbent that
Thomas,
actually led to uh, you know election
Thomas, are you
victory,
there?
but the how the power dynamic actually played out in a country like ours. Anyway,
Sorry,
but
can
I
anyone
think
hear me?
we can hear you,
We can hear you. We can hear you.
King. We can hear you.
Is
But
Thomas not here?
Thomas is. I don't know what's wrong with
Maybe
his
he's here. He's here. We
mic.
can hear you.
Okay,
We
so
can hear you.
yeah,
progressive
Thomas,
because
Thomas, listen. Look, it was not my intention to make the session rowdy just
no,
now.
no,
Okay,
no, no, no. That's all right. Sometimes
I
that's
just
those people make the
I just want
session
to say
sweet.
I want to make an apology to you guys, but
Somebody
look, it's not
no, you don't
they
need to
stole the
apologize.
Kenneth diesel. That's why,
no
and it's
no.
transferring
Listen,
that
guys.
aggression to everybody on the show.
The apologies.
I know you are a
No,
perfect gentleman now.
my apologies is not to Ekene, it's just to you guys, like to whoever is listening to who was listening to the program at the time. Okay. When I come here for political discussion. And when I make submission based on what I think is on play, was in play on ground, regardless of the
So
economic
you will not
hardship or
apologize for calling me IPOB, Abi?
regardless of the
Ekene, please.
economic
Ekene,
situation,
please.
all
Please.
I do here is to
Please don't use this
analyze
tactic again.
politics.
No.
Okay,
Not so
all I
far.
do is to analyze politics, and for somebody to now turn around in a very disrespectful manner, which I don't do to anybody on this platform, and say that you are disappointed in me. Look, I don't come here to be personal. I come here to discuss politics, and discussing politics does not mean that I should be insulted. I will not take that from anybody. Okay, if I'm talking to a pansat, I know how to address a pansat. But when people come and talk to me in a way that I give them respect, and all of a sudden they start to disrespect my person, I don't care if anybody else take offense or not. But I took offense in that word because I never
Progressive.
said anything to be disrespectful,
Progressive.
to be
Just start
disrespected
it.
in
Let
that
it
manner.
go. Let it go. One thing I
Let it
know
go,
is that
brother.
one thing
Let
I know
it
is
go.
that we are all Nigerians. And all Nigerians cannot sleep and face the same angle. If you don't like him, it does not mean that the majority of Nigeria don't like him as well. If this is your opinion, everybody here is just your opinion. And if you say you are going to push him away, you have the vote to push him away because democracy is majority. So no matter what you sell here, if the rest of Nigeria see him as a better candidate, they will still vote for him. So no matter how you push your principle, if Nigeria did not see him as the right candidate, they will still vote him out. They will vote for him. So I see politics as a game of win or lose. But when you put like here, I know I support Tinubu and I like him. The reason why I like him that whether it's a godfather or no godfather, I can see physical improvement in Lagos State. If we have 6 people like that in all the regions of Nigeria, and they also have a succession plan and their state are improving, me, I don't have anything against the Southeast. If Nigerians say it's their turn, they must play the politics very well. If they play their politics very well, who knows? Like I give a very good example. I said in 1999, we all of us we supported Olufala in the southwest, but the rest of Nigeria supported Obasanjo. Did we die? Did we crash the country down? We didn't do nothing. And at the end of the day, Obasanjo was the president for 8 years. And even the so-called AG people, they also succumbed to his proposal that time. Okay,
administration, yeah.
Vote for me for presidency in 2003, and I will leave it for governorship. And he cleared out the state. Did we that? When, what do you call it, Abiola won in that year. And at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, they didn't give it to him. And he even died in the prison. Did you fight with anybody? Abiola won in 27 states. Had majority vote in 27 out of the 30 states that time. So I don't know if you want your guy to win, but at the same time you are rubbing insult to other regions of Nigeria. You also check your own conscience. If Tinubu have rubbed faces on the northern of the northerner, will he get the vote? If we want to say the truth, is it the northern vote that make him become the president of Nigeria, not even the southwest? So we will not pan to them. They are the ones that vote more than the other rest of Nigeria. What else do you want him to do? If your president become the president of Nigeria today, if the northern people put in there, it will also pan to their interest more than your southeast. So what's the big deal about it? He lost an election and then the whole world must crash down. Why? It's just an individual. Who is Obi, who is Tinubu, who is all of them? Whether you like it or not, in the next 8 years, that is the highest. You have a new set of leaders. Today, you have a new set of leaders as governors in Nigeria. And before you can close or open your eyes, you also have another new set of leaders. And people will die and new baby will come in.
Remy, nobody is faulting Tinubu in being president. But you see, the rate things that are going in Nigeria is the problem now we are facing in this country. And the annoying part of it is that none of his supporters is seeing it. You always say that you see something positive, you see something positive. Yeah, you might see something positive, but that's not the feeling of the common man.
So that is what I'm trying to tell you.
So, let me
that you are one Ikene, and we have several Ikene all over Nigeria. You can
I know. You can. You know why? The reason why I say that is that, you know, when you live abroad, you are not in the country. It seems as if
please, I beg you, in the name of God.
It seems as if you don't feel the.
Let me ask you some questions before you go ahead. I live in abroad. I have so many family members. They are living in Nigeria. They communicate with me. Do you think people that live in abroad, they don't live in Nigeria before? They don't have family member. They don't have cousin, nephew, aunties, and so many other family people and friends and the rest.
And another thing is that Nigeria continue to cry of all this hardship and everything. But you see how government channel their resources. It's becoming so alarming. They channel their resources on what they are not supposed to channel it, instead of to channel it on how to tackle food inflation. At least food inflation. Nigeria is not even talking about electricity, because electricity is a priority in Nigeria today, but that priority has been kept aside. The priority now. Let me finish first. Let me say something. I think I allowed you to make a statement. Let me make a statement. Let me make a simple statement before you come in. So that food inflation is the least for now. What is the government doing about it? Nothing. But you channel 90 billion on unnecessary things. Before, in the inception of this government, go and check. The National Assembly budget was increased by 74%. How many are they? Just at the beginning of this government, the National Assembly budget was increased by 74%. Check it.
Okay, now let me respond to it quickly.
A lot of things. You budget 15 billion. You budget 15 billion for vice president. You budget 40 billion for presidency. You budget 2 billion for vice presidency. You budget only 5 billion for the student loan. You are even praising.
Okay, let me respond to you.
I don't know. So does that tell you that they really want the progress of the masses?
That's
my point.
Let me respond to you this way. First and foremost, I beg you in the name of God, go and when you say policy or when you see something that happened in Nigeria, go and look at Nigerian constitution and go and look at how the policy was framed. Try and understand what they are trying to do. First and foremost, I will tell you something about the Hajj you are talking about. It is not only Muslim they are sending to Mecca. They also pay for Christian as well. Maybe the number is not so high, but they also pay. And I remember during last year December,
and when I make my statement, somebody will come and call my POB because I'm defending or I'm saying what doesn't suit your party. You become immediately an IPOB.
We are passed to that stage. Don't let us go back.
I'm not going back to the place.
Last December, or this same Tinubu paid a lot of money for Eastern people for Southeastern people to go back to their place. He paid for to and fro. Do you know how much he spent on you? You guys did not mention that one. So when you talk about art fair, this is not the first time they have been doing it. They have been doing it for a long time. Check the Nigerian constitution. Is it there or is it not there? And they are sending Christians to Jerusalem by state money too. There are so many things you have to check. Agriculture, is it totally exclusive right of the federal government? What is happening in Nigeria is, like you rightly said, is the purchasing power. It's not that it's not enough food. There is food, but the purchasing power has been reduced because of subsidy removal and a lot of subsidy they are removing to help you. And that is why it's come to that angle. But with time, everything will stabilize or get to a kind of a break-even point. So you just have to exercise patience. But if you just continue to come here that because you live in Nigeria, you know more than people that live in diaspora, that is a wrong fallacy. That is totally untrue. Because every person that you see that live in this abroad or diaspora have more than 50 people living in Nigeria, and they are giving them information too, even more than what you already know. Do you think you know more than our own people that in Nigeria, or we don't have people? Or you or your brother that are in Germany or whatever?
Let me say something. Thomas, let me say something. See, you see, this is what I keep saying. When people go to a source where they get the same information and wherever they go, they just put that information out there, regardless whether the information is right or wrong. There's no appetite to kind of do any form of personal research on certain information. Okay, so I don't support the idea that government should subsidize religious pilgrimage. I don't support that part of it, regardless if it's one naira or 10 naira they want to spend. The idea, I don't support it at all. But you see this comment that they've made all the time. I'm telling you, it comes from the same source. Oh, they put 90 billion on pilgrimage and they put only 5 billion on a student loan. Is that a government that is serious about education? First of all, student loan is what it is called. It's a loan. It's an access to education fund. If the government made a calculation that, okay, we need 10 billion for this, or we need 5 billion for it, or we need 1 billion, it will cover it. Just because they spend 90 billion for another program doesn't mean then they will not turn around and say, okay, because this is an education program, we have to now go and put 200 billion, even if what it's required is 5 billion. How does that even, do you, first of all, you have to come to the table and say, look, this is the amount of people that are going to gain entrance into the university. This is the amount of people that are in the university. So therefore, the student loan should be so and so amount. They don't even come with this. This is why I say the kind of conversation we have sometimes is just like you're speaking to a machine. Like it just repeats itself every time. There's no any form of I don't know what word to use now. If you want to come to a political discourse like this, where you discuss political issues, please, we on this platform, none of us hold power in Nigeria. Okay, we are not in political offices, and just because people hold different views, different opinions, different ideas from other people, it doesn't mean that they are the one who are dictating policies in Nigeria. I just sit down here and sometimes I analyze issues of political issues in America. Does that mean I'm supporting the government in America, or I'm controlling the way the policies are run in America? No. It is here to speak about to enlighten ourselves about issues. Not that, oh, they put 90 billion here, they put 5 billion. If you go to other platform, you will hear 5-10 people say exactly the same word. Exactly the same word for word, without any changes. How do you start to have a conversation in that manner?
Do you know why you have that conversation? Let me tell you something you don't know. All these people, they have Telegram. Why they converge you will see this is the same style of speaking. There's no different, like a factory product that looks the same thing. They
Thomas,
have
that word, yeah. If you go to 3-4 platforms, you will hear it exactly. Oh, the government that put 90 billion in Hajj, spent 5 billion in a student loan. Is that
it's the
serious?
same thing now. They have their WhatsApp and Telegram platform. They always talk. So that from that platform, they will dispatch themselves to the world and start. You will see.
Thomas,
You will know it's
am
the same
I
platform.
also in the same platform and the same Telegram?
I didn't mention your name. If you are there, you know you are there, but I didn't mention anybody's name.
Please let me say something.
Yeah, go on, real.
Okay. Most of the times, I keep wondering why people just run with a certain narrative. I think the first thing they should ask themselves is, why is it that our representatives are not kicking against this particular stuff? Because you elected somebody to that place to represent you. Now, they budgeted or they've allocated 90 billion for this Hajj, and none of your person is speaking. Does that not tell you that all of them are the same thing?
Well,
then you will come out and be breaking your head for these people.
Who is breaking their head now? Who is breaking their head? What are you talking about? Did did Akim said he support the 90 billion for the Hajj?
I'm not speaking to Akim Thomas.
No. He said he doesn't even want them to spend 1 naira.
You have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm speaking generally. So
yeah, good.
I'm not referring to anything.
I don't support that money too. I don't care about your religion. If you want to go to Hajj, if you want to go to Jerusalem, go and work and
Thank
go
you,
there.
Gary Thomas. When it comes to Christian business,
let me make a comment, guys, if you guys don't mind. So, we all talk a lot. I think Joel left. Joel is a master of emotion, and also, but no substance to most of the submissions they give. See, Ogbeni, that's why Ogbeni was here earlier, and he gave a beautiful summation to the origin of this, where this Hajj comes from. I don't know if Remy was here then. He told us how they have a committee, and there's a law guiding. Hold on, there's a law guiding or supporting this stuff. Okay, so but one thing we have to understand: these obedient people, they're just funny characters. See, politicians, just like leaders, they occupy a different position and they see things differently from the followers. So the notion that because these politicians are LP or Labor and they get into Senate or the House of Assembly, then they become common people and start thinking like the rest of the people. It doesn't work that way. They have their own interests to guard. They have their own things to do. So these people that want to die on the neck of these politicians is quite interesting because they're politicians. What you will criticize at any given day on one man's platform, they're not going to do it because they have to play politics. They don't stand alone. They know whatever they say or do affects their political career. So they're careful.
The question you should ask Nigerians is this: all those 90 billion they are against now, is it only the Muslim in the northern part of Nigeria? Is it not all over Nigeria? And when the Christian also go to pilgrimage, they also sponsor some of them. They also do the same thing. Who is willing to go? The federal government also pay. Just like this last December, the federal government paid money for people to go back to their own town to celebrate Christmas. Nobody hates. Nobody said nothing.
Exactly to that point.
Sometimes you just look at the way the politics. Do you know? Is it 1 billion they will spend for that? Your journey go to the east. Is it 1 billion naira or is it 2 billion? Is it 3 billion?
All the time.
Remy, the point you are making, the federal government didn't mention any amount that specifically spending for that December. They just said about some percentage cut off for transportation.
Whether that percentage is 0 or
let me
1%,
finish now. And it just happened once. It just happened once because of
who
the
told you
removal
to
of the
not?
fuel
Who told
subsidy.
you? Who told
Which
you to
other
not
state
happen?
governor, even in Lagos State, the state governor reduced the transport fare to
So
about
who told you it
15%.
will not happen this year
You
also?
understand? And it happened. This happened just because of the removal of the fuel subsidy,
Don't worry,
which
it
they are
also
trying to
happen.
cushion and let some
Okay,
things.
see,
But
okay.
coming out, they
Let me
never
finish my
mentioned that
point.
this is a certain amount we are budgeting for Christians to
Relax,
travel this December period. So you come out and say,
Let me finish my
how do you
point.
compare
So,
it? You come out and say you map out 90 billion for his yard,
Relax yourself.
If I ask you now, the argument you are making in that regard, how much did they spend? How much did they tell you that they spent for that December period? Did they tell you any specific amount?
Let me respond back to you.
well, guys, after line, see,
You guys cannot hijack Prince Daddy's conversation when he has not even.
Okay,
can we let Prince Daddy that's been quiet? Let him have a say, please. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Go on, Prince.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. So, see, just like I think it was Akin was saying earlier, I don't support this 90 billion naira for this ag thing. I don't support it. But again, we can't argue blindly. Gwen was here earlier, and he laid down the law that supports such a program. We all know that politicians make laws for their own interest all the time. It's nothing new. Even in America here or in the West, you know that. You'd be surprised how many crazy.
Please, Daddy. Please, sorry for cutting you. Sorry for stopping your train of thought. My own elder sister, the firstborn of my house, said Ogun State is paying for pilgrimage to send people to Jerusalem. I said, I heard that they've tell people, government to stop this thing. He said they are doing it secretly. Can you imagine? They don't announce it publicly. He said every state government, they are doing it secretly to canvass votes. Can you hear that?
On the state level, on the federal level.
State just paid for hundreds of people because they work in the state government, governor's office in Abeokuta. I said, really? He said, yes. They are paying secretly. Go on, my brother.
Wow.
We can't shy away from this. Don't let us deceive ourselves now. If they make it open or not, they are doing it. What can you do?
So it's always the case. Yeah, it's always the case that some special interest people, that's why they have these politicians as constituents, or they have special groups that they support. Obviously, I'm not sure if I were to guess, I would say the push to have this sponsorship codified may have come strongly from the north. I could be wrong, the northern part of Nigeria, because most likely to favor them on this program. My point is that all around the world, politicians, they push for certain things to benefit their constituents or their supporters, and what they're going to gain from it. Politics is not dry and cut, just as Kenneth may want it to be. Like all these politicians are angels or saints, and they're going to do everything correctly. That's not the point. See, I can agree with them that these politicians are greedy, they're selfish in a lot of ways. But sometimes, some of them, they introduce good programs. Okay. But just going on this rampage, always criticizing everything, doesn't solve any problem. It can be talking about, well, this Christmas time boss fair thing they did was only done one time. Well, it's a new program they just started, I believe. Maybe they're going to extend it. Who knows? Okay, but in order to be in opposition, we criticize everything. One thing I've realized for sure, and that's why when people like Ogbeni, when they actually read a lot of stuff, articles, papers, do research, and many of us we just come and open our mouths like we know what we're talking about. A good example again is Joel making an argument earlier, an argument he made like a month or so ago
that, oh, how come the Tinubu government came in and all these politicians, senators, whatever, they started buying SUVs with millions of naira. Okay, does Tinubu control that expenditure? It does not. So it's always good to have all these sentimental comments that get people emotional. Oh, they shouldn't be doing that. But there are laws guiding all these programs. And the question is though, is the law a good law? Obviously, I would have supported when the country doesn't have that much money to spend on its citizens, and this politician is spending millions of naira dollars buying SUVs. I would have supported that, but let's not pretend that they do these things out of without any support from the law. Tinubu doesn't control everything. It does. I mean, he can only do what he can. Okay, but just to make an argument and trying to blame Tinubu and his administration for everything is it's an argument that will always work with obedience and the people that don't know anything. So so let's everyone wants to always score a point. Let's be reserved and listen to again people like Ogbeni that has more in-depth analysis on a lot of topics that we talk about here. Simply going on Instagram and TikTok and getting your talking points and stay on message and spreading propaganda and all the time doesn't help anybody. Up to today, we're still talking about Peter Obi won the election, this past election. What a joke! I mean, they can't even substantiate
Is that not ridiculous in your ears?
to the highest level. To the highest level, it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. You came third in an election. Third. Distant third. What did I say? A distant third.
And still claiming that you won the election.
There's a portal for you to prove that you win the election at the court. There was no evidence to prove that you won the election. So you think the court we just said, I won the election, and they will just declare you as the winner? Does things work like that? You have to prove
even that principle.
Doubt.
Even that principle, Peter B. I don't think Peter B. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he ever opened his mouth and said he won the election. I don't think he ever did. But to go and make such an outrageous claim that you won the election. See, I think it was Akim Progressive that broke it down the spread of the election across the country. What is Peter B's strength in the north? Can anybody tell me? I mean, it's just a joke. You talk. Let me land.
This explanation that you guys are giving for election, nobody's even interested in it. You continue to bring it up.
I don't want to mute you. Let him land. Then you can come.
No, I heard you, Kenneth. You said Obi won. You said it. I heard you. You said Obi won the election. So I'm looking at it. So Obi won in the southeast. Nobody's contending about that. He won in Lagos and maybe some part of South. Fine. But what is Obi? If Obi was so strong, how come today is running up and down, building borehole for in the north? If he has such a strong connection to the north, if he was such a strong politician over there, how come is today that is running up and down to curry favor from the northerners? We all know it's a joke. Obi never won the election, and we all know that. But to run around and just spread these rumors and try to cause confusion, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't help the country. And I've said it before. I think at the end of the day, people don't care about Nigeria. They just want the country to fail. As long as Tinubu is there, they want the country to fail.
Ask you something? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Kenneth.
Yeah, you quite impressive. You won the election. So, do you see anything that you are doing with the election to progress the life of the Nigerian people? What positive things are you doing with the election you've won, which you are posting every now and then that you won? What are you doing with it to progress the life of the Nigerian people? That's the point. Not winning the election, but what you do with the election you won.
I'm glad you agreed that we won the election. I'm glad you agreed that Tinubu won the election. But now, seriously, and I know you know better. I hear you all the time. By the way, I think you're my favorite guy on this platform. Why? Because you talk from reality. Though I don't agree with a lot of things you say, but when you talk, I want to listen to you because you talk for the people. You talk for the people. You're out there on the street. You know what is going on. So I love to listen to you, no doubt. But you know, and you're a businessman. Like, you know that it takes time to turn profit or to have a successful business. So truly, in your mind, Ekene, do you think 1 year, even less than 1 year, is sufficient for Tinubu and his administration to turn Nigeria around and to your level of success that you're thinking right now? Is that, I mean, can do you understand my question, or did you hear me?
Are you asking me a question on
You
top
think
of
1
question?
year is enough?
No, no, I don't have any explanation to give to you because I just asked you a question, just a simple question. You have won the election just as you claimed, not me admitting. I said you claimed. Okay, quite all right, impressive. Congratulations. So, what are you doing now with the election you've won to improve the life of the common Nigerians? That's the question. So you don't have to ask me back. So whatever,
And I
you
asked
are
you,
the
I
one in
said,
government.
do you
You
think
know
1 year is enough?
the policies you are putting in place. You know what you are doing to better the life of Nigerians. So you give that to us, so that at least we that you said we lost, we can be using that to hold body now. We use that to hold body. Then
Let me respond to him.
expect no, Remy, I didn't ask you. It's president I asked.
Why not?
I didn't
It's a
ask you.
question to the platform now.
No, no,
Okay,
it's still I
but
ask.
quickly,
No, I will
did
not
you hear my
allow you. If you
response?
are going to answer it, if you are going to answer the
Okay,
question, let the session continue. I didn't
okay,
ask you.
but I
Yeah,
asked you though. I said,
at
do you
least.
think 1 year is enough to turn Nigeria around? Do you think so?
Well, I'm not the one that said I will hit the ground running, starting from the one. Somebody, your candidate said it. So I'm not the one that said it.
Let me respond to him.
Okay.
First and foremost, we know where Nigeria is before Tinubu was sworn in.
I don't want that long explanation, Remy. I want answer from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy is the one.
It's not speaking only to you. It's speaking to the world.
I will not give you long
So,
explanation.
yeah, please.
We know
Let
where
him know.
Nigeria was before it was sworn in. Today, as of May 2024, most of the states are paying salary, whether it's 18,000 or 30,000 or whatever, 40,000 as minimum wage. They are paying their salary. Majority of the people that are civil servants in Nigeria, they are not up to 30% of the whole total population of Nigeria. Maybe they are not even up to 25%. And they remove petrol subsidy. They were able to free some money to start doing a lot of projects in Nigeria. If my memory serves me right, there were so many roads that they are rehabilitating at the moment. Not totally finished, they are rehabilitating old roads and they are constructing new roads. And they also have plans to construct more design, more roads. Then, when we talk about purchasing power, when you talk about tax, they are doing tax reform so that they can harmonize all the tax reform to one area so that you guys, everybody will pay tax one way or the other. But for informal sector like you, because I don't know whether you register your company or not, maybe you'll be exempted, you will not pay tax. But that does not exempt you from paying indirect tax that everybody is paying. So they are doing that. And at the same time, they are trying to do something that, okay, for our majority of our youth, that they are maybe, I cannot go to university or college of education or whatever because I don't have tuition fee. They now have a platform from May 24th of this year. This is next week.
There is soft loan going on over the country. People getting loan over #1 million to start a small scale business.
And at the same time, when it's 24th, if they are not doing that, Ekene, you have a right to come here and bash Tinubu to whatever you want to bash. If people are not accessing that money. And okay, let me continue. You want me to stop? I will not stop. There's so many now. Relax yourself.
Finish. When you finish, I'll respond a little bit.
So when you talks about food and whatever, Nigeria have enough food. The problem might be purchasing power. I agree with you about that. But that is a work in progress. Because you cannot tell me something that is bastardized for years and then you want to turn around under 12 months. That is not possible. You are a businessman. You cannot tell me that you buy a stock of just 2 months ago and in the next 2 months, you're already reaping 500% profit. It cannot happen.
Remy, what do you score his administration so far? What is your score? Lawal gave him 0. Lawal gave him 0. What's your score?
If I'm going to give him a score, I will give him partly 50%.
That's not fair now.
Huh?
That's fair. That's fair, Marco.
Yeah. So I give him 50% because I've seen so many things that he's doing that is good for the people. So that is very wonderful. Because when you take away...
Okay. Okay, very wonderful, Remy. You give it somebody that's got 50%. Somebody that's got, and let me respond a little bit. Somebody that's got 50% would have gotten almost everything right in Nigeria now.
No.
So somebody that you scored 50.
I cannot calm down.
Let me respond a little bit.
So we respond. When you go for examination and you bring your result sheet back to your father at home and you score 50%, I'm a Yoruba man. My father will beat me. It's not good enough. There are some people that score 75 or 80 or 90. I know what I'm scoring 50%. I know why I'm scoring 50%.
Okay, you score
I have seen visible improvement in security.
Okay. Thank God you see. And you have mentioned the areas you saw the improvement and you see the improvement. And somebody you scored 50%. Nigeria has improved now. If it is 50%, because by now at least we would have been having like maybe 20 hours or 15 hours electricity,
that is why
he's scoring him 50%. Do you know what it means to score him 50% in Nigeria today? But coming back to the points you made, coming back to the points you made, I want to categorically state it right from the time he came into office. Nigeria was somewhere when he came, and he made it clear that all the good things Buhari has done, every policies that Buhari has made to improve the progress of Nigerian, he's going to continue from there. You understand? He's going to continue from where Buhari stopped. It's not my campaign, no. It's the campaign of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And Ekene, give me 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Remy and everyone listening to me. Do you know what I can, if I can have that power to just remove Tinubu today and put Peter Obi on the president's seat today and see what he can do in 365 days? It's just mind-boggling sometimes with all these policy this government is bringing. Nobody can even say, they've tried. Sorry, I'm saying sorry. Your candidate doesn't win. But this time for governance.
No, it's not about winning, Thomas.
No, you can't. Peter Obi will perform worse more than this. I can have like a magic wand, remove Tinubu. Let's just give Peter Obi, go and do it for 1 year. Let's see what he can do.
No, the question you should have asked.
Okay. Let me respond to what I'm responding, Thomas. Let me respond to what I'm responding to, Remy. Let me respond, Remy. Let me respond to you guys want to still confuse Nigerians that Nigeria cannot. You have already said something now.
One voice.
Give me some minutes to speak. You have already said something. I give you a little time to speak.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Ekene. Yeah.
So you guys cannot cajole Nigeria in believing that Nigeria cannot get better and nobody else can do it better because it's an APC government. And I don't want to continue to go back from when APC took over this government. And this has been their line of thought since 2015 when they won Goodluck Jonathan. That Jonathan never did anything good for Nigerian. The economy is bad. The naira is getting to 200 naira. The petrol price is about 97 naira, which is not supposed to be so. So we are coming in to make the dollar 1-to-1, reduce the price of petrol and all those stuff. Even the student loan It was not today's promise.
Ekene, come on now. Hold on, please, Ekene. Who is promising you $1 to $1? Does that make sense to you, sir? So you fall if a politician came to you now, Ekene, that I will make $1 to $1. Hold on.
It is for the people.
If a politician came to you today, that I will make $1 to $1, and you is that? Come on now.
People voted for him on that course. Now I did not vote for him. Quite all right. But anybody that
do $1 to $1. Where did you get that from?
Let me finish now. It's Buhari now. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. It's Buhari that said it. So if and the people and anybody that voted APC then believed him. And every APC member believed him. I'm not the one that believed him. If you know that you vote APC, then you believe in that he's going to turn it to $1 to $1. And that is not only the issue. We know how Nigeria we are living, the purchasing power. Even at minimum wage of 19,000 naira, I continue to say it. You can get a bag of rice, a carton of Indomie, and one bottle of granite oil and one bottle of palm oil. Just these few things that I mentioned with 19,000 naira. But it's quite unfortunate that people don't remember how backward we are moving in this APC government. Let me finish now. You have given your narrative now. You want to confuse Nigerians that we cannot get it right. Let me tell you, this is just a space of this. We didn't go. Let me tell you, this is just a space of 9 years.
Can we say something?
And you check where. Let me finish. Don't say anything. Let me finish. You check where you've taken Nigeria backwards to in the space of 9 years. That's even a bag of rice. You need about 3 months of minimum wage to be able to afford a bag of rice today in Nigeria, even at the rate of 30,000 naira. You need a 3 months minimum wage to be able to get a bag of rice in Nigeria of today. We're not talking about Gary. We're not talking about the price of anybody telling me today in Nigeria that I will buy a yam for 4,500 naira. I will not believe it. A yam, a very big of yam that I used even under Buhari, before Buhari left office, it was 1,500, 2,000 naira. We are shouting, and today people are buying a tuber of yam for 4,000 naira. I'm not talking about the price, what it used to be when Good Luck was here, which is about 450, 600, 700 naira. So all these things, a pint of Gary that used to be 350. That big painter, that's more yellow painter that used to be 350. It's about 3,000. Remy, I will not allow you to speak until you allow me to speak. It's about 3,600 naira today in the market. So all these things, if you check the indices, we're not talking about the naira to dollar. Even when this current government came in, promising that he will start from where Buhari stopped, dollar was about 450 at the official market, then about 750 at the black market. No matter how you say that, pardon it, but at least this is the price of dollar when they came in. Then you cannot tell me that you are making policy that will you use to suffer your people. Even if you remove fuel subsidy today, and the price of petrol today is about 800 naira, 850 in our fleet station. That is what we are buying fuel as of today. 800 naira, some fleet station 850 in almost everywhere in Nigeria today. So, and that's the price of petrol. Then what are you subsidizing that for? Again, is it education? Where are you channeling the subsidy that will benefit the people? Are you channeling it in education? Are you channeling it in a food insecurity? Nothing. You just remove everything from the people. Then you come back and want to tax a dying horse. A horse that is dying. You are laying taxes here and there. Before you should be able to tax a horse, you should first of all give him water, give him food to drink before you tax a dying horse. But what happens today? You see that the horse is dying. They cannot purchase a 2 square meal a day.
Okay, do you know the problem that we have
you
in
are
that
talking.
country?
Let me finish. You are talking about borrowing. Let me finish this last point. You are talking about borrowing. That Nigeria today can go to the bank, borrow. Who told you that? Who is going to even borrow you? At what interest rate? I will never try it. Even as a businessman today, nothing will make me go to the Bank of Nigeria today to say I am borrowing penny. I would rather go and be doing manual job than do that, because going to Nigerian bank today to borrow money is a form of committing suicide. You cannot even pay the interest rate. You raise the interest rate and they expect manufacturers.
So
you expect manufacturers to go to borrow money to establish a factory or whatever.
See,
let us interject
to support manufacturing. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
When it comes to the suffering of the Nigerian people, I cannot argue with you about that, because that's the reality. I mean, I can only imagine 1,005 tube of yam to 4,005. That's a lot. I cannot argue against that. But here's the point. 1 second, Remy. But here's my question. My genuine question to you: do you think everything that Tinubu is doing and his administration, do you think is just to make the Nigerian people suffer and punish the people? Is that what you think? Kenneth?
That's for me what I think.
Okay.
Because the way I see, because when it comes to when you feel that all these policies, let me answer now, or do you want to answer for me?
Answer the question now. Let other people talk. So many people also want to respond to you.
This is the problem that country, it's not even the. Let me interject small, please. It's not even the politicians that we're talking about. It's the citizens that just allow anything to go in that country. The way the level of the country is now, that's not what the level is supposed to be. At least we should be like around South Africa level by now. It's no excuse. But the citizens, no matter all this stuff we're complaining about right now, even if in the next 4 years now, everything is worse, Nigerians will still be doing all these things. They talk small and they go inside and do nothing. The citizens are the problem, the main problem, not even the politicians. Now that is the issue.
Okay.
So we can complain tired, nothing will change because the citizens are never ready.
Can I
too docile.
Okay, let me respond before you come in.
Let me please. Can I quickly come in, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, see, this is the problem. This is one of the reasons whereby having political discussion with somebody who just look at things from high view, like you just what is on ground. Okay, this is the situation on ground. It's very challenging sometimes to have such conversation. Okay, so you look at the Nigerian economy as it is, and then there are factors that are determining government policies, whether it is the APC or PDP. So when you find time to follow those fundamentals that are leading, no government come into power and say, you know what, I want to make everything expensive. I just want people to suffer now so that people start crying. No government, zero, no government anywhere in the world does that. But government sometimes will make hard decisions. They will make difficult decisions. Look, at the end of the day, it might lead to their downfall. That to say, but sometimes this is one of the problems Buhari had. Buhari was not able to make hard decisions. Rather, he wanted to feel like, okay, you know, I don't want people to suffer. I don't want people to be hungry. But still, at the end of the day, the foundation, the fundamentals of the country will struggle, will begin to suffer. If the government of the day,
I think he did the opposite though. He took too many hard decisions. That's what I think.
No. Buhari didn't. Buhari
he closed the border now. Is that not a hard decision?
No.
You don't know what Buhari did by closing border.
That was the hard decision.
Very hard decision.
Those were not difficult decisions.
No, it's not a difficult decision. You don't know if you know what it means. If you know what he did by closing that border. Up to today.
Let me 1 second.
Just to improve rice production. Today we cannot even have that rice to eat.
Let me 1 second. 1 second. Buhari closed the land border, not to stop you from bringing the rice through our own border, through the main channel, through our own port. Did they stop you from bringing rice through our own port?
He took
Nobody
too many
stopped
hard
anybody from bringing
decisions.
rice through our own port. So let's stop this idea
Those
of
hard
land border.
decision. Let me tell you, those hard decision was to stop food importation, which include
No,
rice.
that's not true. That is not true.
Frozen chicken and the host of the thing. And today, you cannot get those things in the market. Our Nigeria, you cannot. Even the farmers cannot even go to the farm. We don't even see the rice. We don't see the chicken chop.
Can somebody else speak?
We don't see rice chop. We don't see chicken chop. Then you cross border.
Let me speak. Let me go.
Let me go. First and foremost, please.
I was still in the middle of my conversation. I've not even finished. Can I just land? Then you can let me. You can go. So what I'm trying to say is this: the government they came into power and they felt like, look, subsidies, they can no longer afford it. It has to go. Arbitrage, they can no longer afford it. It has to go. Okay, so it might be that these are the right policies, right? But it's going to have a negative effect in the first phase.
One still remembers that they're still paying subsidy. So I don't say that they're not paying subsidy.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So it could be that.
So removing subsidy and paying subsidy, and still paying subsidy, it doesn't mean you remove it.
Let somebody speak. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I want to put the record straight, so that you don't just say that I remove subsidy.
You put the record straight when you get to your turn to speak.
They're still paying subsidy.
Yeah, you put the record straight when you get to your turn to speak. How about that? So please, if government feel like they need to introduce certain policies to turn the country around, okay, it might be that these policies are going to hurt in the medium time or in the short term or in the long term. I don't know that. So if in 4 years' time things are not better, that is why you have what you call election in democracy. The people would then go to the polling booth to make decision as to how they feel. If they don't feel good about the government, it is not their own choice. Look, when people are talking, Prince Daddy was talking, and somebody was saying, since you now won, look, just because somebody say Tinubu won the election based on what is factual or ground, it doesn't mean that that person is the person who won the election. We're just talking based on what is factual or ground. If I say, look, Tinubu won the election, you cannot then address it to me personally and say, and since you have now won the election, what have you done with it? Is Prince Daddy the president of Nigeria? Just because he said, this is why I talk about, look, if we want to have a discourse, it has to be between grown minds, not for us to talk as if we are kids here. Prince Daddy is not the president. Prince Daddy is supporting the election, the position of the election based on the result on ground. So if you don't understand that, you cannot go personal and say, since you have now won the election, you can say, since Tinubu won the election, what has he done with it, with his policies or with his position? Like this is why I said things that people say that they come from this different WhatsApp group, and then you're asking earlier when I said about this.
If Obi won election today, if Obi won election today, and he's not getting anything right, you have every right to hold me responsible because
no,
I campaigned for him.
I don't have any right to hold you responsible. No, I don't.
You have every right to ask me anything.
No, I don't.
Because if you are dodging from your responsibility, you are not going to dodge from it.
No,
I'm going to be putting your responsibility at your face. At least you join force and they criticize the government.
No,
you understand?
I don't. No, it is not your responsibility.
Anybody that voted this government supported him.
Your position. It is your position is in a democratic society to make a choice. Okay, to make a choice. And that choice, you should not be held responsible for the actions of the government of the day. It is not your responsibility. Your responsibility was to exercise your right as a citizen. And once you exercise that right is given to you enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as soon as you exercise that right, you cannot be held responsible for the position for the policies of the government of the day. You see, this is what I keep talking about. When people like you come out and you speak in this manner, it tells me the lack of understanding of how things should be in the first place. What kind of talk is that? That is I can hold you responsible for the actions of the government of the day. Who does that? Where does that happen?
Whatever, you know, you have started again. I may not be objective as you think I am, but I know at least.
Let me come in here.
I know what I'm supporting. If I support Obi today, and he is doing the wrong thing, and he's doing the wrong thing today, or become the president and still rolling policies that goes against the people, heaven bear me witness. I will not defend him the way you are defending Tinubu. I will not do that. Honestly speaking.
This is not about defending. This is objectivity. You should know that.
Ekene does not understand objectivity.
There is nothing like being objective. What you guys call objective is hypocrisy.
Maybe go and
what you call objective is hypocrisy at the detriment of life of Nigerians. You are being objective of what? I'm a straightforward human being.
You need to understand what hypocrisy is.
When you want to do things, you put action. There is not too much about governance. Governance is about the people. The policies that favor the people. When you see policies that are not in the right direction to favor the people, then you are not governing. You are there for your own selfish interest. It's as simple as that. There is nothing being objective about there.
Akim, I'll say this. We Africans or Nigerians, we know how to suffer, but we don't know how to sacrifice. That's one thing I've learned.
Let me talk now. What I want to say is this. Nigeria have been subsidizing a lot of stuff for we Nigerians, and we enjoy more. But it gets to a stage because of corruption and maladministration and mismanagement, we find ourselves in terrible problem. And to compound it, there is this COVID issue that happened during Buhari time. The whole world suffered for it, not only in Nigeria. And it gets to a stage for almost 8 years, we are borrowing money from everywhere to subsidize the life you want in Nigeria. And it gets to a stage, we are not generating enough revenue. There is no investor coming to Nigeria during Buhari 8 years regime. And then even the people that are borrowing us money, we find ourselves in a deep hole. All the airlines, we are owing them billions of dollars because we cannot repatriate back to them. And we continue to borrow money. It gets to a stage they don't want to borrow us money anymore. And all of the three candidates agree that subsidy must be removed. And just like everybody said here, if subsidy was removed, we have to bear the pain. Now, Nigeria, this is the reality we find ourselves. It is not Buhari or Tinubu or whatever you are going to blame.
Sorry, Remy. The three candidates, they said it, but I don't think they believe it.
It's 40 years of mess. And I wonder who is going to be that Nigerian president that will go ahead and still continue to borrow money because they want you to be living the life you have been living before, life of fake. Reality. Now we know ourselves now. We know our true value now. This is your Nigeria in your hand. You can see it's a poor country now. Now, you as the Nigeria, what are you doing to help that country? At least if Obi is the president today, I have a duty as a Nigeria to support him to make the country better. But if what I know I want to do, if I criticize him positively, that is good. But if every day I want to criticize him negatively, or I have a mindset of I want him to fail, so that at least the people that voted for him, they will cry that we told you so. If that is the mind you have in your mind, what comes around goes around.
Let
me finish. Calm down, you will talk. I give you a chance to talk, and you said I should not interject you, and I kept quiet. So the way we are today, this is the reality of Nigeria. Subsidy is gone, but the government said they will intervene because it's Nigeria. If to say it's an advanced country, they have a solid economy for over years. Even the so-called developed country that they have solid plan for their economy, they also suffer. People are suffering here. We know the price of oil continue to change. You, as Ekene, you said it's 800 naira per liter today. In some states in Nigeria, they are selling for 600. Some are selling for 700. It's not the same price. And the government is trying to have option of CNG gases in which they are going to roll out soon. We've seen the report last week. And some of the petrol stations, people have seen it. They have CNG gas that you can convert your vehicle to CNG gas. That is an option for people. What we should do as citizens is to encourage the government to create that kind of platform in most of the filling stations in Nigeria, so that you have an option. CNG gas is about 200 naira per liter. So that if you have that one, you don't need to complain about petrol. Like, for instance, what Lagos State is doing, if they continue to build more subway line for you guys, you don't need to even drive your car around. Just up on the subway and go to your work. But we all come here, you think if you criticize Tinubu to death, and the next president that comes, you also continue to criticize him negatively, then that will not make a turnaround. Go and ask countries that develop. Their great-grandfather, they sacrificed for that country to become wherever they are today. But if every time you are here is that, okay, let's see what is going to happen, you criticize negatively. If it's your man that is there.
Okay. Thank you, Remy. Sacrificing. I am meant to sacrifice. Why my leaders are not meant to sacrifice? You see the hypocrisy. I am meant to sacrifice. I am meant to suffer. I am meant to die. Let me finish now. I am meant to park my car, use my leg to trek, not buying petrol, not fueling my cars, off my electricity, not owning my fridge, not subscribing my DSTV, not eating all. So, but your this thing, your governors, let me finish now. I don't know. No, you don't want me to. You don't want the government to. They are budgeting. The vice president budgeted 15 billion for himself. The president budgeted about 14 billion. Senate president budgeted 100 and something million vehicle for themselves. They increased their budget to about 74% at the start of this administration. Man, tell yourself the truth. Then I am the one to suffer. You lead by example. You lead by example.
Now, good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning, Do.
Nigeria is for all of us. If you don't like the way Nigeria is, take a visa and leave. You understand? You are not the only people that host Nigeria. Nigeria is for everybody.
Leave to where? Where does it go?
You can go to anywhere. We don't care.
You only come here to tell me. Come here to tell me to leave. Is that the only thing you come here to tell me?
You can go to anywhere and take a visa. You can go to.
I'm not living anywhere. If that is what you are praying for, I'm not living for.
Nigeria to breathe. Allow Nigeria to breathe.
No, Nigeria. Nigeria is breathing. The only people who are not allowed to breathe is our leaders. If I have the opportunity to march and which we are building up very soon, they will not breathe until they get it right. You understand? So I'm not leaving the space for them.
Election is coming.
It might not be up to the election. It might, because the way things are going now, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I might buy a tuber of yam for 8,000 naira or 10,000 naira. Maybe that period. We are not leaving Nigeria. If you are so afraid that you cannot come to Nigeria and fight for your country and rebuild it like the country you are living in, and rebuild it like the country you are living in, to come in here and enjoy your home. I am not a hypocrite. I will not do that. I will stay in Nigeria. I will fight for Nigeria. We are going to fight our leaders until they get it right. I'm not living it. I'm not living here. Just have that at the back of your mind.
Nigeria. The problem is that people are not fighting for a better Nigeria. You just want your own person to be there.
Nothing like wanting my if my own person should be there. If my own person should be there and get it right, then let it be. After all, your person is there also now. So let him do it. Let him do the job.
You that is not hypocrite.
Have you ever criticized
you that is not hypocrite?
Igbo person?
You did not one day criticize Julius Abure with all his corruption charges, all his corruptness that came of it. I did not hear one single criticism of Julius Abure from your mouth.
You never had me. You never had me the last time I spoke about him. So if you did not hear me the last time I spoke about him, him, then
What
you
did you
cannot
say
say that.
about Julius Aburi?
What
What
You
did you
can.
say?
I'm not talking about Julius Abule. You are trying to shift the goalpost. I'm not going to shift the goalpost.
No,
I'm
you're the
talking
one talking
about.
about
I am talking
hypocrisy now.
about the
You talk about
government of
hypocrisy.
Bola. Any day you want us to talk about Julius Abule, we'll talk about him, and I'm not going to shift
The
that
Labour
ground.
Party, the Labour Party
The
reps that
discussion I
in the
have
House
in
of
mind
Assembly,
today, and
the
what
Labour Party reps that is
I'm
in the House of
battling with you guys
Assembly,
today
all the cars,
Bola
all the money
Ahmed
they voted for
Tinubu
cars,
is not getting it
they
right
took the
with his
money. You did not
politics.
criticize them. You did not criticize them.
One voice, please. Yeah.
Thomas,
Kim, let's hear
Thomas,
from Kim. Yeah.
Thomas, listen.
Thomas,
All those House of
sorry,
Rep
good morning.
members that are Labour Party members in the National Assembly, they took the money for the vehicle. Ekene never once came out to criticize them. Peter Obi came out and he was interviewed and he said he could understand their position.
Yeah.
And these people will come out and call us hypocrites.
Control them. He said
They'll
he
come
can't
out and call
control
other
them.
people hypocrites.
He
So they
said
can't
he can't
control them.
control
So why would okay, forget about controlling them. Why not criticize their actions then? So no, they should not I
He
condemn the fact
criticized
that
a lot of us criticize their action.
Good
I
morning.
criticize
no,
their
none of
action.
you criticize
All
them.
of them,
Stop
anybody that has
all of
getting
these things, man.
anybody that's getting an
Calling people
elective
hypocrites.
position will be criticized, and we are criticizing them. No, today I'm not looking at Nigeria as a Labour Party. I'm not seeing Nigeria as a Labour Party. I'm seeing
Hello,
everybody
Thomas, can you hear
in
me?
that position as one. Whether you're a Labour Party, whether you're PDP, whether you're APC, and you are part of the policies that is not
Yeah,
getting Nigeria where it needs to be.
your actions, I've
You are
just
part
told
of the
you,
problem of this country.
your actions smells of that same hypocrisy that you are accusing others of. Your
My
own
action is
action.
not hypocrisy.
Yes.
You can call it hypocrisy or whatever you want to call it. My action is not hypocrisy. I never come here one day to talk about. I'm talking about Nigeria entirely.
All these are
Our
Good
leader,
morning, Thomas. Good morning.
our governor. I criticize my state governor. I criticize my state governor. I criticize every governor. I criticize every senator. You understand? That is not getting the last time. The last time the minister of interior did something good in his office, I came here to praise him. I said good thing about him. I'm not a hypocrite like you. You understand? So I'm not a hypocrite like you. The last time I listened to that guy interview, when he was making some policies that he's rolling out in his own ministry, I commended him because he was bold enough to come and say,
Thomas,
this is my plans, and this is how I'm going to achieve it. Just like unlike other ministers, I've never seen them come to television, blow out their plans. This is how they're going to follow it, and this is how it goes. You just have dumps to ministers here and there, making appointment every. The president is just making appointment every market day. Every AK market day, he's making appointment. Every AK market day, he's making an appointment. An appointment will go to.
Nothing like a K market day in Nigeria.
Just check it now. Check his record. Every AK market day, he's making an appointment.
Now, Kenny Adex and
every 3 days, he's making an appointment.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
I don't want to mute you. Yeah, let's hear from new voices. Hold on. Let's hear from Adex. Then we'll go to Kenny. Yeah, Adex, you have the floor. How are you, my brother?
Yeah, good morning, my brother, and my greeting to everyone in the studio.
So which point do you want to come in? Yeah, just free flow. Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, I want to free flow to object to what Okene is saying about criticism of the
sorry, brother,
president.
it's Ekene, not Okene.
Okay, Ekene. Okay, right. You see, this is Nigeria. Nigeria project is for all of us. It is not for only your own property. You understand? That is the reason why we have election every 4 years. Nigeria have got to the polling booths. They have voted for who they want to vote for, and the person is working. And if you feel like the person that is the president right now is not doing your bidding or is not doing what you want, you have the opportunity to revote in 2027. So you cannot be taking anything Nigeria project as a personal thing. So if the president is bringing out the politics or he's doing the way you don't like, then you can vote him out when it comes to the next election. You cannot be taking everything personal, be shouting, be wasting all your saliva on the things that does not have meaning. Because we knew that everything that you are talking about Okay, for instance, you have a Labour Party as a senators. We have a Labour Party as a representative in the House of Parliament. But those are supposed to be your mouthpiece as a Labour Party member. What are they doing? Are they objecting to?
Yes, they haven't even raised one bill.
So you
One
see,
bill. One
Ekene
bill.
should come here. Ekene should come here to come and criticize the Labour Party senators, Labour Party parliament. So you should come and be criticizing those are your mouthpiece that is not talking for you. So you see all this you are just coming here to distracting us. You don't want this program to go the way it should go. You hear me, Ekene? That's why I say that if you don't like the way Nigeria is, you can go out of Nigeria. You can take a visa, go to the nearest neighboring country. You can go to Benin Republic, or you go to Ghana and do your business. You can profit from there also.
Are you gonna approve his visa to go there?
I will pay for this Moluwe to go there. You don't even need a visa. So you
Don't
should
pay for me.
calm down.
No,
Ekene,
don't
calm
pay for
down.
me. No, we are coming down. We are just trying to hold our
Ekene, calm
leaders
down. You are
responsible.
eating every morning. Don't I see you on this thing where you go to fast food and eat this afternoon? Yesterday.
Where
Are
did
you
you
not
see
living
me?
well? I saw you now.
Where did you see me?
I saw you when you go to fast food to take we went out with your friend to eat. Is it not money that you went to spend there?
So make I know it now because
And
Tinubu they rule.
you'll be coming here, we'll be dragging the vein of your neck, be shouting as if you are a poor man and you are benefiting everything from Nigeria. Nigeria have given you so much opportunity. And you cannot be you people should be grateful for once. Be saying the truth. You see, you Igbo people are the only tribe that is benefiting a lot inside Nigeria. We have other tribes that is not benefiting anything. You Igbo people always want to be you just want to be the only one that you be benefiting everything. There's so many other
What did
tribes
I
that
did
you
I
are
what did I
suppressed.
benefit now? Have I told you I benefited anything from
You
Nigeria?
benefiting everything because you go to the bigger city to sell your market, to sell your goods. You will not allow the indigenous people to breathe. You don't allow the indigenous people to do that such business. You take over the business from there. But yet, you people are the only one that will still be complaining the most. You people should calm down. You are benefiting everything from Nigeria. You go to Delta State, you take over the market. You go to Bayelsa State, you take over their market. You go to Port Harcourt, you take over the market. Maiduguri, Sokoto, you take over everything. But yet, you not allow Nigerians to breathe. Calm down.
Hey, so it's about taking over market or the people that
You people
doing
are the
business.
only people.
No, a legacy. But
You people are the
if
only
they take over
people
the market, it's
that
not
is
because they are good at
benefiting a
it.
lot inside Nigeria. You
Oh
people
no,
are the only
if they
tribe.
take over the market, it's not because they're good at it.
Because Nigeria favored them. That is why. But yeah, they will be talking as if Nigeria did not favor them. Nigeria has never done anything good to them. You
Okay, can I
understand?
come in, please, guys? If you can hear me.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear you. Come in, yeah. Come in. Is that Kenny?
I don't want to follow you to go that ranch, yeah. You have made your point.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good
Thank you,
point. It's a
Mr.
valid point.
Sorry, please. Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas, and good morning, everyone on the platform.
Yeah, good morning.
I really appreciate the opportunity. Number one, actually, I want to deviate from this program, from this topic. But before I deviate from this topic, no matter how you guys, no matter what you say to Ekene will not be mindset. Because number one, pain, because Obi did not win. You know what I mean? So no matter what you guys tell him, no matter the policy, Tinubu is rolling out. Even if Tinubu is using his head to walk on the floor, Nigeria will still not happy. Ekene will not happy. As long as Obi is not in power. You understand? So anytime Ekene is coming here to shout on people and making noise, using his voice to override everyone, not allow people to talk, you guys just let him say what he want to say. It doesn't change anything. He cannot. His voice, what he's saying now, cannot remove Tinubu from power. You understand? I made mention of something yesterday that Tinubu is ticking the right box, but they are blind because they can't see because of their political lineage. You understand? So that's for that. You know, I just want to debate. I want to talk about the boxing of yesterday so we can move away from this OB and these election things. You understand? So I believe you guys watched boxing yesterday.
Yeah, yes, yeah, I did. Yeah, thank you so much for even let us. Yeah, we don't really stick to politics alone. Yeah, kick it off for us. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I was telling someone yesterday that guy's going to beat Taskure. I'm doing this on purpose so that Ekene can calm down. I mean, I'll be
I'm not getting what you are saying. No, the network is disturbed. You know, maybe I will calm down with your explanation if you can have a good network.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I said I'm going this direction so that Ekene can calm down and we can just move away from this or be talk for at least for a minute. So let's talk. Let's talk about sports. So I was telling someone that the guy is going to beat Tasifure, and I put a bet on it. I put £100 and I won £400. So you know, I'm so glad that guy won and Tasifure lost. You know, so and the point is,
did it go the full round? Was it knockout?
It was 12 round. Actually, it should have knocked him out at round 9, but it was saved by the what's it called? By the
it was the ref. It was the ref that intervened. But it was still a countdown anyway because
it was a good fight. It was a good fight. I really enjoyed it. But my takeaway from that fight is you just have to have trust in yourself and believe in what you do. You understand? When they're doing their talking, that guy never said anything. He said, "I'm going to do my talking on the day when they are fighting." But Tasfire was talking like the way Ekene was talking now. That's what Tasfire was doing. Was talking. But the guy calmed down, focus on his business, and he deliver. And that's what I can relate that to what Tinubu is doing. No matter how everybody is rumbling, talking, the man is focused. And at the end of the day, he's going to deliver. Understand? He's going to deliver, and all of us, all. In fact, those that are not supporting him now, they will support him when the time comes. A candidate that is speaking noise now, you will have nothing to say when the time comes. So, just please relax your mind, be positive.
Nami, you just come for.
Yeah, I just want you to calm down.
I calm down now. Did I tell you that I'm suffering from any? I'm coming. I'm just making my point and my opinions. So whether you like it or not, you must hear it. So if you don't want to hear it, you can just close your ears. But it doesn't take anything. It doesn't take away my hustle. Just like in few minutes time now, I'll be going for market. You understand?
Ekene, don't go yet. Oh, don't go yet.
Why?
Every single morning you repeat yourself.
I'd enjoy you.
You know what I mean?
You'd enjoy me.
Same time. So I'm just telling you to calm down and just be okay. Thank you very much.
You see, one thing is this.
Go and make money. Go and make money.
Remy, wait now, Uncle Remy. Emma Farabale. Emma Farabale, Baba Remy. See, Ekene, please keep it up. You know, one thing is this. The only thing I want to have to us is this. Maybe because you made this thing general, it seems to let people think that maybe you are against Tinubu absolutely. Like I keep saying it, like when you want to talk about the impact of this economy, whether the poor masses are feeling it. Honestly, the poor masses are feeling the hardship, and that one is very understandable because they don't have enough for the inflated price of food commodities. Let's just don't let us joke with this. When it comes to alleviating poverty, this government is catastrophic. They are not doing enough. Let's face the fact. Okay, in the long term, are they doing fine? Yeah, that's where I align with them. Because, like I said, I don't want people now to start laughing now that things are okay. Oh, everybody is buying the food cheap. And suddenly you are not fixing the type of loopholes that will bring the like of Buhari tomorrow to reverse everything. Basically, everything that Obasanjo achieved between 1999 and 2007. Nigeria has reversed all those leaders we have after that. They've reversed the situation now to even be worse than 1999. So that's exactly what we are saying. So one thing is to praise Tinubu just because we like Tinubu, and one thing is for us to face the reality. His policy, I don't have a problem. Like monetary, like highway, like they are right because. But you cannot feel the impact of those things now. It's a long time. Probably you start feeling all those things 4 years, 5 years from now. But should Nigerians pay before that time? That's the point. Nigerians should not pay. So the thing that is, those people that need food to survive, what are you doing for them to have food to survive? You have to do something. So head or tail, I won't praise you because you are excellent in that of your because probably I am more connected with your long term. Just because maybe I can eat, I can eat 3 times in a day if I wish. So I won't say because of that now, and I will forget where I was coming from. Because I still have people that still struggle to eat twice a day, whether I will like it or not. And how do you know these people? Because you send money to them every month. Otherwise, you don't want to hear anything bad about your people back home. That's why you send them money, to keep them alive. So if you look at what those things are bringing out of your pocket, and if an adult, if someone in the 40s, if someone in the 50s, we still have to be waiting for money from you every month to survive. That is telling you something critically, and we have to look at that. So that's the only thing I see from what Ekene is saying.
Before you go, sorry, Allah.
We're not grouping it.
Allah, I know you know about the Chinese, Remy does, the Chinese Culture Revolution. I think that's what it's called.
Prince Daddy, before you ask, I want to commend Ola so much. He's one of the best guy I've followed in this platform, though he's an APC supporter.
I hear you for a minute.
No,
for
allow
a long
me.
Time. Hold on.
Allow me to give honor to whom honor is due.
You never commend me before because I don't touch your talking points.
Allow me to give honor whom honor is due. At least whether it's an
your honor didn't go anywhere.
It didn't go anywhere, but I will say that I am not against him.
Allah come tomorrow. Want to be the president?
Let me finish. No, let me finish. Ola, that is not today now. I've not known Ola for today now.
Yeah,
Ola has moderated. The day he moderated, I gave him a courage for that. He said, no, it's not because he's a Yoruba man. No, don't say that. I don't like that kind of statement. I don't like it. Forget that one. I don't like it. Ola is I'm not against him supporting APC. I'm not against him supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's his choice.
Nobody supporting APC.
Let me finish him now. Let me finish. But what makes you a good supporter? What makes you a good supporter of a candidate is that when he wins an election, you should not lose your sense and know you forget your family background, you forget your people, you forget your brothers and sisters who is going to be something.
Let me tell you the truth here. We want to criticize the government, but you people, you
can come in. Let me finish now. Let me finish now.
That is why we always
let me finish. Ades, I know you don't like me speak, but at least just give me
to criticize the
just give me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute, Ades. Just give me 1 minute, Ades. If everybody
30 seconds.
Yeah. If everybody here supported APC, I'm not against it. But forgetting where you come from, forgetting your people at home, just to defend the policies that is against the people, is what I don't like. You understand? And the Ola is playing that role very well ever since the inception of this government. And I'm going to give that to him, whether you like it or not. I'm not again, I'm not, and I continue to say that. So if I should love him for that, I'll continue to do that. Support whoever you want to support, but be able to say the truth when the time comes. That's what makes you a human being.
Ola, I want to ask you a question, Ola, quickly.
I commend you, Ola. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Ola, my question to you is this. I remember during the time that Tinubu was trying to give 8,000 palliative to all Nigerian workers. Everybody's kick against it is too small. At the end of the day, he gave it to the state. And I also remember that I just want to take all these questions so that you can answer them. I also remember that all the senators, they were given 1 truck of rice to distribute to their constituency during December period. And at the end of the day, that 8,000, he gave the money to the state. And he also gave all the state a lot of truck of rice and gari and beans and the rest. Some of them did not distribute it in their constituency. Some did. So I just want you to factor all this into consideration, whether this man truly does not remember the poor. Please answer the question.
You see, Remy, probably there's nothing I will say here that I've not said before. Look at it this way. We have the policy that the state governors can drive. And we have the one that the federal government can drive. Now, during the campaign, I keep saying, when we're talking of Buhari the other time, I keep saying, where's the manifesto? I judge by the manifesto. I judge by your speech. I went to overdrive when this man was saying cassava, ege, agbado. I could connect with cassava, with agbado, just because I know that this guy lived at school in Chicago. And I know the policy of corn, how they manage to give the corn farmer subsidy to grow. So because I could listen and say, okay, agbado of 14, this guy is speaking. And this agbado, even schooling too in Illinois, I know how one of my problems we mentioned a bushel of corn, because everything analysis is bushel of corn. So I was so happy that, okay, finally we got someone, just because of Tinubu's track record, that I'll be able to do things. Now, I connect agbado, cassava, ege with security. There is no way you want to say you are going to you are going to make, because you said recruit, right? Now, what will they be eating? Cassava, ege, agbado. That one alone, I was so happy, because we were going from someone that was asking for us to give land for Ruga to someone that said, I will now employ 2 million soldiers. And people will be, so it simply means that you will chase all these criminals away from our bush, and people will go back to agriculture. See, subsistence farming is what you cannot you cannot underrate in our economy, because those days, especially those of us from the old Ondo state and later Ekiti and Ondo, you say the major occupation then is civil service and farming. People that were supporting their wages with the farm produce, you really care. Who cares about dollars? We think concern us with dollars then? Nothing. You understand? So those are what you need to do for the poor people. Make them secure. Let people go back to their farm. Even someone still looking for a job that is not in existence, we still find a way to feed himself. If the person knows that he can securely go back to his farm, he will go back to farm. With hope, that, okay, we start building the value chain around that. People are not doing that today. And I said it here that, how do you make people do things? You will see people that, people, they don't use their brain, they don't do all those things. Sometimes you will have to force people to do it. Forcing doesn't mean that you carry koboko, you training people.
Ola, repeat that word again. You have to force them, right?
You have to force people.
So can we force people that is complaining to go to farming?
Wait now. How do you force people? Proper training and education. Forcing doesn't mean that you see, you give orientation. It's the orientation that will drive you, because okay, you take a horse to the river. You can't force that horse to drink. So the horse himself, we have to have some kind of motivation to drink. So that is where education. You want people to go to the farm, you have to give that motivation to go into farming. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm expecting aggressive human capital development. So if you do that, food inflation, you'll be expecting food inflation to be resolved within a year and two. Because I said it. You can plant corn 3 times in a year. And what will it take government to get to that level? The old administration in the Second Republic, they were doing that. Like when they were building different dams for irrigation, because the target that time that there would be 365, there will be 365 days, farming activities. That was the intent. That even though yam is responsible, you can decide to now start planting yam May, June, or whatever. Instead of you saying, okay, we will plant yam in November, October, expecting the harvest around you. So those are the things I'm expecting. If you borrow money, you drive people into agriculture, and you reopen our technical school. You do that. So I look up to the federal government to do some things. You understand? So I'm not saying the state government are doing enough. That's not the point. But since Tinubu is the person we are even discussing now, let him even do his own. Let him look at the poor. After all, you say let the poor breathe. So if the poor is going to breathe, they still need food before they can even breathe too. So focus on that. So I'm not there to do I did now, because 2017 to 2027 is not guaranteed. You understand? It's not guaranteed for anybody on the surface of this earth. If Jonathan had implemented the outcome, the resolution of 2014 conference, we won't be talking of some things now. So when it was delaying, just in the name of politics, when Buhari got to that place, it just trashed everything. So why must you be delaying? Whatever you want to do now, do. If you want to create state police now, do. If you want to restructure the country now, do. Stop pushing the thing to the future date. And I've seen that of a pilgrimage too. You understand? We are even looking at that 90 billion. See, this thing, as far as I'm concerned, is some kind of tourism. And some people may not like it. If you like, you go to Jerusalem, you go to Mecca. It's tourism. You are just contributing to the economy of those people. We are looking at the 90 billion that government is using the taxpayer money to subsidize for people that maybe they are already belly full. You understand? If you are not belly full, you won't even be thinking of even traveling for pilgrimage. You are okay now. At the expense of the poor people, we are using 90 billion to subsidize. So look at it from another aspect too. Probably you'll be using that 90 billion again to subsidize for those people that will go to Jerusalem. Less than 180 billion. Then these people we are talking about, from the raw data I got, the economy of you traveling to that place, you alone, you'll be spending close to $1 trillion in another person's economy. The economy that are better than yours. They are Saudi, they are fine. Jerusalem, probably the economy is fine. You understand? You are taking from those people that do not have, you are giving to those people that have. We can't continue that way. It's stupidity of the highest order. So either way you look at it, we can't be praising. If there are a set of people to stop this thing today, they're supposed to be Tinubu and Shetima, because they are Muslim. So nobody, and also our northern brethren that want to see everything from although southern brethren too, they see things from the lens of a religion too. But for Muslim people to just take up that arch, no Christian will come and tell you next time that that Jerusalem, you sponsor that. As a matter of fact, there should be something like a national law that the National Assembly should do to make sure that they outlaw any activities regarding this pre-game. If there's anything you want to even do with pre-game, because going for pre-match simply expose those people that probably are not paying enough tax. So going this time around should even expose people that, okay, where's your tax clearance safe? If you can raise this money, I'm interested in a month you'll be paying for tax. It should even be some kind of a tax for taxation avenue for the government. You understand that? Okay, so you maybe probably you'll not be paying tax before. Aha, you now have millions now to go and spend. Okay, I want to see your tax certificate. If you can't get that, start taxing them too. So to me, nothing to see when it comes to elevating poverty. Nothing to praise about Tinubu. His policy, yeah, excellent. Coastal road, excellent. Other things like credit policy, excellent. Student loan, excellent. But they are all long term. But empower today's bricklayer, empowers today weather, empowers the market women, empowers the farmers. Those are the things, basic things. Just go back to all those small to medium scale activities too. Because this story, if we continue this way, it's going to be funny in 2027. No? Because all those things, Buhari idea, this man promised. If you not, by the time the power change hand again, it won't be funny. All of a sudden, you'll be seeing more agitation for.
Ola, I'm sorry to interject you. I just want to bring this to your attention. This is a Nigeria Christian Pilgrimage Commission under the presidency. So what we are saying here now is that it clearly shows that as they are sending Muslims to Mecca, the Nigerian government is also sponsoring Christians to Israel. So when you are doing your analysis, please factor it together. It's not one way. So maybe
I've mentioned both Christian. That's why I mentioned Jerusalem.
Okay.
Christian. So Christian are the one going to Jerusalem.
I just want to remember it's under the law and it's under the presidency. It's a commission and it's back.
That's why I said the National Assembly should look and make an outlaw.
I did not hear that. Thank you. Continue.
They should outlaw that activities. They should outlaw. And you know one thing, the elite, the middle class, they are the one going for that at the expense of taxes from Iyalata, Iyaoniru, and those people opening shops. So like probably you are going to buy tickets to go to Mecca for or Jerusalem for say maybe 1.5 million or close, and maybe you get to that place, you've got to spend between 500,000 again and 1 million there. So all those Oniru Alata that we are talking about, even the MC,
my God. Ola, sorry. There are even 4 or 5 that the government is sponsoring under the Christian. Oh my God. You have Pigmate for family, general Pigmate. Oh my God. It entails a lot, my God. Now I see. I understand why they kept quiet. So I understand that.
So it is so annoying. It's so annoying that we are not setting our priority right. So to me, I want to put pressure on Tinubu because I supported that man. You understand? And it's going to be a shame when it comes to 2027, and I won't be able to stand for him again, and I will just be finding excuses, or I will just be going aggressive, and I will be doing what about and be fighting people. No, I don't. I want to be proud of him. Like I used to say, okay, he introduced e-governance in Lagos State, and he boosts the revenue, and he has brought Lagos State from a point A to point B, and Lagos. That's what I want to say. I want to talk about. I don't want to start developing.
Okay, a quick interjection. So, what will be your benchmark for you to support Tinubu come 2027?
Okay, my benchmark to support Tinubu is this. I've never hidden this thing. Human capital development is so important to me. I want to start doing projects in Nigeria to the point that, okay, I want to see Nigeria artisans to be better off than their counterpart from Togo, from Ghana. You understand? And I want to see how you know what that means. It simply means that there'll be more job. And if you can fix job at that level, it simply means that you are facing criminality, because it depends on the way you look at it. You know, you are not looking at the southern Nigeria alone. Look at the tools in the hands of Boko Haram and all those bandits there. So if people doing Boko Haram now, if they are now welder, if they are now good carpenter, if they are now good artists, if they are good tilers, if they are good roofers. So the thing, so how do you bring these people there? Because it's not that, see, it's not as these people, okay, Tinubu once said, I will redirect the energy of the area boys. You understand? He got there, he flushed last man with area boys. And he gave them Kai brigade business job to be doing too, right? That's the kind of opportunity. You can now do that in terms of boosting the trade. Because if people from outside the country are coming to do the job that Nigerians should be doing, that one is telling on our Human Capital Development Index in Nigeria. Why would I normally go to Togo and prefer to give job to Togolese to do for me in Nigeria? It simply means that those people are more competent. Then, why are these people not competent in Nigeria? We've destroyed our technical school. So that's human capital. So when I see Nigeria artisanal flourishing, they can, you know, just like you see our Nigerian content makers on YouTube, they are doing YouTube and everybody say, oh, Nigeria, when it's come to entertainment, they are the best. In Africa, nobody matches. So the same way too, we can say Nigerian carpenters, Nigerian tilers, Nigerian art workers, Nigerian aluminium framework maker, all those stuff, they are the best. So all this will not come without proper training. So that is why that you can't be budgeting 50 billion. No, you can't be giving our institution how many billion? Probably like less than 10 billion or thereabouts. And you are spending 90 billion on art. And our university cannot even get 10 billion. Who does that? Who does that? What will that travel to Mecca or Jerusalem? What will they bring to Nigeria? What will they bring to Nigeria? You go to that Jerusalem and you come back. You go to Mecca, you come back. And one armed robber now come the Kaimole in the middle of the night. Don't you know that armed robber, because he has no job, nobody is showing him the way. That is why he's becoming an armed robber, and you are bringing your goods from wherever you are coming from. You see what we're saying? So he's channeling all those money. If you put 90 billion in technical education now, you will see the results in what will go back to the government than sponsoring Arch, or which one will be called
Ola, I'm sorry to interject. Just a quick question. How would you handle religious body in Nigeria, being that majority of Nigerians, they claim they are highly religious? I'm talking about Christianity and Islam. How would you handle them when you want to cancel this kind of policy? Thank you.
Let me tell you something. I can tell you from Christianity angle. If you cancel that in today, and they know that it's not only Christianity you are canceling, and that of Islamic, you won't have problem.
This is my question. Both of them, how would you handle them? You cancel both of them. How would you handle them?
Call the religious leader. You call the religious leader and just the reasonable one among them.
And then in 4 years, you are going to tell them, take your country back again, right? Please,
I don't. What do you mean?
What I mean is that in the next 4 years, you go back to them. I need your support, right?
No. Okay. Now, am I not a Christian? And I know that traveling to Jerusalem has nothing to do with Christianity.
It doesn't mean that at the end of it, I'm just trying to tell you what pans are. Now you cancel the policy, and then you want them to tell their member to vote for you.
I spoke with a friend, with a classmate who happened to be an Alhaji yesterday. He was pissed off about this acting. He was pissed off. So it's not as if I have a lot of I married from the Muslim family, and they are not so fanatical about all these religion things we are talking about. So for those people that are using this thing for politics, see, and I'm telling you, it is not even the food soldiers on the street, the poor people on the street that are even benefiting from this we are talking about. It is people that you can call today that, okay, bros, can I get 5 million from you, that they will go to the bank account and they will give you without blinking. They are still the one you are subsidizing. It's not as if you are subsidizing someone that cannot raise the 50,000. So why should we continue that? So see, that is why I'm saying the best time to cancel this thing, especially to cancel thing, it is when we have Muslim ticket at the candidate of the country. Cancel it now. I'll be waiting for someone that want to go to Jerusalem will come and depend on you. You will now come and open it. You come and point it to me in the Bible where God commanded you that you must go to Jerusalem. Come and tell me. Going to Jerusalem is like when you are traveling, you are going for your normal tourism. It's not that one we carry to the heaven. So if anybody is preaching that one to you in the Christian community, honestly, if I happen to be in charge of air fire, that is own fire, go they us, pass others. Let's just not trivialize this thing.
You know how much they are paying now?
How much?
I just pay for someone 2.4.
Can you just imagine? Can you just imagine? Just imagine. Yeah. See, you are going to that economy. At the end of the day, you are spending like close to 1 trillion naira. Just do this. Do you know what it means that, okay, divide 1 trillion and come and spend a portion of it in each 36 states of that local government? You spend it locally. You buy food to do something to produce locally. And come and see whether those people that will come and be knocking your door in the midnight, especially in the new area, that they say, that those people that they will be threatening you, that they won't let you sleep in the night. You were supposed to develop those people to be self-sufficient, but they've turned to criminals. Those people that you've refused to train, they are the one that will never let you enjoy your works. So to me, we should stop this nonsense. If there's anything that all the voices in Nigeria should unite and talk about, those people that are condemning all this pilgrimage, they are both Christian and Muslim. So it's not as if it's only one religion or the other. So it's the elite that are still finding a way to even see benefit at the expense of the poor. So to me, that one is in the hand of the National Assembly and the federal government. Let someone even push that bill first of all. And let's be watching at those members of the National Assembly that will not be ready to outlaw this kind of ridiculous things. You understand? Why are other countries not sponsoring people to our country? Why not partnering with Germany, with China, with Japan, to have some kind of research tourism that will be exchanged? Okay, you send people to annually instead of sending people to Jerusalem or sending people to Mecca. Why not send someone to China or Japan to go and learn about artificial intelligence and come and implement it back in Nigeria? Why not all those stuff? Why do we have to keep going into an extreme? Even those people that brought religions to us, for example, they are not changing their way. Like I said it the other time, if you look at human existence, when you based on archaeology, we've existed. Human being on the surface of the earth has been between 2 million and 6 million years ago. Just because it's our time there, so we don't even. So by the time we go to, some people will be calculating the time human and religion. For example, Islamic religion has started less than 700 years ago, and Christianity started about 2,000 years ago. And for those people that are doing Judaism, there's no religion on the surface of this earth that is as old as human existence. What does that tell you? Human being created religion. So if human being created religion, so why are we putting so much a priority that even our well-being? You understand? Yeah. Okay, Saudi they are doing fine already. And you, that as a poor country, you now carry your own wealth to now increase the wealth of those people that are doing better than you. I said, I'm a Christian. If anybody can help me interpret that one, please daddy, say that one in English. Because in Yoruba, I like it. You understand? You will take from those people that do not have and give to those people. That is exactly what is happening to Nigeria today. You don't have, and are giving to those people that have because of our foolishness. Are probably those people going to Mecca, probably people going to Jerusalem. Probably some of them are not even vast. They're not even vast in even their holy books. So to me, there's nothing to praise this government for on that. You understand? His policy, his policy, coastal road, like I said, all of that thing. In fact, 100%, I'm in support. But doing for the poor, no. You have to do more. It's like Babachir wants you to bring him in, Thomas. Babachir is in the background. So someone is even saying all this pilgrimage was cancelled under Jonathan. If it was true, then why should we continue? Why should we continue? So okay, someone is earning today. Maybe probably you are earning 500,000 a month, and they are taking, because I trust Access Bank. Then Access Bank we take 30 to 33% of your tax away. Our tax then. They are very straight. They are not like they don't have any other kind of like others. Just imagine you earning 500,000, and you are paying what is 33% of that. So you are using, let's say, 30% of 500,000. That is like about 150, right? Or well, maybe let's even say like 200,000. You are using that one to pay tax, and you are spending your life in the traffic every day. You are spending your life in the traffic every day. The money that is supposed to be used for those infrastructure, you are now sponsoring some people to go and enjoy themselves somewhere. No, I'm disappointed. If there's any time that such 90,000 is supposed to be used to develop people, this is now. This is now. So no excuse. No excuse. Because 2007, 2027, if I supported Tinubu, that it will turn the economy around like Babanga, like Obasanjo did, you fail to do that. And one nonsense person, probably a worse person than Buhari, take over in 2027. Oh my goodness. Just add to what Buhari wasted in our age. 8 years from our age is not a joke. 8 years. So if this man is trying to do the same thing, if he's not doing properly, so that means wasting 16 years out of someone's lifetime, it's not funny. It's not funny. So that's my contribution. Thomas, Babachir is in the Babachir is in the background. Okay, everybody, don't go.
Ola, you made a nice submission. Thank you very much. I have to go.
Yeah, okay, brother. Have a nice day.
Hey, Kenny, now you don't satisfy you now. Allah don't satisfy you.
No. It's not a matter of satisfying him. It's not a matter of satisfying him.
No, this is the way to criticize. You understand?
Emeka to one enter, Thomas. Emeka to one enter, Thomas. Where if you Babachir and Emeka, they won't enter.
Okay, look at the way you criticize the government now. It makes sense to everybody. We all know the right thing. But these people, these Kobo people, they will not allow us to criticize this government in the right way. Because they're only just to kill them. Hey, native, kill her, all those kind of things there. It does not make sense. If you want to criticize the government, bring out superior opinion or argument, you understand, to criticize the government. We all listen to you, and we all do that along with you. Not for you to just be Obi, if Obi not become president or Igbo man not become president, Nigeria will never good. Nigeria will never be. It will never be well with Nigeria. All those kind of narrative. It does not sound. It does not sound well to Nigerians because Nigeria is the project of everybody. You'll be seeing yourself as if maybe you are not benefiting anything inside Nigeria. Even we Yoruba people, we are the one losing. We have sacrificed a lot for Nigeria, but yet look at where we are today. Look at where we are today. I wish we have been practicing this regional government up to today. We could have been moving even ahead of these European countries.
The worst mistake we did was just to move away from that regional government.
Yes, they're not tie everybody's hand together. We cannot move. Yoruba cannot move. Hausa cannot move. Igbo cannot move. Everybody now become inside one pit hole. But yet,
Thomas, if you can hear us, Thomas, coming to one man went to more channel. Babachir and Emeka, they are waiting for you in the background. So wherever you are, if you hear that, please add it.
So I like the way you criticize it. Nobody like everything that is going on. You understand? Sometimes if you criticize, the government will listen. But if you want to take it by violence, okay, I watched a video recently, is it not yesterday, when they are beating up a soldier inside a country.
Which soldier? Is it the one that collected the gunja? Which one?
No, they said the soldier who come to buy phone inside Abuja market, where this they used to sell phones. Okay, I don't know what really happened, but I just suddenly they just started beating the soldiers, 2 soldiers. So
that's disrespectful.
So those marketers, they will expect that the soldier will not team up and come back again and come back for them. So if the soldier not come back from them and break some of their hand or some of their legs, they will not begin to complain that we did not belong to this country. They look at the way they are treating us.
I know. That's a serious ignorance because police on the street, you cannot say, okay, you cannot just go and hug the police, except the police is offering
allow you to hug
you, because you don't touch man in uniform because you are touching the government, you are touching the state, you are disrespecting. So now when you beat soldier, now you are beating Nigeria.
Yes,
because no, I don't know what, because it's man.
If you look at the way, a lot of crowd, almost all the old marketers, they gather on these 2 soldiers. They beat them with uniform. Mercilessly. And who are the people doing all those things then? Is it not our brothers from the Eastern region selling all those their phones? So if those soldiers not come back, maybe to come and to beat them off, on Wednesday will not come out that Igbo people. Now the Wednesday will not come out to condemn that act that those marketers did to the soldiers. So we should be careful. If we are doing something, we should be careful the way we are doing things, the way we are doing our things.
In fact, that's an unfortunate event because at the end of the day, you know, I don't have to lie to people of nowadays. Even despite the hardship, I enjoyed my youth day, at least compared to the current day. You know, that would be the day that maybe you just have one uncle working in the textile. You get to that textile environment like this, it will look like you are outside the country. You will see the landscape, green. You will be seeing some kind of fonte, you know. You do everything. That's around industrial area. You enjoyed everything there. Even you'll be aspiring that, oh, one day, oh, maybe I'll be working with Nigerite. One day I'll be working with Tower Aluminium. One day I'll be with, you know. But these days, even the skill to work in all those in all those places now, those skills no longer exist, you know. So to me, we really need to go on some kind of aggressive policy to bring all those things back. Honestly, we just need that. We just need to bring those things back. You know. Baba T, it's like maybe Thomas is driving. Thomas is driving. I think he will soon here and come back. Yeah, he has knocked himself even out. Just stay, he will soon come. He will soon come.
So
because for us we have holiday today now. It's today. Yeah, I can call it today now, not tomorrow. We're already at 12 a.m.
Even we have holiday in Germany, so everybody just at home.
Oh, you are in Germany?
Yes.
Is it true that there are so many graduate programs that is tuition free in Germany, that if people want to come to that place, for those people that are ready to do postgraduate, that is very easy? Is it true?
No, it's not free. You have to pay. Germany, don't do free something, no. It's not free. You have to pay.
You know why I like Germany is, upon the whole, Germany has the most industrialized and the biggest economy of the Europe.
Yeah.
I always love how German people respond to the Chinese strategy. You know, when this globalization, this globalization we are now, when it started,
yeah,
that really crashed the economy of the Europe. But the Germany, the German economy still managed to survive. But it got to see that thing was affecting them. Bring Emeka to Emeka is in the background.
Yeah, it affects them.
Emeka, don't leave. Okay. So Germany now went on negative interest rate. You know, that's okay. You guys, for us to just combat this the Chinese economic menace, the best way is to go on negative interest rate. Do you know to the headache that China is giving everybody in the world of production and those things, even despite negative interest rates?
You see this corona issue that came up from China. You know that this corona it came out from this China country.
Wait, Adex. Is it Adex?
I begin to see that
Adex.
this is a politics.
No. Don't talk too much. Be careful. Do you know why? Be careful. There will be a flagging on no. Be careful. Because when this comes
I will not call the country. I won't call their name.
I know, even the conspiracy theory. Be careful. I avoid that thing.
Maybe we should speak in Yoruba.
No. If you go to background, we can talk that on YouTube. In fact, they don't want to even hear any conspiracy around that thing. Now flagging. Don't do that.
That thing is politics. They just use that to.
Only Trump in the entire world can do that, and nobody will question. I got your point. No, don't do that. I beg you. So the thing is, you know, when Germany now realized that we can't catch up with these people, Germany started going robotic. And robotics is what the global economy.
You know, Germany is a conservative country. They don't take nonsense.
I like them. You know, I supported the technology for like almost 6 years. There's a company called Winconing stuff. So they manufacture all this banking automation solution. That's a Winconing stuff. We call it Winconing stuff. So they have solution like ProCash, ProView, so many solutions that I was supporting them. So in fact, that solution was what I used to shakara anybody that I pay a Yibibawo because the other competitors solution was closed. So I know this one in and out. So I go shakara anybody. No, I like them. I like them, to be honest. I like them. You know, the ICAM solution. You know how many teams we use that in cash alone. Those people that were stealing customer money that we use that in cash. So that thing just made me like just the solution just made me raise my shoulder. I see how you say you one important person then. I like those people. I like the technology. I like the technology.
So your topic online.
Baba Ati sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
Abati gbóhùn sókè. Want to hear from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, better now.
So I said, what is the topic? What are you guys arguing about today again?
Me too. I met them arguing about the money spent on Hajj, and
and you have to spend that money not because it's right, because it's necessary. That's why there's a difference. you have to spend money on what people deem their top priority now. So you can't blame governors and presidents for spending that amount of money. You know, even you know what's funny? Even Peter Obi, if you were to be the president, will pay that same amount of money. He doesn't have a choice. Trust me when I tell you, if Peter Obi was the president of Nigeria, he will still pay that 90 billion for Hajj. It's just the reality. It's what people deem as important to them. You know, so don't blame governors for spending money on marriages or whatever. It's not that they are doing it because they really want to, or because they have to. That is what the people are demanding for now. So of course they're going to cater to that populist beliefs to get their vote. People, Ola, as a politician, you cater to people's interest.
Yeah,
their interest is religious beliefs.
I don't necessarily agree because I can configure people's interest. I've given my solution here that what I will do with that money instead of look, it is rich people like you that they are subsidizing, not even the people that we vote. That's one funny thing, though. The middle class and the upper class, the early vote.
No, I think you get my point. But like this is what they do. That 90 billion is mostly going to fund rich people that can actually afford to go to Mecca. But they're going to pick a few amongst the poor that they will be the face of that payment plan. Like, oh, look at we took Yakukurat from the middle of nowhere with no money, and she was able to go to Hajj, and she's back, and she's now Elijah. Maybe if you play your game, right, maybe next year you might be the lucky one. So they would dangle that opportunity in front of the poor people. That's what they do now. When your neighbor down the street that has no money goes to Mecca, what do you think will happen?
But that's a lazy strategy to me.
It's very effective. Is the point. Forget lazy or no lazy. It's very effective.
Okay, look at how Awolowo made some people rich by driving cocoa economy. Now, I still remember all those songs around cocoa then. That even there's this year we call one woman Adepeji, Iyafin then in the kitty. I say Ishuta meta wagbe iyo bikoko bata o dilu oba o. You know, everybody was now buying things around cocoa, around the cola and all those stuff. People were able to finance the children education. Not only that, again, then the government gave free education. So people were able to connect with Awolowo based on his program.
I'm glad you. No. Allow it now. I'm glad you brought that up. You said people were able to connect, and you said education, right? Yeah, I remember during that period of time, people even gave their houses for schools, right? Because they wanted the program, right? And I mean, doing I don't know what people were. Yeah. So now, just suppose that the north, the corner. Do you think that's when education is their top priority compared to the south? So, like, it goes back to my point again. Is what the people think is top priority that the government will cater to. That goes back to my point. So you said the people, Abby, they were the ones saying, we love this. Ask yourself, that very thing you want for them in the north, that part of the north, do they want that thing for themselves? We had somebody on this program, this Buhari guy, Thomas. You remember that guy, Buhari, whatever his name is, that told us to us, that told us that all this clamor for stuff in the north, speaking English, all those things, that they don't want it, that they want Arabic education. Remember Thomas? He told us on this platform that stop forcing all this Western education on them. They don't want it. So you now telling me that you want to now become a Awolowo of the north. They don't want that. Believe where or like that's my point. They just don't want it.
No, Babati, do you know why they don't believe? Look at it this way now. Adedibu created Amala, joined for his own political, political utilities or political resources then. Because Adedibu was the one feeding them, anything Adedibu would tell them, they will follow. Now, if we got alternative to Adedibu that what they were going to get from Adedibu, they will get it in some way. So those people will likely slash away Adedibu political resources away. Now, the problem with the northern people is, okay, don't know the northern elites, not the northern people, I would just say the northern elites, is that they made the masses dependent on them. So when you make the masses dependent on you on some certain people, they are more likely to listen to those people, and those people are using that the strength of cornering the poor people to now negotiate their own political survival. So what I'm saying is this: government should find a way to break that kind of structure. So let me tell you something from my own perspective.
Sorry, Babati, COVID still America and to COVID in Bio.
Yeah, the thing COVID.
COVID.
Oh my God. Just like an innocent person.
We were on one boot here, so we don't have to worry about you. I go back, I go buy No, but because you said the government should do this and this. Who are the ones controlling the government in the north? The same political elite now. They're the one in charge. They're the one in charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you then tell them to go against their own interest?
No. I got your point. But you see one thing over time that I've experienced over time, even in the corporate organization, you and I know this. If you want to change people culture, people will resist. But you've got to let them understand the benefits. And when we are talking of education now,
who is losing? Who is losing?
The masses.
No, they are the one losing. I'm not losing. You are not losing.
Thomas, you know what? Do you know
the
what?
masses are the one losing.
As a politician, yes, I will help the people. Learn the time we talk. Towards my second term, towards the end of my second term, maybe 6 months left. And hey, they can start reforming what life talking about. Then I can push it to the next guy to figure it out.
No, Babati, look, this is what I'm saying. You want to speak Arabic I don't have a problem with that. Okay, there was a time when Sir Ahmadu Bello, one of the greatest leaders that ever existed in the history of Nigeria. You see how the man developed in northern region when the textile industry was doing fine, when the hide and skin industry and shoemaking industry was doing very fine. So the thing is, even though religion was his aspect, but he was not using religion as a major tool to develop those guys. He was using the redevelopmental economics to work upon those people. So what I'm saying now is this: we have federal government program, we have the state government program. Now, since federal government still want to corner some things and not ready to use your influence to go on aggressive human capital development, let the shoemakers be able to upgrade their skill to the point that, okay, if you are going to one allergy to just go get a plate of amala in the morning, you are now find yourself in a situation whereby you can even buy even 15 plates of amala. Over time, even the elites, we have no alternative to start changing their way because they will already know that they are losing out. So we can't just sit down and allow all these selfish political leaders to destroy the youth, because the youth that are growing up now, you need to capture their mind because before they turn their mind to Boko Haram or banditry thing. That's where I have concern. So if you can give because if you can give those youths alternatives, so okay, we want to speak Arabic, no problem. You go and bring Arabic teachers that can teach you physics, not physics now, because all those are long things. That can teach you how to do ties, that can teach you carpentry, that can teach you all those things that you will do within a year and you start within months. I start seeing the impact, because if you are now going to 3 years, 4 years now, people will have wahala, but you teach them 3 to 6 months and they start reaping the benefit of that training.
Then Allah will not ready then. But that's to my bigger point. You got to remember, even though you teach them in Arabic, it is still limited to a geolocation, right? That the opportunities that they will have if they learn in English is enormous compared to what they will gain from learning Arabic. Somebody can learn the same skill in the north and they come to the south. How are they going to apply that same skill set? I mean, with what they've learned in Arabic, it's different in English language. I mean, the skill is still the same. This no,
Babati, I will ask you one question. How
yeah.
come that someone will come from the northern part of the country and come to the southern part and will still speak pidgin English?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying if somebody teaches somebody something in Arabic, right, and it's been learned in English language down south, and they want to come for their postmasters or whatever, what is the equivalent? How do you know, determine the quality? I mean, I know they have to go to an exam or something. That would cost too much for Allah now. So you need uniformity when it comes to those kind of things. So you
See,
can't you can't have a country where somebody's learning in French, somebody's learning in Arabic, somebody's learning in Igbo, somebody's learning in Tagba, Igbo. I mean, you gotta have uniformity in some things.
no, you are going to a higher thing. Okay, look at our apprenticeship system now. Someone that will join Association of Nigerian Mechanic now, if you are learning your trade, maybe at Oregon at this thing, you speak Yoruba now. A mechanic that is majorly Yoruba or organized association carpenter, all those that they will teach themselves, oh, to bá ti mú spanner yẹn báyìí, spanner àbẹ̀ ṣíṣì ni kò mú o, wàá fi 20 yẹn wàá fi two. They still get the apprenticeship things. But what I'm in the language they understand. If you go to Igbo land too, you will hear the same thing. You go to Ibira land too, they will use the language for apprenticeships. But what I'm not saying is this: government intervention in that apprenticeship so that they upgrade the skill. You use the thing is that you are now those people that are educated with the modern way of doing things. You now trade it. Now, you still see someone learn something from Togo and still come back to Nigeria. They are still able to get to Nigeria and still know what cement is in Nigerian language. They still know what long span is in Nigerian language. They still know what block is. Because the major thing is the scale. Once we're able to transfer the scale, they too, they will figure out language or where
Sorry,
now,
Ola, what ministry is in charge of human capital development? Do we have a ministry? Is it labor, right? Ministry of Labor, right?
I want to say labor. I want to assume that it's labor. Maybe youth development. I think there's a ministry of youth development.
Yeah. So have you heard anything from who's our labor minister? So do you even know who that person is? Have we seen that person?
If I told you that I know the person, I'd lie.
I want to develop a human capacity. You don't even know who the minister of labor.
I'm just being honest with you that I don't know, because the thing is
that's that's my point. That's my point. If you are serious about human capital development, because that kind of ministry is going to be involved with other ministries, it has to coordinate and because the tentacles is kind of all spread across all ministries, right? It's the human capital development, right? Labor. Oh, so far, like I know about Wiki, I know about Ojo, I know about agriculture. Finally, I know about who else? Maybe about 4 ministers. Everybody else, have you heard anything? So let's not lie to you. We are listening ourselves. That one is not shame.
No, that's why we are shouting of it. Okay, they call it Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. No, that's not what Honorable Minister of Youth Development during your critical Shekoda today, Jag on May 15. So they call him name Dr. Jamila Bio Ibrahim.
An anchor on state television as just
breaking news.
Carrying the president is still on.
Helicopter carrying Iranian president crashed. Wow.
No, this is a Boku. What's that? It crashed. No, this is 12 hours.
No, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Him and his minister, they are dead.
Oh, they gone? Wow.
Yeah, that's
I just saw the breaking news now. Wow.
Only
ó làwọn èèyàn sọ pé ká má lọ dá ogun àgbáyé ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta alẹ́ báyìí pẹ̀lú ibi tí wọ́n bá lọ.
nǹkan tó fẹ́ náà nìyẹn ọlá òní.
àdẹ̀wà lè máa sọ Yorùbá yín báyìí nísìnyí o bí aká ní pé ẹ̀yìn làwà báyìí ni.
No, but you know this country has always wanted something against Iran. They want it's nothing new.
Made that comment.
Okay.
I have a meeting. We will just go to the background. So we just shut it down. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Just make your comments. Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying is the military industrial complex is still alive and well. And Iraq has always been on a target since the 80s. So it's nothing new. So I'm not saying that they are the one responsible for this, but the timing is just something is going on here. And, we'll see in the coming days. But this just, something is wrong somewhere. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it has been a nice session. Even though one man ran away, at least we make something out of it. Thank you. Carry the conversation, the conversation. I said peace. Thank you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. never dey there. You can only see, but you can never dey there.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Reports that say that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me because, as we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a